First Aranyaka, first Adhyaya, first Kanda. Now follows the Mahavrata ceremony. After having killed Vrita, Indra became great. When he became great, then there was the Mahavrata, the great work. This is why the Mahavrata ceremony is called Mahavrata. Some people say, let the priest make 2 recitations with the offering of the Ajna ghee on that day. But the right thing is one. He who desires prosperity should use the hymn Pravo Devaya Gnaye. He who desires increase should use the hymn Viso Viso Atihitam. The people visa indeed or increase, and therefore he, the sacrificer, becomes increased. But someday there is the word Atithim in that hymn, which means a guest or stranger asking for food. Let him not therefore take that hymn. Verily the Atithi, stranger, is able to go begging. No, he said, let him take that hymn. For he who follows the good road and obtains distinction, he is an Atithi, guest. They do not consider him who is not so worthy to be called an Atithi, guest. Therefore, let him by all means take that hymn. If he takes that hymn, let him place the second Trishch Anganma Vritrahantamam. We came near to the victorious first. For people worship the whole year performing the Gavamanya sacrifice. Wishing for this day, the last but one, they do come near. The next following 3 Trishas begin with an Anustubh. Now Brahman is Gayatri, speech is Anustubh. He thus joins speech with Brahman. He who desires glory should use the hymn Abhodai Agni Samidha Jananam. He who desires offspring and cattle should use the hymn Hota Jananishta Jetana. Second Kanda. He who desires proper food should use the hymn Agnim Naro Didihitbi. Verily, Agni, fire, is the eater of food. In the other recitations accompanying the offerings of Agya, where Agni is likewise mentioned, the worshippers come more slowly near to Agni, because the name of Agni does not stand at the beginning of the hymn. But here, a worshipper obtains proper food at once. He strikes down evil at once. Through the words occurring in the second foot of the first verse, Hasta Jyoti Janayanta, they caused the birth of Agni by moving their arms. The hymn becomes endowed with the word birth. Verily, the sacrificer is born from this day of the sacrifice, and therefore the hymn is endowed with the word birth. There are 4 metrical feet in the Trishtubh verses of the hymn. Verily, cattle have 4 feet, therefore they serve for the gaining of cattle. There are 3 metrical feet in the Viraj verses of this hymn. Verily, 3 are these threefold worlds, therefore they serve for the conquest of the worlds. These, the Trishtubh and Viraj verses of the hymn, form 2 meters which form a support. Pratishta. Verily, man is supported by 2 feet, cattle by 4 feet. Therefore, this hymn places the sacrificer who stands on 2 feet among cattle which stand on 4. By saying them straight on, there are 25 verses in this hymn. Man also consists of 25. There are 10 fingers on his hands, 10 toes on his feet, 2 legs, 2 arms, and the trunk, Atman, the 25th. He adorns that trunk, the 25th, by this hymn. And then this day of the sacrifice consists of 25. and the stoma hymn of that day consists of 25 verses. It becomes the same through the same. Therefore, these two, the day and the hymn, are 25. These 25 verses, by repeating the first thrice and the last thrice, become 30 less 1. This is the Viraj verse, consisting of 30 syllables, 2 small by 1. Into the small heart the vital spirits are placed. Into the small stomach food is placed. Therefore, this Viraj, small by 1, serves for the obtainment of those desires. He who knows this obtains those desires. The verses contained in the hymn Agnim Narodihidibi becomes the Brihati meter and the Viraj meter. They become the perfection which belongs to that day, the Mahavrata. Then they also become Anushtubh, for the offerings of Agnya, ghee, dwell in the Anushtubhs. Third Khanda. Some say, let him take a Gayatri hymn for the Prayuga. Verily, Gayatri is brightness and glory of countenance, and thus the sacrificer becomes bright and glorious. Others say, let him take a Ushni hymn for the Prayuga. Verily, the Ushni is life, and thus the sacrificer has a long life. Others say, let him take an Anushtubh hymn for the Prayuga. Verily, Anushtubh is valor, and it serves for obtaining valor. Others say, let him take a Brihati hymn for the Prayuga. Verily, Brihati is fortune, and thus the sacrificer becomes fortunate. Others say, let him take a Pankti hymn for the Prayuga. Verily, Pankti is food, and thus the sacrificer becomes rich in food. Others say, let him take a Tristubh hymn for the Prayuga. Verily, Tristubh is strength, and thus the sacrificer becomes strong. Others say, let him take a Gakati hymn for the Prayuga. Verily, cattle is Gakati-like, and thus the sacrificer becomes rich in cattle. But we say, let him take a Gayatri hymn only. Verily, Gayatri is Brahman, and that day the Mahavrata is for the attainment of Brahman. Thus he obtains Brahman by means of Brahman, and it must be a Gayatri hymn by Madhu Khandas. For Madhu Khandas is called Madhu Khandas because he wishes Khandati for honey, Madhu for the rishis. Now food verily is honey. All is honey. All desires are honey. And thus, if he recites the hymn of Madhu Khandas, it serves for the attainment of all desires. He who knows this obtains all desires. This Gayatri Prayuga, according to the one-day Ekta ceremonial, is perfect in form. On that day, the Mahavrata, much is done now and then, which has to be hidden and has to be atoned for by recitation of hymns. Atonement, Santi, is rest, the one-day sacrifice. Therefore, at the end of the year, on the last day but one of the sacrifice, that lasts a whole year, the sacrificers rest on this atonement as their rest. He who knows this rests firm, and they also for whom a Hotri priest who knows this recites this hymn. Fourth Khanda. Vayu ayahi darstame soma aram krita. Approach, O Vayu conspicuous, these somas have been made ready. Because the word ready occurs in these verses, therefore is this day of the sacrifice ready and auspicious for the sacrificer and for the gods. Yes, this day is ready and auspicious to him who knows this, or for whom a Hotri priest who knows this recites. Indra Vayu ime suta ayatam Upanishkrutam. Indra and Vayu, these somas are prepared. Come hither towards what has been prepared. By Nishkrita, prepared, he means what has been well prepared. Samaskrita. Indra and Vayu go to what has been prepared by him who knows this, or for whom a Hotri priest who knows this recites. Mitram huve putadaksham diyam gritakim sadanta. I call Mitra of holy strength, he and Varuna. They fulfill the prayer accompanied with clarified butter. Verily, speech is the prayer accompanied with clarified butter. Speech is given to him who knows this, or for whom a Hotri priest who knows this recites. Asvina yajvarir isha. O Ashvino, eat the sacrificial offerings. Verily, the sacrificial offerings are food, and this serves for the requirement of food. Aya yatam rudravartani. Come hither, ye rudravartani. The Ashvino go to the sacrifice of him who knows this, or for whom a Hotri priest who knows this recites. Indra yahi kitribano, Indra yahi diyeshita, Indra yahi tutujana. Come hither, Indra of bright splendor. Come hither, Indra, called by prayer. Come hither, Indra, quickly. Thus he recites, come hither, come hither. Indra comes to the sacrifice of him who knows this, or for whom a Hotri priest who knows this recites. Omasas jarshani drito visve devasagata. Visve devas, protectors, supporters of men, come hither. Verily, the Visve devas come to the call of him who knows this, or for whom a Hotri priest who knows this recites. Davamso dasuha sutam. Come ye givers of the liberation of the giver. By dasuha he means dadusha, that is, to the liberation of everyone that gives. The gods fulfill his wish with whatever wish he recites this verse. The wish of him who knows this, or for whom a Hotri priest who knows this recites. Pavakana Saraswati Yajnam Vastu Dihiya Vasu. May the holy Saraswati accept our sacrifice rich in prayer. Speech is meant by rich in prayer. Speech is given to him who knows this, or for whom a Hotri priest who knows this recites. And when he says, may she accept our sacrifice, what he means is, may she carry off our sacrifice. If these verses are recited straight on, they are 21. Man also consists of 21. There are 10 fingers on his hands, 10 toes on his feet, and the trunk the 21st. He adorns that trunk, the 21st, by this hymn. By repeating the first and the last verses thrice, they become 25. The trunk is the 25th, and Prajapati is the 25th. There are 10 fingers on his hands, 10 toes on his feet, 2 legs, 2 arms, and the trunk the 25th. He adorns that trunk, the 25th, by this hymn. Now this day consists of 25, and the stoma hymn of that day consists of 25. It becomes the same through the same. Therefore, these two, the day and the hymn, are 25. 25. Second Adhyaya, first Kanda. The two trikas, Atavaratam Yatahotaye and idam vaso sutam mandha, from the first pratipad and the second anukara of the Marutvathiya hymn, both as belonging to the one-day ceremonial, are perfect in form. On that day much is done now and then which has to be hidden and has to be atoned for. Atonement is rest, the one-day sacrifice. Therefore, at the end of the year, the sacrificers rest on this atonement as their rest. He who knows this rests firm, and they also for whom a Hotri priest who knows this recites this hymn. In the second verse of the Pragatha, Indra Nediya ed idhi prasutira sachibir yeta ukthina, there occurs the word ukthina, reciters of hymns. Verily, this day the Mahavrata is an ukta hymn, and as endowed with an ukta, the form of this day is perfect. In the first verse of another Pragatha, the word vira, strong, occurs, and as endowed with the word vira, strong, the form of this day is perfect. In the second verse of another Pragatha, the word suviryam, strength, occurs, and as endowed with the word suvirya, strength, the form of this day is perfect. In the first verse of another Pragatha, the word uktayam, to be hymned, occurs. Verily, this day is an ukta, and as endowed with an ukta, the form of this day is perfect. In the Daiva verse Agni Netha, the word Viritra, killer of Viritra, occurs. The killing of Viritra is a form character of Indra. This day the Mahavrata belongs to Indra, and this is the perfect form of that day. In the Dhaya verse, Tvam Soma Kratubi Sukartur Bhu, the word Vrisha, powerful, occurs. Powerful is a form character of Indra. This day belongs to Indra, and this is the perfect form of that day. In the Dhaya verse, Pinvanti Apa, the word Vajinam, endowed with food, occurs. Endowed with food is a form character of Indra. This day belongs to Indra, and this is the perfect form of that day. In the same verse, the word Stanayantam, thundering, occurs. Endowed with thundering is a form character of Indra. This day belongs to Indra, and this is the perfect form of that day. In the Prajatha Prava Indraya Brihate, the word Brihat occurs. Verily, Brihat is Mahat, great, and as endowed with Mahat, great, the form of this day, Mahavrata, is perfect. In the Prajatha Brihad Indraya Gayata, the word Brihat occurs. Verily, Brihat is Mahat, great, and as endowed with Mahat, the form of this day is perfect. In the Pragatha, Naki Sudaso Ratham Pari Asana Riramad, the words Paryasa, he moved around, and Na Riramad, he did not enjoy, occur. And as endowed with the words Paryasta and Ranti, the form of this day is perfect. He recites all these Pragathas in order to obtain all the days of the sacrifice, all the Uktas, all the Parishtas, all the Sastras, all the Pragayugas, and all the Savanas, libations. Second Kanda. He recites the hymn Asat Su Mi Garit Sabhi Vega, and in it the word Satyavritam, the destroyer of truth. Verily, that day is truth, and as endowed with the word Satya, truth, the form of this day is perfect. That hymn is composed by Vasukra. Verily, Vasukra is Brahman, and that day is Brahman. Thus he obtains Brahman by means of Brahman. Here they say, why then is that Marutvatya hymn completed by the hymn of Vasukra? Surely because no other rishi but Vasukra brought out a Marutvatya hymn or divided it properly. Therefore, that Marutvatya hymn is completed by the hymn of Vasukra. That hymn, Asat Sumi, is not definitely addressed to any deity and is therefore supposed to be addressed to Prajapati. Verily, Prajapati is infinite, and therefore the hymn serves to win Prajapati. Once in the hymn, he defines Indra, Indraya Sunvat. Therefore, it does not fall off from its form as connected with Indra. He recites that hymn, Piba Somam Abhiyam Ugra Tharda. In the verse, Urvam Gavyam Mahi Grinana Indra, the word Mahi, great, occurs. Endowed with the word Mahat, the form of this day is perfect. That hymn is composed by Bharadvaja, and Bharadvaja was he who knew most, who lived longest, and performed the greatest austerities among the rishis. And by this hymn he drove away evil. Therefore, if he recites the hymn of Bharadvaja, then after having driven away evil, he becomes learned, long-lived, and full of austerities. He recites the hymn Kaya Subha Sabayasa Sanila. In the verse Asasate Prati Harayanti Ukta, the word Ukta occurs. Verily, that day the Mahavrata is Ukta, hymn. Endowed with the word Ukta, the form of this day becomes perfect. That hymn is called Kaya Subhiya. Verily, that hymn, which is called Kaya Subhiya, is a mutual understanding, and it is lasting. By means of it, Indra, Agastya, and the Maruts came to a mutual understanding. Therefore, if he recites the Kaya Subhiya hymn, it serves for mutual understanding. The same hymn is also long life. Therefore, if the sacrificer is dear to the Hotri, let him recite the Kaya Subhiya hymn for him. He recites the hymn Marutvan Indra Varishabho Ranya. In it, the words Indra Varishabha, powerful, occur. Verily, powerful is the form of Indra. This day belongs to Indra, and this is the perfect form of that day. That hymn is composed by Viswamitra. Verily, Viswamitra was a friend, Mitra, of all Viswa. Everybody is a friend of him who knows this, and for whom a Hotri priest who knows this recites this hymn. The next hymn, Janishta Ugra Sahase Turaya, forms the Nividhana, and according to the one-day Ekata ceremonial is perfect in form. On that day, much is done now and then which has to be hidden, and has to be atoned for by recitation of hymns. Atonement is rest, the one-day sacrifice. Therefore, at the end of the year, on the last day but one of the sacrifice that lasts a whole year, the sacrificers rest on this atonement as their rest. He who knows this rests firm, and they also for whom a Hotri priest who knows this recites this hymn. These he recited straight on, or 97 verses. The 90 or 3 viraj, each consisting of 30, and then the 7 verses which are over. Whatever is the praise of the 7 is the praise of 90 also. By repeating the first and last verses 3 times each, they become 101 verses. There are 5 fingers of 4 joints each, 2 pits in the elbow and the arm, the eye, the shoulder blade. This makes 25. The other 3 parts have likewise 25 each. That makes 100. On the trunk is the 101st. 100 is life, health, strength, brightness. The sacrificer as the 101st rests in life, health, strength, and brightness. These verses become Trishtubh, for the noonday libation consists of Trishtubh verses. Third Khanda. They say, what is the meaning of Prenka, swing? Verily, he is the swing who blows the wind. He indeed goes forward, pra plus inkate, in these worlds, and that is why the swing is called Prenka. Some say that there should be 1 plank, because the wind blows in one way, and it should be like the wind. That is not to be regarded. Some say there should be 3 planks, because there are these 3 threefold worlds, and it should be like them. That is not to be regarded. Let there be 2, for these 2 worlds, the earth and heaven, are seen as if most real, while the ether space between the 2 is the sky, antariksha. Therefore, let there be 2 planks. Let them be made of udumbra wood. Verily, the udumbra tree is sap and eatable food, and thus it serves to obtain sap and eatable food. Let them be elevated in the middle, between the earth and the cross beam. Food, if placed in the middle, delights man, and thus he places the sacrificer in the middle of eatable food. There are 2 kinds of rope, twisted towards the right and twisted towards the left. The right rope serve for some animals, the left ropes for others. If there are both kinds of rope, they serve for the attainment of both kinds of cattle. Let them be made of dharba, kusa, grass, for among plants dharba is free from evil. Therefore, they should be made of dharba grass. Fourth Khanda. Some say, let the swing be 1 ell, arantni, above the ground, for by that measure, verily, the Swarga worlds are measured. That is not to be regarded. Others say, let it be 1 span, pradesa, for by that measure, verily, the vital airs were measured. That is not to be regarded. Let it be 1 fist, mushti, for by that measure, verily, all eatable food is made, and by that measure all eatable food is taken. Therefore let it be one fist above the ground. They say, let him mount the swing from east to west, like he who shines. For the sun mounts these worlds from east to west. That is not to be regarded. Others say, let him mount the swing sideways, for people mount a horse sideways, thinking that thus they will obtain all desires. That is not to be regarded. They say, let him mount the swing from behind, for people mount a ship from behind, and this swing is a ship in which to go to heaven. Therefore, let him mount it from behind. Let him touch the swing with his chin. Kubuka. The parrot Suka thus mounts a tree, and he is of all birds the one who eats most food. Therefore, let him touch it with his chin. Let him mount the swing with his arms. The hawk sweeps thus on birds and on trees, and he is of all birds the strongest. Therefore, let him mount with his arms. Let him not withdraw one foot, the right or left, from the earth, for fear that he may lose his hold. The Hotri mounts the swing. The Udgatri, the seat made of Udumbra wood. The swing is masculine, the seat feminine, and they form a union. Thus he makes a union at the beginning of the Ukta in order to get offspring. He who knows this gets offspring and cattle. Next, the swing is food, the seat fortune. Thus he mounts and obtains food and fortune. The Hotrakas, the Prasistri, Brahmana, Kamsin, Potri, Neshtri, Agnidra, and Akavaka, together with the Brahman, sit down on cushions made of grass, reeds, leaves, etc. Plants and trees, after they have grown up, bear fruit. Thus, if the priests mount on that day altogether on their seats, they mount on solid and fluid as their proper food. Therefore, this serves for the attainment of solid as proper food. Some say, let him descend after saying Vasat. That is not to be regarded. For verily that respect is not shown which is shown to one who does not see it. Others say, let him descend after he has taken the food in his hand. That is not to be regarded. For verily that respect is not shown which is shown to one after he has approached quite close. Let him descend after he has seen the food. For verily that is real respect which is shown to one when he sees it. Only after having actually seen the food that is brought to the sacrifice, let him descend from the swing. Let him descend turning towards the east, for in the east the seed of the gods springs up. Therefore, let him rise turning towards the east, turning towards the east. Third Adhyaya, First Kanda. Let him begin this day with singing hymn. Thus they say, verily the sound hymn is Brahman. That day also is Brahman. He who knows this obtains Brahman even by Brahman. As he begins with the sound hymn, surely that masculine sound of hymn and the feminine rik verse make a couple. Thus he makes a couple at the beginning of the hymn in order to get offspring. He who knows this gets cattle and offspring. Or, as he begins with the sound hymn, surely like a wooden spade, so the sound hymn serves to dig up Brahman, the sap of the Veda. And as a man wishes to dig up any, even the hardest soil, with a spade, thus he digs up Brahman. He who knows this digs up, by means of the sound hymn, everything he may desire. If he begins with the sound hymn, that sound is the holding apart of divine and human speech. Therefore, he who begins after having uttered the sound hymn holds apart divine and human speech. Second Kanda. And here they ask, what is the beginning of this day? Let him say, mind and speech. All desires dwell in the one mind, the other yields all desires. All desires dwell in the mind, for with the mind he conceives all desires. All desires come to him who knows this. Speech yields all desires, for with speech he declares all his desires. Speech yields all desires to him who knows this. Here they say, let him not begin this day with a rik, a yajus, or a saman verse, divine speech, for it is said, he should not start with a rik, a ajus, or a saman. Therefore, let him say these vayagritis, sacred interjections, first. These interjections, bhus, bhuvas, sava, or the three Vedas. Bhus, the Rig Veda; Bhuvas, the Yajur Veda; Sava, the Sama Veda. Therefore, by intercalating these, he does not begin simply with a Rik, Yajus, or Saman verse. He does not start with a Rik, Yajus, or Saman verse. Third Kanda. He begins with third. This, the first word of the first hymn, Thad id asa. Verily, this is food, and thus he obtains food. Prajapati indeed uttered this as the first word, consisting of one or two syllables, namely Tata and Tata, or Tat. And thus does a child, as soon as he begins to speak, utter the word consisting of one or two syllables, namely Tata and Tata, or Tat. With this very word consisting of Tat or Tata, he begins. This has been said by a rishi. O Brihaspati, the first point of speech, for this is the first and highest point of speech, that which you have uttered, making it a name, for names are made by speech. That name which was the best and without a flaw, for this is the best and without a flaw. That which was hidden by their love is made manifest, for this was hidden in the body, namely those deities which enter the body, Agni as voice entering the mouth, etc. And that was manifest among the gods in heaven. This is what was intended by the verse. Fourth Kanda. He begins with, that indeed was the oldest in the worlds, for that the Brahman is verily the oldest in the worlds. Whence was born the force one, endowed with brilliant force, for from it was born the fierce one, who is endowed with brilliant force. When born, he at once destroys the enemies, for he at once, when born, struck down the evil one. He after whom all friends rejoice, verily, all friends are the creatures, and they rejoice after him, saying, He has risen, he has risen. Growing by strength, the Almighty, for he, the Son, does grow by strength, the Almighty. He as enemy causes fear to the slave, for everything is afraid of him. Taking the breathing and the not breathing, this means living and the lifeless. Whatever has been offered at feasts came to thee. This means everything is in thy power. All turn their thoughts also on thee. This means all these things, all minds, all thoughts also turn to thee. When these two become three protectors, that is, when these two united beget offspring, he who knows this gets offspring and cattle. Join what is sweeter than sweet, offspring, with the sweet, the parents. For the couple, father and mother, is sweet, the offspring is sweet, and he thus joins the offspring with the couple. And this, the son when married, being very sweet, conquered through the sweet. That is, the couple is sweet, the offspring is sweet, and thus through the couple he conquers offspring. This is declared by a rishi. Because he, Prajapati, raised his body, the hymn Tad id asa, or the Veda in general, in the body of the sacrificer. Therefore, that Nishkavelya hymn is praised. That is, this body consisting of the Veda in that corporal form of the sacrificer. Then let this body indeed be the medicine of that body. That is, this body consisting of the Veda of that corporal form of the sacrificer. Of this, the 8 syllables are Gayatri, the 11 syllables are Trishtubh, and 12 syllables are Gagati. The 10 syllables are Viraj. The Viraj, consisting of 10 syllables, rests in these 3 meters. The word Purusha, consisting of 3 syllables, that indeed goes into the Viraj. Verily, these are all meters, these Gayatri, Trishtubh, Gagati, having the Viraj as the 4th. In this manner, this day is complete in all meters to him who knows this. 5th Kanda. He extends these verses by interpolating the sound. Verily, the sound is Purusha, man. Therefore, every man, when he speaks, sounds loud, as it were. At the end of each foot of the first verse of the hymn, Tad id asa, he inserts 1 foot of the second verse of hymn, Nadam va Odadinam, etc. Thus, the verse is to be recited as follows. Tad id asa bhuvaneshu jayeshtham punadam va odadinam yado jajna ugras tvesha nirimno runadam yoyuvadinam Sadhyo jajano nirinati satrun patim vo agneyanam anuyam visve madani umah sho dedi yunam ishudiyasi. In Nadam va Odadinam, Odati are the waters in heaven, for they water all this, and they are the waters in the mouth, for they water all good food. In Nadam Yoyovadinam, Yoyuvadi are the waters in the sky, for they seem to inundate, and they are the waters of perspiration, for they seem to run continually. In Patim vo Agniyanam, Agnaya are the waters which spring from the smoke of fire, and they are the waters which spring from the organ. In Denunam Ishduyasi, the Denu cows are the waters, for they delight all this. The Ishduyasi means thou art food. He extends the Tristub and an Anustub. Tristub is the man, Anustub his wife, and they make a couple. Therefore does a man, after having found a wife, consider himself a more perfect man. These verses, by repeating the first 3 times, become 25. The trunk is the 25th, and Prajapati is the 25th. There are 10 fingers on his hands, 10 toes on his feet, 2 legs, 2 arms, and the trunk the 25th. He adorns that trunk as the 25th. Now this day consists of 25, and the stoma hymn of that day consists of 25. It becomes the same through the same. Therefore the two, the day and the hymn, are 25. 6th Kanda. This is an exact repetition of the 3rd Kanda. According to the commentator, the 3rd Kanda was intended for the glory of the first word thad, while the 6th is intended for the glory of the whole hymn. 7th Kanda. He begins with the hymn Tad id asa bhuvaneshu jayeshtham. Verily Jayeshtha, the oldest, is Mahat, great. Endowed with Mahat, the form of this day is perfect. Then follows the hymn Tam Suthe Kritam Maghavan Mahitva, with the auspicious word Mahitva. Then follows the hymn Bhuya id Vavaridhe Viryaya, with the auspicious word Virya. Then follows the hymn Nirnam Uttva Nirithamam Gobhir Ukthaya, with the auspicious word Uktha. He extends the first 2 padas, which are too small, by 1 syllable. Into the small heart the vital spirits are placed, into the small stomach food is placed. It serves for the attainment of these desires. He who knows this obtains these desires. The 2 feet, each consisting of 10 syllables, serve for the gaining of both kinds of food, of what has feet, animal food, and what has no feet, vegetable food. They come to the 18 syllables each. Of those which are 10, 9 are the pranas, openings of the body. The 10th is the vital self. This is the perfection of the vital self. 8 syllables remain in each. He who knows them obtains whatever he desires. 8th Kanda. He extends these verses by interpolating the sound. Verily, breath, prana, is sound. Therefore, every breath, when it sounds loud as it were. The verse Nadam, Va Oditnam, etc. is by its syllables an Ushni, by its feet an Anustub. Ushni is life, Anustub speech. He thus places life and speech in him, the sacrificer. By repeating the first verse 3 times, they become 25. The trunk is the 25th, and Prajapati is the 25th. There are 10 fingers on his hands, 10 toes on his feet, 2 legs, 2 arms, and the trunk the 25th. He adorns that trunk as the 25th. Now this day consists of 25, and the stoma hymn of that day consists of 25. It becomes the same through the same. Therefore the two, the day and the hymn, are 25. This is the 25th with regard to the body. Next, with regard to the deities, the eye, the ear, the mind, speech and breath. These 5 deities' powers have entered into that person, Purusha, and that person entered into the 5 deities. He is wholly pervaded there, with his limbs to the very hairs and nails. Therefore all beings, to the very insects, are born as pervaded by the deities or senses. This has been declared by a rishi. 1,000-fold are these 15 hymns, for 5 arise from 10. As large as heaven and earth, so large is it. Verily, the self, Jivatman, is as large as heaven and earth. 1,000-fold are the 1,000 powers. By saying this, the poet pleases the hymns, the senses, and magnifies them. As far as Brahman reaches, so far reaches speech. Wherever there is Brahman, there is a word, and wherever there is a word, there is Brahman. This was intended. The first of the hymns among all those hymns has 9 verses. Verily, there are 9 pranas openings, and it serves for their benefit. Then follows a hymn of 6 verses. Verily, the seasons are 6, and it serves to obtain them. Then follows a hymn of 5 verses. Verily, the pankti consists of 5 feet. Verily, pankti is food, and it serves for the gaining of proper food. Then follows a trisht. There are these 3-fold words, and it serves to conquer them. These verses become brihatis, that meter being immortal, leading to the world of the devas. That body of verses is the trunk of the bird represented by the whole Shastra, and thus it is. He who knows this comes by this way, by making the verses the trunk of the bird, near to the immortal self. Yeah, to the immortal self. 4th Adhyaya, 1st Kanda. Next comes the Sudha Dohas verse. Sudha Dohas is breath, and thereby he joins all joints with breath. Next follow the neck verses. They recite them as Ushni, according to their meter. Next comes again the Sudha Dohas verse. Sudha Dohas is breath, and thereby he joins all joints with breath. Next follows the head, that is in Gayatri verses. The Gayatri is the beginning of all meters, the head the first of all members. It is in Arkavat verses. Arka is Agni. They are 9 verses. The head consists of 9 pieces. He recites the 10th verse, and that is the skin and the hairs on the head. It serves for reciting 1 verse more than the 9 verses contained in the stoma. These form the Trivritti stoma and the Gayatri meter, and whatever there exists, all this is produced after the production of the stoma and this meter. Therefore, the recitation of these head hymns serves for production. He who knows this gets offspring and cattle. Next comes the Sudha Dohas verse. Verily, the Sudadohas is breath, and thereby he joins all joints with breath. Next follow the vertebrae of the bird. These verses are Viraj, shining. Therefore man says to man, Thou shinest above us, or to a stiff and proud man, Thou carriest thy neck stiff. Or because the vertebrae of the neck run close together, they are taken to be the best food, for Viraj is food, and food is strength. Next comes the Sudadohas verse. Sudadohas is breath, and thereby he joins all joints with breath. Second Kanda. Next follows the right wing. It is this world, the earth, it is this Agni, it is speech, it is Ratantara, it is Vashistha, it is 100. These are the 6 powers of the right wing. The Sampatha hymn serves indeed for obtaining desires and for firmness. The Panki verse serves for proper food. Next comes the Sudadohas verse. Sudadohas is breath, thereby he joins all joints with breath. Next follows the left wing. It is that world, heaven, it is that sun, it is mind, it is the Brahat, it is Bharadvaja, it is 100. These are the 6 powers of the left wing. The Sampatha hymn serves indeed for obtaining desires and for firmness. The Panki verse serves for proper food. These two, the right and the left wings, are deficient and excessive. The Brihat, the left wing, is man. The Ratantara, the right wing, is woman. The excess belongs to the man, the deficiency to the woman. Therefore, they are deficient and excessive. Now the left wing of a bird is verily by 1 feather better. Therefore, the left wing is larger by 1 verse. Next comes the Sudadohas verse. Sudadohas is breath, and thereby he joins all joints with breath. Next follows the tail. They are 21 Divipada verses, for there are 21 backward feathers in a bird. Then the Ekavimsa is the supporter of all stomas, and the tail the support of all birds. He recites a 22nd verse. This is made the form of 2 supports. Therefore all birds support themselves on their tail, and having supported themselves on their tail, they fly up, for the tail is a support. He, the bird, and the hymn is supported by 2 decades, which are Viraj. The man, the sacrificer, is supported by the 2 Divipadas, the 21st and 22nd. That which forms the bird serves for the attainment of all desires. That which forms the man serves for his happiness, glory, proper food, and honor. Next comes a Sudadohas verse, then a Dhaya, then a Sudadohas verse. The Sudadohas is a man, the Dhaya a woman. Therefore, he recites the Dhaya as embraced on both sides by the Sudadohas. Therefore does the seed of both, when it is effused, obtain oneness, and this with regard to the woman only. Hence birth takes place in and from the woman. Therefore he recites that Dhaya in that place. Third Kanda. He recites the 80 Trishtish of Gayatris. Verily, the 80 Gayatri Trishtish are this world, earth. Whatever there is in this world of glory, greatness, wives, food, and honor, may I obtain it, may I win it, may it be mine. Next comes the Sudadoha's verse. Sudadohas verily is breath. He joins this world with breath. He recites the 80 Tristis of Brihatis. Verily the 80 Brihati Tristis are the world of the sky. Whatever there is in the world of the sky, of glory, greatness, wives, food and honor, may I obtain it, may I win it, may it be mine. Next comes the Sudadohas verse. Sudadohas verily is breath. He joins the world of the sky with breath. He recites the 80 Tristis of Ushni. Verily the 80 Ushni Tristis are that world, the heaven. Whatever there is in that world of glory, greatness, wives, food and honor, also the divine being of the Devas, Brahman, may I obtain it, may I win it, may it be mine. Next comes the Sudadoha's verse. Sudadohas verily is the breath. He joins that world with breath, with breath. Fifth Adhyaya, first Kanda. He recites the Vasa hymn, wishing, may everything be in my power. Its verses are 21. For 21 are the parts, the lungs, spleen, etc. in the belly. Then the Ekavimsa is verily the support of all stomas, and the belly the support of all food. They consist of different meters. Verily the intestines are confused, some small, some large. He recites them with the pranava according to the meter and according to rule. Verily the intestines are according to rule, as it were, some shorter, some longer. Next comes the Sudadoha's verse. Sudadohas verily is breath. He joins the joints with breath. After having recited that verse 12 times, he leaves it off there. These pranas are verily 12-fold, 7 in the head, 2 on the breast, 3 below. In these 12 places the pranas are contained. There they are perfect. Therefore he leaves it off there. The hymn Indragni Yuvam Suna forms the 2 thighs of the bird, belonging to Indra and Agni, the 2 supporters with broad bones. These verses consist of 6 feet, so that they may stand firm. Man stands firm on 2 feet, animals on 4. He thus places man, the sacrificer, standing on 2 feet among 4-footed cattle. The second verse has 7 feet, and he makes it into a Gayatri and Anustubh. Gayatri is Brahman, Anustubh is speech, and he thus puts together speech with Brahman. He recites a Tristubh at the end. Tristubh is strength, and thus does he come round animals by strength. Therefore animals come near where there is strength of command, etc. They come to be roused and to rise up. They obey the commands of a strong shepherd. Second Kanda. When he recites the Nishkevalya hymn addressed to Indra, Pravo Mahe, he inserts a nivid between the 4th and 5th verses. Thus he clearly places strength in himself, in the Shastra, in the bird, in himself. They are Tristubhs and Gagatis. There they say, why does he insert a nivid among mixed Tristubhs and Gagatis? But surely 1 meter would never support the nivid of this day, nor fill it. Therefore he inserts the nivid among mixed Tristubhs and Gagatis. Let him know that this day has 3 nivids. The Vasa hymn is the Nivid. The Valakilyas are a Nivid, and the Nivid itself is a Nivid. Thus let him know that day as having 3 Nivids. Then follow the hymns of Vane Nava and Yogata Eva. In the 4th verse of the former hymn occurs the words Anne Samsaya Yad Asan Manisha, and they serve for the winning of proper food. Then comes an insertion. As many Tristubh and Gakati verses taken from the 10 mandalas and addressed to Indra, as they insert between the 2 above mentioned hymns, after changing them into Brihatis, so many years do they live beyond the usual age of 100 years. By this insertion, age is obtained. After that, he recites the Saganiya hymn, wishing that cattle may always come to his offspring. Then he recites the Tarksha hymn. Tarksha is verily welfare, and the hymn leads to welfare. Thus, by reciting the hymn, he fares well. Then he recites the Ekapada, Indro Visvam Virajati, wishing, may I be everything at once, and may I thus finish the whole work of meters. In reciting the hymn, Indram Visva Avivridhan, he intertwines the first 7 verses by intertwining their feet. There are 7 pranas, openings in the head, and thus he places 7 pranas in the head. The 8th verse, half verse, he does not intertwine. The 8th is speech, and he thinks, may my speech never be intertwined with the other pranas. Speech, therefore, though dwelling in the same abode as the other pranas, is not intertwined with them. He recites the Viraj verses. Verily, Viraj verses are food, and they thus serve for the gaining of food. He ends with a hymn of Vasishta, wishing, may I be Vasishta. But let him end with the 5th verse. Isha Stomo Maha Ugraya Vahe, which, possessing the word Mahat, is auspicious. In the 2nd foot of the 5th verse, the word Dri occurs. Verily, Dhu, the place where the horse is fastened to the car, is the end of the car. This day also is the end of the sacrifice, which lasts a whole year. Thus, the verse is fit for the day. In the 3rd foot, Arka is auspicious. The last foot is, make our glory high as heaven over heaven. Thus, wherever Brahmanic speech is uttered, there his glory will be, when he who knows this finishes with that verse. Therefore, let a man who knows this finish the Nishkevalya with that verse. 3rd Khanda, Tat Savitur Virinimahe and Adya No Deva Savitar are the beginning Pratipad and the next step Anukkara of the Visva Deva hymn, taken from the Ekaha ceremonial and therefore proper. On that day, much is done now and then which is to be hidden and has to be atoned for. Atonement is rest, the one-day sacrifice. Therefore, at the end of the year, the sacrificers rest on this atonement as their rest. He who knows this rests firm, and they also for whom a Hotri priest who knows this recites this hymn. Then follows the hymn addressed to Savitri. Tad Devasya Savitur Varyam Mahat. Verily, Mahat, great, in this foot is the end. This day too is the end. Thus the verse is fit for the day. The hymn Katara Purva Katara Parayo, addressed to Daiva Prithvi, is one in which many verses have the same ending. Verily, this day also the Mahavrata is one in which many recite the same reward. Thus it is fit for the day. The hymn Anasavo Gato Anubashur Ukthaya is addressed to the Ribhus. In the first verse, the word Tri Kakra occurs, and Trivat is verily the end. This day also is the end of the sacrifice. Thus the verse is fit for the day. The hymn Asya Vamasya Palitasya Hotu, addressed to the Visvadevas, is multiform. This day also is multiform. Thus the verse is fit for the day. He recites the end of it, beginning with Gaurir Mimaya. The hymn Ano Badra Kartavoyantu Vishvatha, addressed to the Vishvadevas, forms the Nividhana taken from the Ekatha ceremonial, and therefore proper. On that day, much is done now and then which has to be hidden and has to be atoned for. Atonement is rest, the one-day sacrifice. Therefore, at the end of the year, the sacrificers rest on this atonement as their rest. He who knows this rests firm, and they also for whom a Hotri priest who knows this recites this hymn. The hymn Vishvanarayana Dishanam Rita Vridhe forms the beginning of the Agni Maruta. Dishana thought is verily the end. This day also is the end. Thus it is fit for the day. The hymn Paragyavo Maruto Bragadrishtaya, addressed to the Maruts, is one in which many verses have the same ending. Verily, this day also is one in which many receive the same reward. Thus it is fit for the day. He recites the verse Gata Vedase Sunavama Somam, addressed to Gata Vedas, before the next following hymn. That verse addressed to Gata Vedas is verily welfare and leads to welfare. Thus, by reciting it, he fares well. The hymn Imam Stomam Arhate Gata Vedase, addressed to the Gata Vedas, is one in which many verses have the same ending. Verily, this day also the Mahavrata is one in which many receive the same reward. Thus it is fit for the day. It is fit for the day. End of First Aranyaka. First Adhyaya, First Kanda. This is the path, this sacrifice, and this Brahman. This is the true. Let no man swerve from it. Let no man transgress it. For the old sages did not transgress it, and those who did transgress became lost. This has been declared by a Rishi. 3 classes of people transgressed. Others settled down round about the venerable Agni fire. The great sun stood in the midst of the worlds. The blowing Vayu air entered the Harats, the dawns or the ends of the earth. When he says 3 classes of people transgressed, the 3 classes of people who transgressed are what we see here on earth, born again, as birds, trees, herbs, and serpents. When he says, others settle down round about the venerable, he means those who now sit down to worship Agni, fire. When he says, the Great stood in the midst of the worlds. The Great One in the midst of the world is meant for this Aditya, the sun. When he says, the blowing entered the Harits, he means that Vayu, the air, the purifier, entered all the corners of the earth. Second Kanda. People say Ukta, Ukta, hymns, hymns, without knowing what Ukta, hymn, means. The hymn is truly to be considered as the earth, for from it all whatsoever exists arises. The object of its praise is Agni, and the 80 verses of the hymn are food, for by means of food one obtains everything. The hymn is truly the sky, for the birds fly along the sky and men drive following the sky. The object of its praise is Vayu, air, and the 80 verses of the hymn are food, for by means of food one obtains everything. The hymn is truly the heaven, for from its gift rain all whatsoever exists arises. The object of its praise is Aditya, the sun, and the 80 verses are food, for by means of food one obtains everything. So much with reference to the gods, mythological. Now with reference to man, physiological. The hymn is truly man. He is great. He is Prajapati. Let him think, I am the hymn. The hymn is his mouth, as before in the case of the earth. The object of its praise is speech, and the 80 verses of the hymn are food, for by means of food he obtains everything. The hymn is the nostrils, as before in the case of the sky. The object of its praise is breath, and the 80 verses of the hymn are food, for by means of food he obtains everything. The slight bent at the root of the nose is, as it were, the place of the brilliant Aditya, the sun. The hymn is the forehead, as before in the case of heaven. The object of its praise is the eye, and the 80 verses of the hymn are food, for by means of food he obtains everything. The 80 verses of the hymn are alike food with reference to the gods as well as with reference to man, for all these beings breathe and live by means of food indeed. By food given in alms, etc., he conquers this world. By food given in sacrifice, he conquers the other. Therefore, the 80 verses of the hymn are alike food with reference to the gods as well as with reference to man. All this that is food and all this that consumes food is only the earth, for from the earth arises all whatever there is. And all that goes hence dies on earth, heaven consumes it all, and all that goes thence returns from heaven to a new life, the earth consumes it all. That earth is thus both food and consumer. He also, the true worshipper, who meditates on himself as being the Ukta, is both consumer and consumed, subject and object. No one possesses that which he does not eat, or the things which do not eat him. Third Kanda. Next follows the origin of seed. The seed of Prajapati are the Devas, gods. The seed of the Devas is rain. The seed of rain are herbs. The seed of herbs is food. The seed of food is seed. The seed of seed are creatures. The seed of creatures is the heart. The seed of the heart is the mind. The seed of the mind is speech, Veda. The seed of speech is action, sacrifice. The action done in a former state is this man, the abode of Brahman. He, man, consists of food, Ira, and because he consists of food, Iramaya, he consists of gold, Hiranmaya. He who knows this becomes golden in the other world and is seen as golden as the sun for the benefit of all beings. Fourth Kanda. Brahman in the shape of prana, breath, entered into that man by the tips of his feet, and because Brahman entered prapadyata into that man by the tips of his feet, therefore people call them the tips of the feet, prapada, but hooves and claws in other animals. Then Brahman crept up higher, and therefore they were called the thighs, Uru. Then he said, grasp wide, and that was called the belly, Udara. Then he said, make room for me, and that was called the chest, Uras. The Sarkarakshas meditate on the belly as Brahman, the Arunis on the heart. Both these places are Brahman indeed. But Brahman crept upwards and came to the head. And because he came to the head, therefore the head is called head. Then these delights are lighted in the head: sight, hearing, mind, speech, breath. Delights are light on him who thus knows why the head is called head. These five delights or senses strove together, saying, I am the Ukta, him, I am the Ukta. Well, they said, let us all go out from this body. Then on whose departure this body shall fall, he shall be the Ukta among us. Speech went out, yet the body without speaking remained, eating and drinking. Sight went out, yet the body without seeing remained, eating and drinking. Hearing went out, yet the body without hearing remained, eating and drinking. Mind went out, yet the body, as if blinking, remained, eating and drinking. Breath went out. Then when breath was gone out, the body fell. It was decayed, and because people said it decayed, therefore it was called body, sarira. That is the reason of its name. If a man knows this, then the evil enemy who hates him decays, or the evil enemy who hates him is defeated. They strove again, saying, I am the Ukta, I am the Ukta. Well, they said, let us enter that body again. Then on whose entrance this body shall rise again, he shall be the Ukta among us. Speech entered, but the body lay still. Sight entered, but the body lay still. Hearing entered, but the body lay still. Mind entered, but the body lay still. Breath entered, and when breath had entered, the body rose, and it became the Ukta. Therefore, breath alone is the Ukta. Let people know that breath is the Ukta indeed. The Devas, the other senses, said to breath, Thou art the Ukta. Thou art all this. We are thine. Thou art ours. This has also been said by a rishi. Thou art ours, we are thine. Fifth Kanda. Then the Devas carried him, the breath, forth, and being carried forth, he was stretched out. And when people said, he was stretched out, then it was in the morning. When they said, he is gone to rest, then it was in the evening. Day, therefore, is the breathing up, night the breathing down. Speech is Agni, sight that Aditya, sun, mind the moon, hearing the dis, quarters. This is the Prahitam Sam Yoga, the union of the deities as sent forth. These deities, Agni, etc., are thus in the body, but their phenomenal appearance yonder is among the deities. This was intended. And Hiranyadat Vaidya also, who knew this, and who by his knowledge had become Hiranyagarbha, or the universal spirit, said, whatever they do not give to me, they do not possess themselves. I know the Prahitam Sam Yoga, the union of the deities as entered into the body. This is it. To him who knows this, all creatures, without being constrained, offer gifts. That breath is to be called Satya, the true, for Sat is breath, Thi is food, Yam is the sun. This is threefold, and threefold the eye also may be called, it being white, dark, and the pupil. He who knows why true is true, why Satya is Satya, even if he should speak falsely, yet what he says is true. Sixth Kanda. Speech is his, the breath's rope, the names, the knots. Thus by his speech as by a rope, and by his names as by knots, all this is bound. For all this are names indeed, and with speech he calls everything. People carry him who knows this as if they were bound by a rope. Of the body of the breath thus meditated on, the Ushni verse forms the hairs, the Gayatri the skin, the Tristubh the flesh, the Anushtubh the muscles, the Gagati the bone, the Panki the marrow, the Brihati the breath, prana. He is covered with the verses, khandas, meters, because he is thus covered with verses. Therefore, they call him khandas, coverings, meters. If a man knows the reason why khandas are called khandas, the verses cover him in whatever place he likes against any evil deed. This is said by a rishi. I saw the breath as a guardian, never tiring, coming and going on his ways, the arteries. That breath in the body, being identified with the sun among the Devas, illuminating the principal and intermediate quarters of the sky, is returning constantly in the midst of the worlds. He says, I saw a guardian because he, the breath, is a guardian, for he guards everything. He says, never tiring, because the breath never rests. He says, coming and going on his ways, because the breath comes and goes on his ways. He says, illuminating the principal and intermediate, because he illuminates these only, the principal and intermediate quarters of the sky. He says, he is returning constantly in the midst of the worlds, because he returns indeed constantly in the midst of the worlds. And then there is another verse. They are covered like caves by those who make them. For all this is covered indeed by breath. This ether is supported by breath as Brihati, and as this ether is supported by breath as Brihati, so one should know that all things, not excepting ants, are supported by breath as Brihati. Seventh Kanda. Next follow the powers of that person. By his speech, earth and fire were created. Herbs are produced on the earth, and Agni, fire, makes them ripe and sweet. Take this, thus saying, do earth and fire serve their parent, speech. As far as the earth reaches, as far as fire reaches, so far does his world extend, and as long as the world of the earth and fire does not decay, so long does his world not decay, who thus knows this power of speech. By breath in the nose, the sky and the air were created. People follow the sky and hear along the sky, while the air carries along pure scent. Thus do sky and air serve their parent, the breath. As far as the sky reaches, as far as the air reaches, so far does his world extend. And as long as the world of the sky and the air does not decay, so long does his world not decay, who thus knows this power of breath. By his eye heaven and the sun were created. Heaven gives him rain and food, while the sun causes his light to shine. Thus do the heaven and the sun serve their parent, the eye. As far as heaven reaches, and as far as the sun reaches, so far does his world extend, and as long as the world of heaven and the sun does not decay, so long does his world not decay, who thus knows the power of the eye. By his ear the quarters and the moon were created. From all the quarters they come to him, and from all the quarters he hears. While the moon produces for him the bright and the dark halves for the sake of sacrificial work. Thus do the quarters and the moon serve their parent, the ear. As far as the quarters reach, and as far as the moon reaches, so far does his world extend. And as long as the world of the quarters and the moon does not decay, so long does his world not decay, who thus knows the power of the ear. By his mind and water the Varuna were created. Water yields to him faith, being used for sacred acts. Varuna keeps his offspring within the law. Thus do water and Varuna serve their parent, the mind. As far as water reaches, and as far as Varuna reaches, so far does his world extend. And as long as the world of water and Varuna does not decay, so long does his world not decay, who thus knows the power of the mind. Eighth Kanda. Was it water really? Was it water? Yes, all this was water indeed. This water was the root cause, that the world was the shoot effect. He, the person, is the father. They, earth, fire, etc., are the sons. Whatever there is belonging to the son belongs to the father. Whatever there is belonging to the father belongs to the son. this was intended. Mahidasa Aitreya, who knew this, said, I know myself reaching as far as the gods, and I know the gods reaching as far as me. For these gods receive their gifts from hence, and are supported from hence. This is the mountain, namely eye, ear, mind, speech, and breath. They call it the mountain of Brahman. He who knows this throws down the evil enemy who hates him. The evil enemy who hates him is defeated. He, the prana identified with Brahman, is the life, the breath. He is being while the Jivatman remains, and not being when the Jivatman departs. The Devas, speech, etc., worshipped him, prana, as buddhi or being, and thus they became great beings. And therefore even now a man who sleeps breathes like Burubho. The Asuras worshipped him as Abhuti, or not being, and thus they were defeated. He who knows this becomes great by himself, while the evil enemy who hates him is defeated. He, the breath, is death when he departs, and immortality while he abides. And this has been said by a rishi. Downwards and upwards he, the wind of the breath, goes, held by food. For this up-breathing, being held back by the down-breathing, does not move forward and leave the body altogether. The immortal dwells in the mortal, for through him, the breath, all this dwells together, the bodies being clearly mortal, but this being, the breath, being immortal. These two, body and breath, go forever in different directions. The breath moving the senses of the body supporting the senses of the breath. The former going upwards to another world, the body dying and remaining on earth. They increase the one, the body, but they do not increase the other. That is, they increase these bodies by food, but this being, breath, is immortal. He who knows this becomes immortal in that world, having become united with Hiranyagarbha, and is seen as immortal in the sun by all beings. Yeah, by all beings. Second Adhyaya, First Kanda. He, the sun who shines, honored this world, the body of the worshipper, by entering into it, in the form of a man, the worshipper who meditates on breath. For he who shines, the sun, is the same as the breath. He honored this body of the worshipper during 100 years. Therefore, there are 100 years in the life of a man. Because he honored him during 100 years, therefore, there are the poets of the first mandala of the Rig Veda, called the Satarkin, having honor for 100 years. Therefore, people call him, who is really prana breath, the Satarkin poets. He, breath, placed himself in the midst of all whatsoever exists. Because he placed himself in the midst of all whatsoever exists, therefore there are the poets of the second to the 9th mandala of the Rig Veda, called the Madhyamas. Therefore people call him, who is really prana breath, the Madhyama poets. He, as up-breathing, is the swallower, Gritsa. As down-breathing, he is delight, Mada. Because as up-breathing is swallower, Gritsa, and as down-breathing, delight, Mada, therefore there is the poet of the second mandala of the Rig Veda, called Gritsamada. Therefore people call him, who is really prana breath, Gritsamada. Of him, breath, all this whatsoever was a friend. Because of him all Viswam, this whatsoever was a friend, Mitram. Therefore there is the poet of the third mandala of the Rig Veda called Viswamitra. Therefore people call him who is really prana, breath, Viswamitra. The Devas, speech, etc., said to him, the breath, he is to be loved by all of us. Because the Devas said to him that he was to be loved, Vama, by all of them. Therefore there is the poet of the fourth mandala of the Rig Veda called Vamadeva. Therefore people call him who is really prana, breath, Vamadeva. He, breath, guarded all this whatsoever from evil. Because he guarded Atrayata all this whatsoever from evil, therefore there are the poets of the fifth mandala of the Rig Veda called Atraya. Therefore people call him who is really prana, breath, Atraya. Second Kanda. He, breath, is likewise a Bibradvaja, bringer of offspring. Offspring is Vaja, and he, breath, supports offspring. Because he supports it, therefore there is the poet of the sixth mandala of the Rig Veda called Bharadvaja. Therefore people call him who is really prana, breath, Bharadvaja. The Devas, speech, etc., said to him, he it is who chiefly causes us to dwell on earth. Because the Devas said of him that he chiefly caused them to dwell on earth, therefore there is the poet of the seventh mandala of the Rig Veda called Vashishta. Therefore people call him who is really prana, breath, Vasishta. He, breath, went forth towards all this whatsoever. Because he went forth toward all this whatsoever, therefore there are the poets of the eighth mandala of the Rig Veda called the Pragathas. Therefore people call him who is really prana, breath, the Pragathas. He, breath, purified all this whatsoever. Because he purified all this whatsoever, therefore there are the hymns and also the poets of the ninth mandala of the Rig Veda called the Pavamanis. Therefore people call him who is really prana, breath, the Pavamanis. He, breath, said, let me be everything whatsoever, small, Shudra, and great, Mahat. And this became the Shudra Suktas and Maha Suktas. Therefore there were the hymns and also the poets of the 10th mandala of the Rig Veda called the Shudra Suktas and Maha Suktas. Therefore people call him who is really prana, the Shudra Suktas and Maha Suktas. He, breath, said once, you have said what is well said, Su-ukta indeed. This became a Sukta, hymn. Therefore there are the Sukta. Therefore people call him who is really prana, breath, Sukta. He, breath, is a Rik verse, for he did honor to all beings by entering into them. Because he did honor to all beings, therefore there was the Rik verse. Therefore people call him who is really prana, breath, Rik. He, breath, is an Ardharka, half verse, for he did honor to all places, Ardha. Because he did honor to all places, therefore there was the Ardharka. Therefore people call him who is really prana, breath, Ardharka. He, breath, is a Pada, word, for he got into all these beings. Because he got Padi into all these beings, therefore there was the Pada, word. Therefore people call him who is really prana, breath, Pada. He, breath, is an Akshara, syllable, For he pours out Sharati gifts to all these beings, and without him no one can pour out Atikshararti gifts. Therefore, there was the Akshara syllable. Therefore, people call him who is really prana, breath, Akshara. Thus, all these Rik verses, all Vedas, all sounds are one word, namely prana, breath. Let him know that prana is all Rik verses. Third Kanda. While Viswamitra was going to repeat the hymns of this day, the Mahavrata, Indra sat down near him. Viswamitra, guessing that Indra wanted food, said to him, "This, the verses of the hymn, is food," and repeated the 1000 Brihati verses. By means of this he went to the delightful home of Indra, Swarga. Indra said to him, "Rishi, thou hast come to my delightful home." Rishi, repeat a second hymn. Viswamitra, guessing that Indra wanted food, said to him, "This, the verses of the hymn, is food," and repeated the 1000 Brihati verses. By means of this he went to the delightful home of Indra, Swarga. Indra said to him, "Rishi, thou hast come to my delightful home." Rishi, repeat a third hymn. Vishwamitra, guessing that Indra wanted food, said to him, "This, the verses of the hymn, is food," and repeated the third Brihati verses. By means of this he went to the delightful home of Indra, Swarga. Indra said to him, "Rishi, thou hast come to my delightful home. I grant thee a boon." Vishwamitra said, "May I know thee?" Indra said, "I am Prana. O Rishi, thou art Prana. All things are Prana. For it is Prana who shines as the sun, and I here pervade all regions under that form. This food of mine, the hymn, is my friend and my support, Dakshina. This is the food prepared by Viswamitra. I am verily he who shines the sun." Fourth Kanda. This then becomes perfect as 1000 of Brihati verses. Its consonants form its body, its voice, vowels, the soul, its sibilants, the air of the breath. He who knows this became Vishvata. He took this name from thence. Indra verily declared this to Vishwamitra, and Indra verily declared this to Bharadvaja. Therefore, Indra is invoked by him as a friend. This becomes perfect as 1000 of Brihati verses. And of that hymn, perfect with 1000 Brihati verses, there are 36,000 syllables. So many are also the thousands of days of 100 years, 36,000. With the consonants they fill the nights, with the vowels the day. This becomes perfect as 1000 of Brihati verses. He who knows this, after this 1000 of Brihatis thus accomplished, becomes full of knowledge, full of the gods, full of Brahman, full of the immortal, and then goes also to the gods. What I am, the worshipper, that is he, Sun. What he is, that am I. This has been said by a Rishi. The Sun is the self of all that moves and rests. Let him look to that. Let him look to that. Third Adhyaya, First Kanda. He who knows himself as the fivefold hymn, Ukta, the emblem of prana, breath, from whence all this springs, he is clever. These five are the earth, air, ether, water, and fire, Jyotis. This is the Self, the fivefold Ukta. For from him all this springs, and into him it enters again, at the dissolution of the world. He who knows this becomes the refuge of his friends. And to him who knows the food object and the feeder subject in that Ukta, a strong son is born, and food is never wanting. Water and earth are food, for all food consists of these two. Fire and air are the feeder, for by means of them man eats all food. Ether is the bowl, for all this is poured into the ether. He who knows this becomes the bowl or support of his friends. To him who knows the food and the feeder in that Ukta, a strong son is born, and food is never wanting. Herbs and trees are food, animals the feeder, for animals eat herbs and trees. Of them again, those who have teeth above and below, shaped after the likeness of man, are feeders. The other animals are food. Therefore, these overcome the other animals, for the eater is over the food. He who knows this is over his friends. Second Kanda. He who knows the gradual development of the Self in him, the man conceived as the Ukta, obtains himself more development. There are herbs and trees and all that is animated, and he knows the Self gradually developing in them. For in herbs and trees sap only is seen, but thought, Chitta, in animated beings. Among animated beings again the Self develops gradually, for in some sap blood is seen as well as thought, but in others thought is not seen. And in man again the Self develops gradually, for he is most endowed with knowledge. He says what he has known, he sees what he has known, he knows what is to happen tomorrow, he knows heaven and hell. By means of the mortal he desires the immortal. Thus is he endowed. With regard to the other animals, hunger and thirst only are a kind of understanding. But they do not say what they have known, nor do they see what they have known. They do not know what is to happen tomorrow, nor heaven and hell. They go so far and no further, for they are born according to their knowledge in a former life. Third Kanda. That man, conceived as Ukta, is the sea, rising beyond the whole world. Whatever he reaches, he wishes to go beyond. If he reaches the sky, he wishes to go beyond. If he should reach that heavenly world, he would wish to go beyond. That man is fivefold. The heat in him is fire. The apertures of the senses or ether, blood, mucus, and seed or water. The body is earth, breath is air. That air is fivefold, namely, up breathing, down breathing, back breathing, out breathing, on breathing. The other powers, devatas, namely, sight, hearing, mind, and speech, are comprised under up breathing and down breathing. For when breath departs, they also depart with it. That man, conceived as Ukta, is the sacrifice, which is a succession now of speech and now of thought. That sacrifice is fivefold, namely, the Agnihotra, the new and full moon sacrifices, the 4 monthly sacrifices, the animal sacrifice, the Soma sacrifice. The Soma sacrifice is the most perfect of sacrifices, for in it these 5 kinds of ceremonies are seen. The first, which precedes the libations, the Diksha, etc., then 3 libations, and what follows, the Avabrita, etc., is the 5th. 4th Kanda. He who knows one sacrifice above another, one day above another, one deity above the others, he is clever. Now this great Ukta, the Nishkevalya Sastra, is the sacrifice above another, the day above another, the deity above others. This Ukta is 5-fold. With regard to its being performed as a stoma chorus, it is Trivrith, Pankadasa, Saptadasa, Ekavimsa, and Pankavimsa. With regard to its being performed as a Saman song, it is Gayatra, Ratantara, Brihat, Bhadra, and Rajana. With regard to meter, it is Gayatri, Ushni, Brihati, Tristub, and Davipada. And the explanation given before in the Aryanka is that it is the head, the right wing, the left wing, the tail, and the body of the bird. He performs the Prastava in 5 ways. He performs the Udgita in 5 ways. He performs the Pratihara in 5 ways. He performs the Ubhadrava in 5 ways. He performs the Nidhana in 5 ways. All this together forms 1000 stobas or musical syllables. Thus also are the Rik verses contained in the Nishkevalya recited by the Hotri in 5 orders. What precedes the 80 trikas, that is 1 order. Then follow the 3 sets of 80 trikas each, and what comes after is the 5th order. This, the hymns of this Sastra as a whole, if properly counted with the Stoba syllables, comes to 1000 of Brihati verses. That 1000 is the whole, and 10 is called the whole. For number is such, measured by 10. 10 tens or 100, 10 hundreds or 1000, and that is the whole. These are the 3 meters, the tens pervading everything. And this food also, the 3 sets of hymns being represented as food, is threefold: eating, drinking, and chewing. He obtains that food by those 3 numbers, 10, 100, and 1000, or by the 3 sets of 80 trikas. 5th Kanda. This Nishkevalya Sastra becomes perfect as 1000 of Brihati verses. Some teachers belonging to a different Saka recognize 1000 of different meters, not of Brihatis only. They say, is another 1000, 1000 of other verses good? Let us say it is good. Some say 1000 of Tristub verses, others 1000 of Gakati verses, others 1000 of Anustub verses. This has been said by a rishi. Poets, through their understanding, discovered Indra dancing an Anustub. This is meant to say they discovered and meditated in speech called Anustub at that time when they worshipped the Ukta, the prana, breath connected with Indra. He who takes the recited verses as Anustubs is able to become celebrated and of good report. No, he says, rather this is such a man liable to die before his time. For that self consisting of Anushtubs is incomplete. For if a man confines himself to speech, not to breath, then driven by his mind, he does not succeed with speech. Let him work towards the Brihati, for the Brihati, breath, is the complete self. That self, Jivatman, is surrounded on all sides by members. And as that self is on all sides surrounded by members, the Brihati also is on all sides surrounded by meters. For the self in the heart is the middle of these members, and the Brihati is the middle of the meters. He is able to become celebrated and of good report, but the other able to die before his time. Thus he said, for the Brihati is the complete self. Therefore, let him work towards the Brihati. Let him reckon the Shastra recitation as 1,000 Brihatis. Sixth Kanda. This Nishkevalya Shastra becomes perfect as 1,000 of Brihati verses. In this 1,000 of Brihatis, there are 1,125 Anushtubs, for the smaller is contained in the larger. This has been said by a Rishi. A speech of 8 feet, because there are 8 feet of 4 syllables each in the Anushtub, of 9 corners, because the Brihati becomes 9-cornered, having 9 feet of 4 syllables each. Touching the truth, because speech, Anushtub, is truth, touched by the verse Brihati. He, the Hotri, makes the body out of Indra. For out of this 1,000 of Brihati verses turned into Anushtubs, and therefore out of Prana as connected with Indra, and out of Brihati, which is Prana, he makes speech. That is Anushtub as a body. This Mahadukta is the highest development of speech, and it is 5-fold, namely measured, not measured, music, true and untrue. A Rik verse, a Gatha, a Kumbhya or measured metrical, a Yajus line, an invocation, and general remarks, these are not measured, they are in prose. A sermon or any portion, parvan of it, is music. Om is true, Na is untrue. What is true Om is the flower and fruit of speech. He is able to become celebrated and of good report, for he speaks of the true Om, the flower and fruit of speech. Now the untrue is the root of speech, and as a tree whose root is exposed dries up and perishes, thus a man who says what is untrue exposes his root, dries up and perishes. Therefore, one should not say what is untrue, but guard oneself from it. That syllable, Om, yes, goes forward to the first cause of the world and is empty. Therefore, if a man says Om, yes, to everything, then that which he gives away is wanting to him here. If he says Om, yes, to everything, then he would empty himself and would not be capable of any enjoyments. That syllable, Na, no, is full for oneself. If a man says no to everything, then his reputation would become evil, and that would ruin him even here. Therefore, let a man give at the proper time only, not at the wrong time. Thus he unites the true and the untrue, and from the union of those two he grows and becomes greater and greater. He who knows the speech of which this, the Mahadukta, is a development, he is clever. A is the whole of speech and manifested through different kinds of contact, mutes, and of wind, sibilants. It becomes manifold and different. Speech, if uttered in a whisper, is breath. If spoken aloud, it is body. Therefore, if whispered, it is almost hidden. For what is incorporeal is almost hidden, and breath is incorporeal. But if spoken aloud, it is body, and therefore it is perceptible, for body is perceptible. 7th Kanda. This Nikshavalya Sastra becomes perfect as 1,000 of Brihatis. It is glory, the glorious Brahman, not the absolute Brahman. It is Indra. Indra is the Lord of all beings. He who thus knows Indra as the Lord of all beings departs from this world by loosening the bonds of life. So said Mahidasa Aitreya. Having departed, he becomes Indra or Hiranyagarbha and shines in those worlds. And with regard to this, they say, if a man obtains the other world in this form by meditating on the prana, breath, which is the Ukta, the hymn of the Mahavrata, then in what form does he obtain this world? Here the blood of the woman is a form of Agni, fire. Therefore, no one should despise it. And the seed of the man is a form of Aditya, sun. Therefore, no one should despise it. This self, the woman, gives herself, skin, blood, and flesh, to that self, fat, bone, and marrow. And that self, man, gives his self, fat, bone, and marrow, to this self, skin, blood, and flesh. Thus these two grow together. In this form, belonging to the woman and to fire, he goes to that world belonging to the man and the sun. And in that form, belonging to man and the sun, he goes to this world belonging to the woman and to fire. 8th Kanda. Here, with regard to obtaining Hiranyagarbha, there are these slokas. The fivefold body into which the indestructible prana breath enters, that body which the harnessed horses, the senses, draw about, that body where the true of the true, the highest Brahman, follows after, in that body of the worshipper, all gods become one. That body into which goes the indestructible, the breath, which we have joined in meditation, proceeding from the indestructible, the highest Brahman, that body which the harnessed horses, the senses, draw about, that body where the true of the true follows after, in that body all gods become one. After separating themselves from the yes and no of language, and of all that is hard and cruel, poets have discovered what they sought for. Dependent on names, they rejoiced in what had been revealed. That in which the poets rejoiced, the revealed nature of prana, breath, in it the gods exist, all joined together. Having driven away evil by means of that Brahman which is hidden in prana, the enlightened man goes to the Swarga world, becomes one with Hiranyagarbha, the universal spirit. No one wishing to describe him prana, breath, by speech, describes him by calling him woman, neither woman nor man, or man, all such names applying only to the material body and not to prana or breath. Brahman, as hidden beneath prana, is called the A, and the I, ego, is gone there. The worshipper should know that he is Ukta and Prana. This becomes perfect as 1,000 of Brihati verses, and of that hymn, perfect with 1,000 Brihati verses, there are 36,000 syllables. So many are also the thousands of days of human life. By means of the syllable of life, the A alone, which is contained in that 1,000 of hymns, does a man obtain the day of life. The Mahavrata day, which completes the number of the days in the Gavamanya sacrifice, and by means of the day of life he obtains the syllable of life. Now there is a chariot of the god Prana, destroying all desires. For the worlds of Indra, the moon, the earth, all of which lie below the place of Hiranyagarbha, its front part, the point of the two shafts of the carriage where the yoke is fastened, is speech, its wheels the ears, the horses the eyes, the driver the mind. Prana breath mounts that chariot, and on it, that is, by means of meditating on prana, he reaches Hiranyagarbha. This has been said by a rishi: "Come hither on that which is quicker than mind, and come hither on that which is quicker than the twinkling of an eye, yea, the twinkling of an eye." End of first, second and third adhyayas of second Aranyaka. Adoration to the highest self. Hari Om. Verily, in the beginning, all this was self. One only. There was nothing else blinking whatsoever. He thought, shall I send forth worlds? He sent forth these worlds: Ambas, water; Marichi, light; Mara, mortal; and up, water. That Ambas, water, is above the heaven, and it is heaven the support. The Marichis, the lights or the sky. The Mara, mortal, is the earth, and the waters under the earth are the app world. He thought, there are these worlds. Shall I send forth guardians of the worlds? He then formed the Purusha, the person, taking him forth from the water. He brooded on him, and when that person had thus been brooded on, a mouth burst forth like an egg. From the mouth proceeded speech. From speech, Agni, fire. Nostrils burst forth. From the nostrils proceeded scent, prana. From scent, vayu, air. Eyes burst forth. From the eyes proceeded sight. From sight, Aditya, sun. Ears burst forth. From the ears proceeded hearing. From hearing, the dis, quarters of the world. Skin burst forth. From the skin proceeded hairs, sense of touch. from the hairs, shrubs, and trees. The heart burst forth. From the heart proceeded mind. From mind, Chandramas, moon. The navel burst forth. From the navel proceeded the apana, the down breathing. From apana, death. The generative organ burst forth. From the organ proceeded seed. From seed, water. Second Kanda. Those deities, Devata, Agni, and the rest, after they had been sent forth, fell into this great ocean. Then he, the self, besieged him, the person, with hunger and thirst. The deities, then tormented by hunger and thirst, spoke to him, the self, "Allow us a place in which we may rest and eat food." He led a cow towards them, the deities. They said, "This is not enough." He led a horse towards them. They said, "This is not enough." He led man towards them. Then they said, "Well done indeed." Therefore man is well done. He said to them, "Enter each according to his place." Then Agni, fire, having become speech, entered the mouth. Vayu, air, having become scent, entered the nostrils. Aditya, sun, having become sight, entered the eyes. The dis, regions, having become hearing, entered the ears. The shrubs and trees, having become hairs, entered the skin. Chandramas, the moon, having become mind, entered the heart. Death, having become down breathing, entered the navel. The waters, having become seed, entered the generative organ. Then hunger and thirst spoke to him, the self, "Allow us to a place." He said to them, "I assign you to those very deities there. I make you co-partners with them." Therefore, to whatever deity an oblation is offered, hunger and thirst are co-partners in it. Third Kanda. He thought, "There are these worlds and the guardians of the worlds. Let me send forth food for them." He brooded over the water. From the water, thus brooded on, matter, Murti, was born. And that matter which was born, that verily was food. When this food, the object matter, had thus been sent forth, it wished to flee, crying and turning away. He, the subject, tried to grasp it by speech. He could not grasp it by speech. If he had grasped it by speech, man would be satisfied by naming food. He tried to grasp it by scent, breath. He could not grasp it by scent. If he had grasped it by scent, man would be satisfied by smelling food. He tried to grasp it by the eye. He could not grasp it by the eye.
If he had grasped it by the eye, man would be satisfied by seeing food. He tried to grasp it by the ear. He could not grasp it by the ear. If he had grasped it by the ear, man would be satisfied by hearing food. He tried to grasp it by the skin. He could not grasp it by the skin. If he had grasped it by the skin, man would be satisfied by touching food. He tried to grasp it by the mind. He could not grasp it by the mind. If he had grasped it by the mind, man would be satisfied by thinking food. He tried to grasp it by the generative organ. He could not grasp it by the organ. If he had grasped it by the organ, man would be satisfied by sending forth food. He tried to grasp it by the down breathing, the breath which helps to swallow food through the mouth and to carry it off through the rectum, the pavindriya. He got it. Thus it is Vayu, the getter, who lays hold of food, and the Vayu is verily Annayu, he who gives life or who lives by food. He thought, how can all this be without me? And then he thought, by what way shall I get there? And then he thought, if speech names, if scent smells, if the eye sees, if the ear hears, if the skin feels, if the mind thinks, if the off-breathing digests, if the organ sends forth, then what am I? Then, opening the suture of the skull, he got in by that door. That door is called the Vidriti, tearing asunder, the Nandana, the place of bliss. There are 3 dwelling places for him, 3 dreams. This dwelling place, the eye; this dwelling place, the throat; this dwelling place, the heart. When born, when the highest self had entered the body, he looked through all things, in order to see whether anything wished to proclaim here another self. He saw this person only, himself, as the widely spread Brahman. I saw it. Thus he said. Therefore he was Idamdra, seeing this. Being Idamdra by name, they call him Indra mysteriously, for the Devas love mystery. Yeah, they love mystery. First Adhyaya, first Kanda. Let the women who are with child move away. Verily, from the beginning, he, the self, is in man as a germ, which is called seed. This seed, which is strength gathered from all the limbs of the body, he, the man, bears as self in his self body. When he commits the seed to the woman, then he, the father, causes it to be born. That is the first birth. That seed becomes the self of the woman, as if one of her own limbs. Therefore, it does not injure her. She nourishes her husband's self, the son within her. She who nourishes is to be nourished. The woman bears the germ. He, the father, elevates the child even before the birth and immediately after. When he thus elevates the child both before and after his birth, he really elevates his own self. For the continuation of these worlds, men, for thus are these worlds continued. This is his second birth. He, the son, bearing his self, is then placed in his stead for the performance of all good works. But his other self, the father, having done all he has to do, and having reached the full measure of his life, departs. After departing from hence, he is born again. That is his third birth. And this has been declared by a rishi. While dwelling in the womb, I discovered all the births of these devas. 100 iron strongholds kept me, but I escaped quickly, down like a falcon. Vamadeva, lying in the womb, has thus declared this. And having this knowledge, he stepped forth after this dissolution of the body, and having obtained all his desires in that heavenly world, became immortal. Yeah, he became immortal. 6th Adhyaya, 1st Kanda. Let the woman go back to their place. Who is he whom we meditate on as the self? Which is the self? That by which we see form, that by which we hear sound, that by which we perceive smells, that by which we utter speech, that by which we distinguish sweet and not sweet, and what comes from the heart and the mind, namely perception, command, understanding, knowledge, wisdom, seeing, holding, thinking, considering, readiness or suffering, remembering, conceiving, willing, breathing, loving, desiring? No. All these are various names only of knowledge, the true self. And that self, consisting of knowledge, is Brahman. It is Indra. It is Prajapati. All these devas, these 5 great elements, earth, air, ether, water, fire, these and those which are, as it were, small and mixed, and seeds of this kind and that kind, born from eggs, born from the womb, born from heat, born from germs, horses, cows, men, elephants, and whatsoever breeds, whether walking or flying, and what is immovable, all that is led, produced by knowledge, the self. It rests on knowledge, the self. The world is led, produced by knowledge, the self. Knowledge is its cause. Knowledge is Brahman. He, Vamadeva, having by this conscious self stepped forth from this world, and having obtained all desires in that heavenly world, became immortal. Yeah, he became immortal. Thus it is. Om. 7th Adhyaya, 1st Kanda. My speech rests in the mind. My mind rests in speech. Appear to me, thou the highest self. You, speech and mind, are the 2 pins that hold the wheels of the Veda, May what I have learnt not forsake me. I join day and night with what I have learnt. I shall speak of the real. I shall speak the true. May this protect me. May this protect the teacher. May it protect me. May it protect the teacher. Yeah, the teacher. End of second Aranyaka, fourth, fifth, sixth and seventh Adhyayas. Next follows the Upanishad of the Samhita. The former half is the earth, the latter half the heaven. Their union the air. Thus says Mandukya. Their union is the ether. Thus did Makshavya teach it. That air is not considered independent. Therefore, I do not agree with his Manduka's son. The former half is speech. The latter half is mind. Their union, breath, prana. Thus says Suravira Mandukya. But his eldest son said, the former half is mind, the latter half speech. For we first conceive with the mind indeed, and then we utter with speech. Therefore the former half is indeed mind, the latter half speech, but the union is really breath. Verily, it is the same with both, the father Mandukya and the son. This meditation as here described, joined with mind, speech and breath, is like a chariot drawn by two horses, and one horse between them, Prashtivahana. And he who thus knows this union becomes united with offspring, cattle, fame, glory of countenance, and the world of Swarga. He lives his full age. Now all this comes from the Mandukyas. Second Kanda. Next comes the meditation as taught by Sakalya. The first half is the earth, the second half heaven. They're uniting the rain, the uniter Parjanya. And so it is when he, Parjanya, reigns thus strongly without ceasing day and night. Then they also say in ordinary language, heaven and earth have come together. So much with regard to the deities. Now with regard to the body. Every man is indeed like an egg. There are two halves of him. Thus they say, this half is the earth, that half heaven, and there between them is the ether, the space of the mouth, like the ether between heaven and earth. In this ether, there in the mouth the breath is fixed, as in that other ether the air is fixed. And as there are those three luminaries in heaven, there are these three luminaries in man. As there is that sun in heaven, there is this eye in the head. As there is that lightning in the sky, there is this heart in the body. As there is that fire on earth, there is this seed in the member. Having thus represented the self, body, as the whole world, Sakalya said, this half is the earth, that half heaven. He who thus knows this union becomes united with offspring, cattle, fame, glory of countenance, and the world of Swarga. He lives his full age. Third Kanda. Next comes the reciters of the Nirbhuja. Nirbhuja abides on earth, Pratrina in heaven, the Ubhayamantrena in the sky,
Now if anyone should chide him who recites the Nirbhuja, let him answer, Thou art fallen from the two lower places. If anyone should chide him who recites the Pratrina, let him answer, Thou art fallen from the two higher places. But he who recites the Ubhayamantrena, there is no chiding him. For when he turns out the Sandhi, the union of words, that is the form of Nirbhuja, and when he pronounces two syllables, pure, without modification, that is the form of Pratrina. This comes first. By the Udayamantrana, what is between the two, both are fulfilled, both the Sandhi and the Pada. Let him who wishes for proper food say the Nirbhuja. Let him who wishes for Swarga say the Patrina. Let him who wishes for both say the Ubhayamantrena. Now if another man, an enemy, should chide him who says the Nirbhuja, let him say to him, Thou hast offended the earth, the deity, the deity will strike thee. If another man should chide him who says the Pratrina, let him say to him, Thou hast offended heaven, the deity, the deity will strike thee. If another man should chide him who says the Ubhayamantrena, let him say to him, Thou hast offended the sky, the deity, the deity will strike thee. And whatever the reciter shall say to one who speaks to him or does not speak to him, depend upon it, it will come to pass. But to a Brahmana, let him not say anything except what is auspicious. Only he may curse a Brahmana in excessive wealth. Nay, not even in excessive wealth should he curse a Brahmana, but he should say, I bow before Brahmanas. Thus says Suravira Mandukya. Fourth Kanda. Next follows the imprecations. Let him know that breath is the beam on which the whole house of the body rests. If anyone, a Brahmana or another man, should chide him, who by meditation has become that breath as beam, then if he thinks himself strong, he says, I grasped the breath, the beam well. Thou dost not prevail against me, who have grasped the breath as the beam. Let him say to him, Breath, the beam, will forsake thee. But if he thinks himself not strong, let him say to him, Thou couldst not grasp him who wishes to grasp the breath as the beam. Breath, the beam, will forsake thee. And whatever the reciter shall say to one who speaks to him or does not speak to him, depend upon it, it will come to pass. But to a Brahmana let him not say anything except what is auspicious. Only he may curse a Brahmana in excessive wealth. Nay, not even in excessive wealth should he curse a Brahmana, but he should say, I bow before Brahmanas. Thus says Suravira Mandukya. Fifth Kanda. Now those who repeat the Nirbhuja say, the former half is the first syllable, the latter half the second syllable, and the space between the first and second halves is the Samhita union. He who thus knows this Samhita union becomes united with offspring, cattle, fame, glory of countenance, and the world of Swarga. He lives his full age. Now Hrasva Mandukya says, We reciters of Nirbhuja say, yes, the former half is the first syllable and the latter half the second syllable. But the Samhita is the space between the first and second halves, insofar as by it one turns out the union sandhi and knows what is the accent and what is not, and distinguishes what is the mora and what is not. He who thus knows this Samhita union becomes united with offspring, cattle, fame, glory of countenance, and the world of Swarga. He lives his full age. Now his middle son, the child of his mother Pratibodhi, says, one pronounces these two syllables letter by letter, without entirely separating them, and without entirely uniting them. Then that mora between the first and second halves, which indicates the union, that is the Saman, evenness sliding. I therefore hold Saman only to be the Samhita union. This has also been declared by Rishi. O Brihaspati, they know nothing higher than Saman. He who thus knows the Samhita union becomes united with offspring, cattle, fame, glory of countenance, and the world of Swarga. He lives his full age. Sixth Khanda. Tarukshya said, the Samhita union is formed by means of the Brihat and Ratantara Samans. Verily, the Ratantara Saman is speech, the Brihat Saman is breath. By both, by speech and breath, the Samhita is formed. For this Upanishad, for acquiring from his teacher the knowledge of this Samhita of speech and breath, Tarukshya guards his teacher's cows a whole year. For it alone, Tarukshya guards the cows a whole year. This has also been declared by a Rishi. Vasishta carried hither the Ratantara. Bharadwaja brought hither the Brihat of Agni. He who thus knows this Samhiti union becomes united with offspring, cattle, fame, glory of countenance, and the world of Swarga. He lives his full age. Kauntaravya said, speech is united with breath, breath with the blowing air, the blowing air with the Visvadevas, the Visvadevas with the heavenly world, the heavenly world with Brahman. That Samhita is called the gradual Samhita. He who knows this gradual Samhita union becomes united with offspring, cattle, fame, glory of countenance, and the world of Swarga in exactly the same manner as this Samhita, that is, gradually. If that worshipper, whether for his own sake or for that of another, recites the Samhita, let him know when he is going to recite that this Samhita went up to heaven, and that it will be even so with those who by knowing it become Devas. May it always be so. He who thus knows this Samhita union becomes united with offspring, cattle, fame, glory of countenance, and the world of Swarga. He lives his full age. Panchalachanda said, the Samhita union composition is speech. Verily, by speech the Vedas, by speech the meters are composed. Friends unite through speech. All beings unite through speech. Therefore, speech is everything here. With regard to this view of speech being more than breath, it should be borne in mind that when we thus repeat the Veda or speak, breath is absorbed in speech, speech swallows breath. And when we are silent or sleep, speech is absorbed in breath, breath swallows speech. The two swallow each other. Verily, speech is the mother, breath the son. This has been declared also by a rishi. There is one bird, as wind he has entered the sky, as breath all living soul. He saw this whole world. With my ripe mind I saw him close to me in the heart. The mother licks or absorbs him, breath, and he absorbs the mother, speech. He who thus knows this Samhita union becomes united with offspring, cattle, fame, glory of countenance, and the world of Swarga. He lives his full age. Next follows the Prajapati Samhita. The former half is the wife, the latter half the man, the result of the union the son, the act of the union the begetting. That Samhita is Aditi, indestructible. For Aditi, indestructible, is all this whatever there is, father, mother, son, and begetting. This has also been declared by a rishi. Aditi is mother, is father, is son. He who thus knows this Samhita union becomes united with offspring, cattle, fame, glory of countenance, and the world of Swarga. He lives his full age. Second Adhyaya, first Kanda. Stavira Sakalya said that breath is the beam, and as the other beams rest on the house beam, thus the eye, the ear, the mind, the speech, the senses, the body, the whole self rests on this breath. Of that self the breathing is like the sibilants, the bones like the mutes, the marrow like the vowels, and the fourth part, flesh, blood, and the rest like the semi-vowels. So said Harsa Mandukya. To us it was said to be a triad only. Of that triad, namely bones, marrow, and joints, there are 360 parts on this side, the right, and 360 on that side, the left. They make 720 together, and 720 are the days and nights of the year. Thus that self which consists of sight, hearing, meter, mind, and speech is like unto the days. He who thus knows this self which consists of sight, hearing, meter, mind, and speech as like unto the days obtains union, likeness, or nearness with the days, has sons and cattle, and lives his full age. Second Kanda. Next comes Kuntaravya. There are 360 syllables, vowels, 360 sibilants, consonants, 360 groups. What we call syllables are the days, what we call sibilants are the nights, what we called groups are the junctions of days and nights. So far with regard to the gods, the days. Now with regard to the body, the syllables which we explained mythologically or physiologically, the bones, the sibilants which we explained mythologically or physiologically, the marrow. Marrow is the real breath, life, for marrow is seed, and without breath, life seed is not sown. Or when it is sown without breath, life, it will decay, it will not grow. The groups which we explained mythologically or physiologically, the joints. Of that triad, namely bones, marrows, and joints, there are 540 parts on this side, the right, and 540 on that side, the left. They make 1080 together, and 1080 are the rays of the sun. They make the Brihati verses and the day of the Mahavrata. Thus, that self which consists of sight, hearing, meter, mind, and speech is like unto these syllables. He who knows this self which consists of sight, hearing, meter, mind, and speech as like unto syllables obtains union, likeness or nearness with the syllables, has sons and cattle, and lives his full age. Third Kanda. Bhadva says, there are 4 persons to be meditated on and worshipped: the person of the body, the person of the meters, the person of the Veda, and the great person. What we call the person of the body is this corporal self. Its essence is the incorporeal conscious self. What we call the person of the meters is this collection of letters, the Veda. Its essence is the vowel A. What we call the person of the Veda is the mind, by which we know the Vedas, the Rig Veda, Yajur Veda, and Sama Veda. Its essence is Brahman. Therefore, let one choose a Brahman priest who is full of Brahman, the Veda, and is able to see any flaw in the sacrifice. What we call the great person is the ear, which causes some beings to fall altogether and causes others to grow up. Its essence is yonder sun. One should know that the incorporeal conscious self and yonder sun are both one and the same. Therefore, the sun appears to every man singly and differently. This has also been declared by a rishi. The bright face of the gods arose, the eye of Mitra, Varuna, and Agni. It filled heaven and earth and the sky. The sun is the self of all that rests and moves. This I think to be the regular Samhita as conceived by me. Thus said Bhadva. So the Bhavrikas consider him the self in the great hymn Mahad Ukta, the Advaryus in the sacrificial fire, the Chandogas in the Mahavrata ceremony. Him they see in this earth, in heaven, in the air, in the ether, in the water, in herbs, in trees, in the moon, in the stars, in all beings. Him alone they call Brahman. That self which consists of sight, hearing, meter, mind, and speech is like unto the ear. He who recites to another that self which consists of sight, hearing, meter, mind, and speech, and is like unto the ear, 4th Kanda, to him the Vedas yield no more milk. He has no luck in what he has learnt from his Guru. He does not know the path of virtue. This has also been declared by a rishi. He who has forsaken the friend, the Veda, that knows his friends in his speech, there is no luck. Though he hears in vain, for he does not know the path of virtue. Here it is clearly said that he has no luck in what he has learnt, and that he does not know the path of virtue. Therefore, let no one who knows this lay the sacrificial fire belonging to the Mahavrata for another. Let him not sing the sermons of the Mahavrata for another. Let him not recite the Shastras of that day for another. However, let him willingly do this for a father or for an Akraya, for that is done really for himself. We have said that the incorporeal conscious self and the sun are one. When these two become separated, the sun is seen as if it were the moon. No rays spring from it. The sky is red like madder. The patient cannot retain the wind. His head smells bad like a raven's nest. Let him know then that his self in the body is gone, and that he will not live very long. Then whatever he thinks he has to do, let him do it, and let him recite the following hymns. Yad anti yakka durake ad it pratnasya retasa yatra brahma pavamana udvyam tamasas pari. Next, when the sun is seen pierced, and seems like the nave of a cartwheel, when he sees his own shadow pierced, let him know then that it is so, as stated before, that is, that he is going to die soon. Next, when he sees himself in a mirror, or in the water with a crooked head, or without a head, or when his pupils are seen inverted or not straight, let him know then that it is so. Next, let him cover his eyes and watch, then threads are seen as if falling together. But if he does not see them, let him know then that it is so. Next, let him cover his ears and listen, and there will be a sound as if a burning fire or of a carriage. But if he does not hear it, let him know then that it is so. Next, when fire looks blue like the neck of a peacock, or when he sees lightning in a cloudless sky, or no lightning in a clouded sky, or when he sees, as it were, bright rays in the dark cloud, let him know then that it is so. Next, when he sees the ground as if it were burning, let him know that it is so. These are the visible signs. Next come the dreams. If he sees a black man with black teeth, and that man kills him, or a boar kills him, a monkey jumps on him, the wind carries him along quickly, having swallowed gold he spits it out, he eats honey, he chews stalks, he carries a red lotus, he drives with asses and boars, wearing a wreath of red flowers, naladas, he drives a black cow with a black calf, facing the south. If a man sees any one of these dreams, let him fast and cook a pot of milk, sacrifice it, accompanying each oblation with a verse of the Ratri hymn, and then, after having fed the Brahmanas with other food prepared at his house, eat himself the rest of the oblation. Let him know that the person within all beings, not heard here, not reached, not thought, not subdued, not seen, not understood, not classed, but hearing, thinking, seeing, classing, sounding, understanding, knowing is his self. Fifth Kanda. Now next the Upanishad of the whole speech. True, all these are Upanishads of the whole speech, but this they call so chiefly. The mute consonants represent the earth, the sibilants the sky, the vowels heaven. The mute consonants represent Agni, fire, the sibilants air, the vowels the sun. The mute consonants represent the Rig Veda, the sibilants the Yajur Veda, the vowels the Sam Veda. The mute consonants represent the eye, the sibilants the ear, the vowels the mind. The mute consonants represent the up breathing, the sibilants the down breathing, the vowels the back breathing. Next comes this divine lute, the human body made by the gods. The lute made by man is an imitation of it, and there is a head of this, so there is a head of that lute made by man. As there is a stomach of this, so there is the cavity in the bone of that. And there is a tongue of this, so there is a tongue in that. As there are fingers of this, so there are strings of that. As there are vowels of this, so there are tones of that. As there are consonants of this, so there are touches of that. As this is endowed with sound and firmly strung, so that is endowed with sound and firmly strung. As this is covered with a hairy skin, so that is covered with a hairy skin. Verily, in former times, they covered a lute with a hairy skin. He who knows this lute made by the Devas and meditates on it is willingly listened to. His glory fills the earth, and wherever they speak Aryan languages, there they know him. Next follows the verse called Vagrasa, the essence of speech. When a man reciting or speaking in an assembly does not please, let him say this verse: May the queen of all speech, who is covered, as it were, by the lips, surrounded by teeth, as if by spears, who is a thunderbolt, help me to speak well. This is the Vagrasa, the essence of speech. Next, Krishna Harita confided this Brahmana concerning speech to him, his people. Prajapati, the year after having sent forth all creatures, burst. He put himself together again by means of Khandas, Vedas. Because he put himself together again by means of Khandas, therefore the text of the Veda is called Samhita, put together. Of that Samhita, the letter N is the strength, the letter Sh, the breath, and self, Atman. He who knows the Rik verses and the letters N and Sh for every Samhita, he knows the Samhita with strength and breath. Let him know that this is the life of the Samhita. If the pupil asks, shall I say it with the letter N or without it? Let the teacher say, with the letter N. And if he asks, shall I say it with the letter Sh or without it? Let the teacher say, with the letter Sh. Hraswa Mandukya said, if we here recite the verses according to the Samhita, attending to the necessary changes of N and S into N and Sh, and if we say the Adhyaya of Mandukya, then the letters N and Sh, strength and breath, have by this been obtained for us. Stavira Sakalya said, if we recite the verses according to the Samhita, and if we say the Adhyaya of Mandukya, then the letters N and Sh have by this been obtained for us. Here the Rishis, the Kavashayas, knowing this, said, why should we repeat the Veda? Why should we sacrifice? We offer as a sacrifice breath in speech or speech in breath. What is the beginning of one, that is the end of the other. Let no one tell these Samhitas to one who is not a resident pupil, who has not been with his teacher at least 1 year, and who is not himself to become an instructor. Thus say the teachers. Thus say the teachers. End of third Aranyaka. End of Aitreya Aranyaka Upanishad. First Adhyaya. First Brahmana. Verily, the dawn is the head of the horse, which is fit for sacrifice, the sun its eye, the wind its breath, the mouth the Visvanara fire, the ear the body of the sacrificial horse. Heaven is the back, the sky the belly, the earth the chest, the quarters the 2 sides, the intermediate quarters the ribs, the members the seasons, the joints the months and half months, the feet days and nights, the bones the stars, the flesh the clouds. The half digested food is the sand, the rivers the bowels, the liver the lungs, the mountains, the hairs the herbs and trees. As the sun rises, it is the forepart. As it sets, the hind part of the horse. When the horse shakes itself, then it lightens. When it kicks, it thunders. When it makes water, it rains. Voice is its voice. Verily, day arose after the horse as the golden vessel, called Mahiman, greatness, which at the sacrifice is placed before the horse. Its place is in the eastern sea. The night arose after the horse as the silver vessel called Mahiman, which at the sacrifice is placed behind the horse. Its place is in the western sea. Verily, these two vessels or greatness arose to be on each side of the horse. As a racer, he carried the Devas. As a stallion, the Gandharvas. As a runner, the Asuras. As a horseman, the sea is its kin. The sea is its birthplace. Second Brahmana. In the beginning, there was nothing to be perceived here whatsoever. By death, indeed, all this was concealed. By hunger. For death is hunger. Death, the first being, thought, "Let me have a body." Then he moved about, worshipping. From him, thus worshipping, water was produced. And he said, "Verily, there appeared to me while I worshipped Arkati, water cow. This is why water is called Arka. Surely there is water or pleasure for him who thus knows the reason why water is called Arka. Verily, water is Arka. And what was there as the froth of the water, that was hardened and became the earth. On that earth he, death, rested, and from him, thus resting and heated, Agni, Viraj, proceeded, full of light. That being divided itself threefold: Aditya, the sun, as the third, and Vayu, the air, as the third. That spirit, Prana, became threefold. The head was the eastern quarter, and the arms this and that quarter. Then the tail was the western quarter, and the two legs this and that quarter, that is, the northwest and southwest. The sides were the southern and northern quarters, the back heaven, the belly the sky, the dust the earth. Thus he, Mrityu, as Arka, stands firm in the water, and he who knows this stands firm wherever he goes. He desired, "Let a second body be born of me," and he, death or hunger, embraced speech in his mind. Then the seed became the ear. Before that time there was no ear. Speech bore him so long as the ear, and after that time sent him forth. Then when he was born, he, death, opened his mouth as if to swallow him. He cried, "Bhan!" and that became speech. He thought, "If I kill him, I shall have but little food." He therefore brought forth by that speech and by that body, the ear, all whatsoever exists, the Rik, the Yajus, the Saman, the meters, the sacrifices, men and animals. And whatever he, death, brought forth, that he resolved to eat, Ad. Verily, because he eats everything, therefore is Aditi, death, called Aditi. He who thus knows why Aditi is called Aditi becomes an eater of everything, and everything becomes his food. He desired to sacrifice again with a greater sacrifice. He toiled and performed penance. And while he toiled and performed penance, glorious power went out of him. Verily, glorious power means the senses, prana. Then, when the senses had gone out, the body took to swelling, swayutham, and mind was in the body. He desired that this body should be fit for sacrifice, medhya, and that he should be embodied by it. Then he became a horse, aswa, because it swelled aswath, and was fit for sacrifice, medhya. And this is why the horse sacrifice is called Aswamedha. Verily, he who knows him thus knows the Aswamedha. Then, letting the horse free, he thought, and at the end of a year he offered it up for himself, while he gave up the other animals to the deities. Therefore, the sacrificers offered up the purified horse belonging to Prajapati as dedicated to all the deities. Verily, the shining sun is the Aswamedha sacrifice, and his body is the ear. Agni is the sacrificial fire, Arka, and these worlds are his bodies. These two are the sacrificial fire and the Aswamedha sacrifice, and they are again one deity, namely death. He who knows this overcomes another death. Death does not reach him. Death is his self. He becomes one of those deities. Third Brahmana. There were two kinds of descendants of Prajapati, the Devas and the Asuras. Now the Devas were indeed the younger, the Asuras the elder ones. The Devas who were struggling in these worlds said, "Well, let us overcome the Asuras at the sacrifices, the Jyotishtoma, by means of the Udgita." They said to speech, Vak, "Do thou sing out for us the Udgita." "Yes," said the speech, and sang the Udgita. Whatever delight there is in speech, that she obtained for the Devas by singing the 3 Pavamanas, but that she pronounced well in the other 9 Pavamanas, that was for herself. The Asuras knew, verily through this singer they will overcome us. They therefore rushed at the singer and pierced her with evil. That evil which consists in saying what is bad, that is that evil. Then they, the Devas, said to breath sent, "Do thou sing out for us." "Yes," said breath, and sang. Whatever delight there is in breath, smell, that he obtained for the Devas by singing, but that he smelled well, that was for himself. The Asuras knew, verily through this singer they will overcome us. They therefore rushed at the singer and pierced him with evil. That evil which consists in smelling what is bad, that is that evil. Then they said to the eye, "Do thou sing out for us." "Yes," said the eye, and sang. Whatever delight there is in the eye, that he obtained for the Devas by singing, but that he saw well, that was for himself. The Asuras knew, verily through this singer they will overcome us. They therefore rushed at the singer and pierced him with evil. That evil which consists in seeing what is bad, that is that evil. Then they said to the ear, "Do thou sing out for us." "Yes," said the ear, and sang. Whatever delight there is in the ear, that he obtained for the Devas by singing, but that he heard well, that was for himself. The Asuras knew, verily through this singer they will overcome us. They therefore rushed at the singer and pierced him with evil. That evil which consists in hearing what is bad, that is that evil. Then they said to the mind, "Do thou sing out for us." "Yes," said the mind, and sang. Whatever delight there is in the mind, that he obtained for the Devas by singing, but that he thought well, that was for himself. The Asuras knew, verily through this singer they will overcome us. They therefore rushed at the singer and pierced him with evil. That evil which consists in thinking what is bad, that is that evil. Thus they overwhelmed these deities with evils. Thus they pierced them with evil. Then they said to the breath in the mouth, "Do thou sing for us." "Yes," said the breath, and sang. The Asuras knew, verily through this singer they will overcome us. They therefore rushed at him and pierced him with evil. Now as a ball of earth will be scattered when hitting a stone, thus they perished, scattered in all directions. Hence the Devas rose, the Asuras fell. He who knows this rises by his self, and the enemy who hates him falls. Then they, the Devas, said, "Where was he then who thus stuck to us?" It was the breath within the mouth, Aisyentar, and therefore called Ayasa. He was the sap rasa of the limbs Anga, and therefore called Angirasa. That deity was called Dur, because death was far Duran from it. From him who knows this, death is far off. That deity, after having taken away the evil of those deities, namely death, sent it to where the end of the quarters of the earth is. There he deposited their sins. Therefore let no one go to a man, let no one go to the end of the quarters of the earth, that he may not meet there with evil, with death. That deity, after having taken away the evil of those deities, namely death, carried them beyond death. He carried speech across first. When speech had become freed from death, it became what it had been before, Agni, fire. That Agni, after having stepped beyond death, shines. Then he carried breath sent across. When breath had become freed from death, it became Vayu, air. That Vayu, after having stepped beyond death, blows. Then he carried the eye across. When the eye had become freed from death, it became Aditya, the sun. That Aditya, after having stepped beyond death, burns. Then he carried the ear across. When the ear had become freed from death, it became the quarters, space. These are our quarters, space, which have stepped beyond death. Then he carried the mind across. When the mind had become freed from death, it became the moon, Chandramas. That moon, after having stepped beyond death, shines. Thus does that deity carry him who knows this across death. Then breath, vital, by singing, obtained for himself eatable food. For whatever food is eaten by breath alone, and in it breath rests. The Devas said, "Verily, thus far, whatever food there is, thou hast by singing acquired it for thyself. Now therefore give us a share in that food." He said, "You there enter into me." They said, "Yes," and entered all into him. Therefore, whatever food is eaten by breath, by it the other senses are satisfied. If a man knows this, then his own relations come to him in the same manner. He becomes their supporter, their chief leader, their strong ruler. And if everyone tries to oppose one who is possessed of such knowledge among his own relatives, then he will not be able to support his own belongings. But he who follows the man who is possessed of such knowledge, and who, with his permission, wishes to support those whom he has to support, he indeed will be able to support his own belongings. He was called Ayasa Angirasa, for he is the sap, rasa, of the limbs, anga. Verily, breath is the sap of the limbs. Yes, breath is the sap of the limbs. Therefore, from whatever limb breath goes away, that limb withers. For breath verily is the sap of the limbs. He, breath, is also Brihaspati. For speech is Brihati, Rig Veda, and he is her lord. Therefore, he is Brihaspati. He, breath, is also Brahmanaspati. For speech is Brahman, Yajurveda, and he is her lord. Therefore, he is Brahmanaspati. He, breath, is also Saman, the Udgita, for speech is Saman, Samaveda, and that is both speech, Sa, and breath, Ama. That is why Saman is called Saman. Or because he is equal, Sama, to a grub, equal to a gnat, equal to an elephant, equal to those three worlds, nay, equal to this universe. Therefore, he is Saman. He who thus knows this Saman obtains union and oneness with Saman. He, breath, is Udgita. Breath verily is Ut, for by breath this universe is upheld, Uttabda, and speech is Gita, song, and because he is Ut and Gita, therefore he, breath, is Udgita. And thus Brahmadatta Chaikitaneya, the grandson of Chaikitana, while taking Soma, Rajan, said, "May this Soma strike my head off, if Ayasa Angirasa sang another Udgita than this." He sang it indeed as speech and breath. He who knows what is the property of this Saman obtains property. Now verily its property is tone only. Therefore let a priest who is going to perform the sacrificial work of a Sama singer desire that his voice may have a good tone, and let him perform the sacrifice with a voice that is in good tone. Therefore, people who want a priest for a sacrifice look out for one who possesses a good voice, as for one who possesses property. He who thus knows what is the property of that salmon obtains property. He who knows what is the gold of that salmon obtains gold. Now verily its gold is tone only. He who thus knows what is the gold of that salmon obtains gold. He who knows what is the support of that salmon, he is supported. Now verily its support is speech only. For as supported in speech, that breath is sung as that salmon. Some say the support is in food. Next follows the Abhyaroha, the ascension of the Pavamana verses. Verily, the Pastotri begins to sing the salmon, and when he begins, then let him, the sacrificer, recite these 3 Yajus verses. Lead me from the unreal to the real. Lead me from darkness to light. Lead me from death to immortality. Now when he says, lead me from the unreal to the unreal is verily death, the real immortality. He therefore says, lead me from death to immortality. Make me immortal. When he says, lead me from death to immortality, there is nothing there, as it were, hidden, obscure, requiring explanation. Next come the other stotras, with which the priest may obtain food for himself by singing them. Therefore, let the sacrificer, while these stotras are being sung, ask for a boon, whatever desire he may desire. An Udgatri priest who knows this obtains by his singing whatever desire he may desire, either for himself or for the sacrificer. This knowledge indeed is called the conqueror of the worlds. He who thus knows this salmon, for him there is no fear of his not being admitted to the worlds. Fourth Brahmana. In the beginning, this was self alone in the shape of a person, Purusha. He looking round saw nothing but his self. He first said, this is I. Therefore, he became I by name. Therefore, even now, if a man is asked, he first says, this is I, and then pronounces the other names which he may have. And because before Purva all this, he, the self, burnt down all evils. Therefore, he was a person, Purusha. Verily, he who knows this burns down everyone who tries to be before him. He feared, and therefore anyone who is lonely fears. He thought, as there is nothing but myself, why should I fear? Thence his fear passed away. For what should he have feared? Verily, fear arises from a second only. But he felt no delight. Therefore, a man who is lonely feels no delight. He wished for a second. He was so large as man and wife together. He then made this his self to fall in two, Pat, and thence arose husband, Pati, and wife Patni. Therefore, Yagnavalkya said, "We two are thus, each of us, like half a shell. Therefore, the void which was there is filled by the wife. He embraced her, and men were born. She thought, how can he embrace me after having produced me from himself? I shall hide myself." She then became a cow. The other became a bull and embraced her, and hence cows were born. The one became a mare, the other a stallion. The one a male ass, the other a female ass. He embraced her, and hence one-hoofed animals were born. The one became a she-goat, the other a he-goat. The one became a ewe, the other a ram. He embraced her, and hence goats and sheep were born. And thus he created everything that exists in pairs, down to the ants. He knew, I indeed am this creation, for I created all this. Hence he became the creation, and he who knows this lives in this, his creation. Next, he thus produced fire by rubbing. From the mouth, as from the fire hole, and from the hands he created fire. Therefore, both the mouth and the hands are inside without hair, for the fire hole is inside without hair. And when they say, sacrifice to this, or sacrifice to that god, each god is but his manifestation, for he is all gods. Now whatever there is moist, that he created from seed, this is Soma. So far verily is this universe either food or eater. Soma indeed is food, Agni eater. This is the highest creation of Brahman, when he created the gods from his better part, and when he, who was then mortal, created the immortals. Therefore it was the highest creation, and he who knows this lives in this, his highest creation. Now all this was then undeveloped. It became developed by form and name, so that one could say, he called so and so is such a one. Therefore, at present also all this is developed by name and form, so that one can say, he called so and so is such a one. He, Brahman or the Self, entered thither to the very tips of the fingernails, as a razor might be fitted in a razor case, or as fire in a fireplace. He cannot be seen, for in part only. When breathing, he is breath by name; when speaking, speech by name; when seeing, eye by name; when hearing, ear by name; when thinking, mind by name. All these are but the names of his acts, and he who worships, regards him as the one or the other, does not know him, for he is apart from this, when qualified by the one or the other predicate. Let men worship him as self, for in the self all these are one. This self is the footstep of everything, for through it one knows everything. And as one can find again by footsteps what was lost, thus he who knows this finds glory and praise. This which is nearer to us than anything, this self is dearer than a son, dearer than wealth, dearer than all else. And if one were to say to one who declares another than the self dear, then he will lose what is dear to him. Very likely it would be so. Let him worship the self alone as dear. He who worships the self alone as dear, the object of his love, will never perish. Here they say, if men think that by knowledge of Brahman they will become everything, what then did that Brahman know from whence all this sprang? Verily, in the beginning this was Brahman. That Brahman knew itself only, saying, I am Brahman. From it all this sprang. Thus whatever Deva was awakened so as to know Brahman, he indeed became that Brahman. And the same with rishis and men. The rishi Vamadeva saw and understood it, singing, I was Manu, moon, I was the sun. Therefore now also he who thus knows that he is Brahman becomes all this, and even the Devas cannot prevent it, for he himself is their self. Now if a man worships another deity, thinking the deity is one and he another, he does not know. He is like a beast for the Devas. For verily, as many beasts nourish a man, thus does every man nourish the Devas. If only one beast is taken away, it is not pleasant. How much more when many are taken? Therefore, it is not pleasant to the Devas that men should know this. Verily, in the beginning this was Brahman, one only. That being one was not strong enough. It created still further the most excellent Kshatriya power, namely those Kshatriyas powers among the Devas, Indra, Varuna, Soma, Rudra, Parjanya, Yama, Mrityu, Isana. Therefore, there is nothing beyond the Kshatriya, and therefore at Rajasuya sacrifice, the Brahmana sits down below the Kshatriya. He confers that glory on the Kshatriya alone. But Brahman is everywhere the birthplace of the Kshatriya. Therefore, though a king is exalted, he sits down at the end of the sacrifice below the Brahman as his birthplace. He who injures himself injures his own birthplace. He becomes worse because he has injured one better than himself. He was not strong enough. He created the Vis people, the classes of Devas, which in their different orders are called Vasus, Rudras, Adityas, Visvedevas, Maruts. He was not strong enough. He created the Sudra Kala caste as Pushan, as Nourisher. This earth verily is Pushan, the Nourisher, for the earth nourishes all this whatsoever. He was not strong enough. He created still further the most excellent law, Dharma. Law is the Kshatriya power of the Kshatriya. Therefore, there is nothing higher than the law. Thenceforth, even a weak man rules a stronger with the help of the law, as with the help of a king. Thus, the law is what is called the true. And if a man declares what is true, they say he declares the law. And if he declares the law, they say he declares what is true. Thus both are the same. There are then this Brahman, Kshatriya, Vis and Sudra. Among the Devas, that Brahman existed as Agni, fire only. Among men, as Brahmana, as Kshatriya, through the divine Kshatriya, as Vaisya through the divine Vaisya, as Sudra through the divine Sudra. Therefore, people wish for their future state among the Devas through Agni, the sacrificial fire only, and among men through the Brahmana, for in these two forms did Brahman exist. Now if a man departs this life without having seen his true future life in the self, then that self, not being known, does not receive and bless him, as if the Veda had not been read, or as if a good work had not been done. Nay, even if one does not know that self should perform here on earth some great holy work, it will perish for him in the end. Let a man worship the self only as his true state. If a man worships the self only as his true state, his work does not perish. For whatever he desires, that he gets from that self. Now verily, this self of the ignorant man is the world of all creatures. Insofar as man sacrifices and pours out libations, he is the world of the Devas. Insofar as he repeats the hymns, etc., he is the world of the Rishis. Insofar as he offers cakes to the fathers and tries to obtain offspring, he is the world of the fathers. Insofar as he gives shelter and food to men, he is the world of men. Insofar as he finds fodder and water for the animals, he is the world of the animals. Insofar as quadrupeds, birds, and even ants live in his house, he is their world. And as everyone wishes his own world not to be injured, thus all beings wish that he who knows this should not be injured. Verily, this is known and has been well reasoned. In the beginning this was self alone, one only. He desired, let there be a wife for me, that I may have offspring, and let there be wealth for me, that I may offer sacrifices. Verily, this is the whole desire, and even if wishing for more, he would not find it. Therefore, now also a lonely person desires, let there be a wife for me, that I may have offspring, and let there be wealth for me, that I may offer sacrifices. And so long as he does not obtain either of these things, he thinks he is incomplete. Now his completeness is made up as follows. Mind is his self, husband; speech, the wife; breath, the child; the eye, all worldly wealth, for he finds it with the eye; the ear, his divine wealth, for he hears it with the ear; the body, Atman, is his work, for with the body he works. This is the fivefold sacrifice, for fivefold is the animal, fivefold man, fivefold all this whatsoever. He who knows this obtains all this. Fifth Brahmana. When the Father of creation had produced by knowledge and penance work the 7 kinds of food, one of his foods was common to all beings. 2 he assigned to the Devas. 3 he made for himself. 1 he gave to the animals. In it all rests whatsoever breeds and breeds not. Why then do these not perish, though they are always eaten? He who knows this imperishable one, he eats food with his face. He goes even to the Devas, he lives on strength. When it is said that the Father produced by knowledge and penance the 7 kinds of food, it is clear that it was He who did so. When it is said that one of His foods was common, then that is that common food of His which is eaten. He who worships eats that common food is not removed from evil, for verily that food is mixed property. When it is said that 2 He assigned to the Devas, that is the Huta, which is sacrificed in fire, and the Prahuta, which is given away at a sacrifice. But they also say the new moon and full moon sacrifices are here intended, and therefore one should not offer them as an ishti or with a wish. When it is said that one He gave to animals, that is milk. For in the beginning, in their infancy, both men and animals live on milk, and therefore they either make a newborn child lick grita butter, or they make it take the breast. And they call a newborn creature a trinada, that is, not eating herbs. When it is said that in it all rests, whatsoever breeds and breeds not, we see that all this whatsoever breeds and breeds not rests and depends on milk. And when it is said in another Brahmana that a man who sacrifices with milk a whole year overcomes death again, let him not think so. No, on the very day on which he sacrifices, on that day he overcomes death again. For he who knows this offers to the gods the entire food, namely milk. When it is said, why do these not perish, though they are always eaten? We answer, verily, the person is the imperishable, and he produces that food again and again. When it is said, he who knows this imperishable one, then verily the person is the imperishable one. For he produces this food by repeated thought, and whatever he does not work by his works, that perishes. When it is said that he eats food with his face, then face means the mouth. He eats it with his mouth. When it is said that he goes even to the Devas, he lives on strength, that is meant as praise. When it is said that he made 3 for himself, that means that he made mind, speech, and breath for himself. As people say, my mind was elsewhere, I did not see, my mind was elsewhere, I did not hear. It is clear that a man sees with his mind and hears with his mind. Desire, representation, doubt, faith, want of faith, memory, forgetfulness, shame, reflection, fear, all this is mind. Therefore, even if a man is touched on the back, he knows it through the mind. Whatever sound there is, that is speech. Speech indeed is intended for an end or object. It is nothing by itself. The up-breathing, the down-breathing, the back-breathing, the out-breathing, the on-breathing, all that is breathing is breath, prana only. Verily, that self consists of it. That self consists of speech, mind, and breath. These are the 3 worlds. Earth is speech, sky, mind, heaven, breath. These are the 3 Vedas. The Rig Veda is speech, the Yajur Veda, mind, the Sama Veda, breath. These are the Devas, fathers and men. The Devas are speech, the fathers mind, men breath. These are father, mother, and child. The father is mind, the mother speech, the child breath. These are what is known, what is to be known, and what is unknown. What is known has the form of speech, for speech is known. Speech, having become this, protects man. What is to be known has the form of mind, for mind is what is to be known. Mind, having become this, protects man. What is unknown has the form of breath, for breath is unknown. Breath, having become this, protects man. Of that speech which is the food of Prajapati, earth is the body, light the form, namely this fire. And so far as speech extends, so far extends the earth, so far extends fire. Next, of this mind, heaven is the body, light the form, namely this sun. And so far as this mind extends, so far extends heaven, so far extends the sun. If they, fire and sun, embrace each other, then wind is born, and that is Indra, and he is without a rival. Verily, a second is a rival, and he who knows this has no rival. Next, of this breath, water is the body, light the form, namely this moon. And so far as this breath extends, so far extends water, so far extends the moon. These are all alike, all endless. And he who worships them as finite obtains a finite world, but he who worships them as infinite obtains an infinite world. That Prajapati is the ear, and he consists of 16 digits. The nights indeed are his 15 digits, the fixed point his 16th digit. He is increased and decreased by the nights. Having on the new moon night entered with the 16th part into everything that has life, he is thence born again in the morning. Therefore, let no one cut off the life of any living thing on that night, not even of a lizard, in honor, pujartam of that deity. Now verily, that Prajapati, consisting of 16 digits, who is the ear, is the same as a man who knows this. His wealth constitutes the 15 digits, his self the 16th digit. He is increased and decreased by that wealth. His self is the knave, his wealth the felly. Therefore, even if he loses everything, if he lives but with his self, people say he lost the felly which can be restored again. Next, there are verily 3 worlds: the world of men, the world of the fathers, the world of the devas. The world of men can be gained by a son only, not by any other work. By sacrifice, the world of the fathers. By knowledge, the world of the devas is gained. The world of the devas is the best of worlds. Therefore, they praise knowledge. Next follows the handing over. When a man thinks he is going to depart, he says to his son, "Thou art Brahman, the Veda so far as acquired by the father. Thou art the sacrifice, so far as performed by the father. Thou art the world." The son answers, "I am Brahman, I am the sacrifice, I am the world. Whatever has been learned by the father, that taken as one is Brahman. Whatever sacrifices there are, they taken as one are the sacrifice. Whatever worlds there are, they taken as one are the world. Verily, here ends this, what has to be done by a father, namely study, sacrifice, etc. He, the Son, being all this, preserved me from this world. Thus he thinks. Therefore, they call a son who is instructed to do all this a world son, Lokya, and therefore they instruct him. When a father who knows this departs this world, then he enters into his son together with his own spirits, with speech, mind, and breath. If there is anything done amiss by the father, of all that the son delivers him, and therefore he is called Putra, son. By help of his son, the father stands firm in this world. Then these divine immortal spirits, speech, mind, and breath, enter into him. From the earth and from fire, divine speech enters into him. And verily that is divine speech, whereby whatever he says comes to be. From heaven and the sun, divine mind enters into him, and verily that is divine mind, whereby he becomes joyful and grieves no more. From water and the moon, divine breath, spirit enters into him, and verily that is divine breath, which, whether moving or not moving, does not tire, and therefore does not perish. He who knows this becomes the self of all beings. As that deity Hiranyagarbha is, so does he become. And as all beings honor the deity with sacrifice, etc., so do all beings honor him who knows this. Whatever grief these creatures suffer, that is all one, and therefore disappears. Only what is good approaches him. Verily, evil does not approach the Devas. Next follows the consideration of the observances, acts. Prajapati created the actions, active senses. When they had been created, they strove among themselves. Voice held, I shall speak. The eye held, I shall see. The ear held, I shall hear. And thus the other actions too, each according to its own act. Death, having become weariness, took them and seized them. Having seized them, death held them back from their work. Therefore, speech grows weary, the eye grows weary, the ear grows weary. But death did not seize the eternal breath. Then the others tried to know him, and said, Verily, he is the best of us. He who, whether moving or not, does not tire and does not perish. Well, let all of us assume his form. Thereupon they all assumed his form, and therefore they are called after him, breaths, spirits. In whatever family there is a man who knows this, they call that family after his name. And he who strives with one who knows this withers away and finally dies. So far with regard to the body. Now with regard to the deities. Agni, fire held, I shall burn. Aditya, the sun held, I shall warm. Chandramas, the moon held, I shall shine. And thus also the other deities, each according to the deity. And as it was with the central breath among the breaths, so it was with Vayu, the wind, among those deities. The other deities fade, not Vayu. Vayu is the deity that never sets. And here there is this sloka. He from whom the sun rises, and into whom it sets, he verily rises from the breath, and sets in the breath. Him the Devas made the law. He only is today, and he tomorrow also. Whatever these Devas determined then, that they perform today also. Therefore, let a man perform one observance only. Let him breathe up and let him breathe down, that the evil death may not reach him. And when he performs it, let him try to finish it. Then he obtains through it union and oneness with that deity, with prana. Sixth Brahmana. Verily, this is the triad: name, form, and work. Of these names, that which is called speech is the Ukta, hymn, supposed to mean also origin. For from it all names arise. It is their Saman, song, supposed to mean also sameness. For it is the same as all names. It is their Brahman, prayer, supposed to mean also support. For it supports all names. Next of the forms, that which is called I is the Ukta, hymn. For from it all forms arise. It is their Sauman, song, for it is the same as all forms. It is their Brahman, prayer, for it supports all forms. Next of the works, that which is called body is the Ukta, hymn. For him it all works arise. It is their Sauman, song, for it is the same as all works. It is their Brahman, prayer, for it supports all works. That being a triad is one, namely this self, and the self being one is that triad. This is the immortal covered by the true. Verily, breath is the immortal, name and form are the true, and by them immortal is covered. End of first Adhyaya. First Brahmana. There was formerly the proud Gargaya Balaki, a man of great reading. He said to Ajatasattu of Kasi, "Shall I tell you, Brahman?" Ajatasattu said, "We give 1,000 cows for that speech of yours. For verily all people run away, saying Janaka, the king of Mithila, is our patron." Gargaya said, "The person that is in the sun, that I adore as Brahman." Ajatasattu said to him, No, do not speak to me on this. I adore him verily as the Supreme, the head of all beings, the King. Whoso adores him thus becomes supreme, the head of all beings, a king. Gargaya said, "The person that is in the moon and in the mind, that I adore as Brahman." Ajatasattu said to him, No, do not speak to me on this. I adore him verily as the great, clad in white raiment, as Soma the king. Whoso adores him thus, Soma is poured out and poured forth for him day by day, and his food does not fail. Gargaya said, "The person that is in the lightning and in the heart, that I adore as Brahman." Ajatasattu said to him, No, do not speak to me on this. I adore him verily as the luminous. Whoso adores him thus becomes luminous, and his offspring becomes luminous. Gargaya said, "The person that is in the ether, and in the ether of the heart, that I adore as Brahman." Ajatasattu said to him, No, do not speak to me on this. I adore him as what is full and quiescent. Whoso adores him thus becomes filled with offspring and cattle, and his offspring does not cease from this world. Gargaya said, "The person that is in the mind and in the breath, that I adore as Brahman." Ajatasattu said to him, No, do not speak to me on this. I adore him as Indra, Vaikunta, as the unconquerable army of the Maruts. Whoso adores him thus becomes victorious, unconquerable, conquering his enemies. Gargaya said, the person that is in the fire and in the heart, that I adore as Brahman. Ajatasattu said to him, No, no, do not speak to me on this. I adore him as powerful. Whoso adores him thus becomes powerful, and his offspring becomes powerful. Gargaya said, The person that is in the water, in seed and in the heart, that I adore as Brahman. Ajatasattu said to him, No, no, do not speak to me on this. I adore him as likeness. Whoso adores him thus, to him comes what is likely or proper, not what is improper. What is born from him is like unto him. Gargaya said, The person that is in the mirror, that I adore as Brahman. Ajatasattu said to him, No, no, do not speak to me on this. I adore him verily as the brilliant. Whoso adores him thus, he becomes brilliant. His offspring becomes brilliant, and with whomsoever he comes together, he outshines them. Gargaya said, The sound that follows a man while he moves, that I adore as Brahman. Ajatasattu said to him, No, no, do not speak to me on this. I adore him verily as life. Whoso adores him thus, he reaches his full age in this world. Breath does not leave him before the time. Gargaya said, The person that is in space, that I adore as Brahman. Ajatasattu said to him, No, no, do not speak to me on this. I adore him verily as the second who never leaves us. Whoso adores him thus becomes possessed of a second. His party is not cut off from him. Gargaya said, The person that consists of the shadow, that I adore as Brahman. Ajatasattu said to him, No, no, do not speak to me on this. I adore him verily as death. Whoso adores him thus, he reaches his whole age in this world. Death does not approach him before the time. Gargaya said, The person that is in the body, that I adore as Brahman. Ajatasattu said to him, No, no, do not speak to me on this. I adore him verily as embodied. Whoso adores him thus becomes embodied, and his offspring becomes embodied. Then Gargaya became silent. Ajatasattu said to him, Thus far only? Thus far only, he replied. Ajatasattu said, This does not suffice to know it, the true Brahman. Gargaya replied, Then let me come to you as a pupil. Ajatasattu said, Verily, it is unnatural that a Brahmana should come to a Kshatriya, hoping that he should tell him the Brahman. However, I shall make you know him clearly. Thus saying, he took him by the hand and rose. And the two together came to a person who was asleep. He called him by these names: Thou great one, clad in white raiment, Soma king. He did not rise. Then rubbing him with his hand, he woke him. Then he arose. Ajatasattu said, When this man was thus asleep, where was then the person Purusha, the intelligent? And from whence did he thus come back? Gargaya did not know this. Ajatasattu said, When this man was thus asleep, then the intelligent person, Purusha, having through the intelligence of the senses, pranas, absorbed within himself all intelligence, lies in the ether, which is in the heart. When he takes in these different kinds of intelligence, then it is said that the man sleeps, swapti. Then the breath is kept in, speech is kept in, the ear is kept in, the eye is kept in, the mind is kept in. But when he moves about in sleep and dream, then these are his worlds. He is, as it were, a great king. He is, as it were, a great Brahmana. He rises, as it were, and he falls. And as a great king might keep in his own subjects, and move about according to his pleasure within his own domain, thus does that person who is endowed with intelligence keep in the various senses, pranas, and move about according to his pleasure within his own body while dreaming. Next, when he is in profound sleep and knows nothing, there are the 72,000 arteries called hita, which from the heart spread through the body. Through them he moves forth and rests in the surrounding body. And as a young man or a great king or a great Brahmana, having reached the summit of happiness, might rest, so does he then rest. As the spider comes out with its thread, or as small sparks come forth from fire, thus do all senses, all worlds, all devas, all beings come forth from that self. The Upanishad, the true name and doctrine of that self, is the true of the true. Verily, the senses are the true, and he is the true of the true. Second Brahmana. Verily, he who knows the babe with his place, his chamber, his post, and his rope, he keeps off the 7 relatives who ate him. Verily, by the young is meant the inner life, by his place this body, by his chamber this head, by his post the vital breath, by his rope the food. Then the 7 imperishable ones approach him. There are the red lines in the eye, and by them Rudra clings to him. There is the water in the eye, and by it Parjanya clings to him. There is the pupil, and by it Aditya, sun, clings to him. There is the dark iris, and by it Agni clings to him. There is the white eyeball, and by it Indra clings to him. With the lower eyelash, the earth; with the upper eyelash, the heaven clings to him. He who knows this, his food does never perish. On this, there is this sloka. There is a cup having its mouth below and its bottom above. Manifold glory has been placed into it. On its lip sit the 7 rishis. The tongue, as the 8th, communicates with Brahman. What is called the cup having its mouth below and its bottom above is this head. For its mouth, the mouth is below, its bottom, the skull, is above. When it is said that manifold glory has been placed into it, the senses verily are manifold glory, and he therefore means the senses. When he says that the 7 rishis sit on its lip, the rishis are verily the active senses, and he means the senses. And when he says that the tongue as the 8th communicates with Brahman, it is because the tongue as the 8th does communicate with Brahman. These two, the 2 ears, are the rishis Gautama and Bharadvaja. The right Gautama, the left Bharadvaja. These 2, the eyes, are the rishis Visvamitra and Kamadagni. The right Visvamitra, the left Gamadagni. These 2, the nostrils, are the rishis Vasishta and Kasyapa. The right Vasishta and the left Kasyapa. The tongue is Atri, for with the tongue food is eaten. and Atri is meant for Atti, eating. He who knows this becomes an eater of everything, and everything becomes his food. Third Brahmana. There are two forms of Brahman, the material and the immaterial, the moral and the immoral, the solid and the fluid, Sat, being, and Thya, that is, Sat Thya, true. Everything except air and sky is material, is mortal, is solid, is definite. The essence of that which is material, which is mortal, which is solid, which is definite, is the sun that shines, for he is the essence of Sat, the definite. But air and sky are immaterial, or immortal, or fluid, or indefinite. The essence of that which is immaterial, which is immortal, which is fluid, which is indefinite, is the person in the disk of the sun, for he is the essence of Tayad, the indefinite. So far with regard to the Devas. Now with regard to the body. Everything except the breath and the ether within the body is material, is mortal, is solid, is definite. The essence of that which is material, which is mortal, which is solid, which is definite, is the I, for it is the essence of Sat, the definite. But breath and the ether within the body are immaterial, or immortal, or fluid, or indefinite. The essence of that which is immaterial, which is immortal, which is fluid, which is indefinite, is the person in the right eye, for he is the essence of the tired, the indefinite. And what is the appearance of that person? Like a saffron-colored raiment, like white wool, like cochineal, like the flame of fire, like the white lotus, like sudden lightning. He who knows this, his glory is like unto sudden lightning. Next follows the teaching of Brahman by No, for there is nothing else higher than this. If one says it is not so, then comes the name, the true of the true, the senses being the true, and he, the Brahman, the true of them. Fourth Brahmana. Now when Yajnavalkya was going to enter upon another state, he said, Maitreyi, verily I am going away from my house into the forest. Forsooth, let me make a settlement between thee and Katyayini, my other wife. Maitreyi said, My lord, if this whole earth, full of wealth, belonged to me, tell me, should I be immortal by it? No, replied Yajnavalkya, like the life of rich people will be thy life, but there is no hope of immortality by wealth. And Maitreyi said, What should I do with that by which I do not become immortal? What my Lord knoweth of immortality, tell that to me. Yajnavalkya replied, Thou who art truly dear to me, thou speakest dear words. Come, sit down, I will explain it to thee, and mark well what I say. And he said, Verily, a husband is not dear that you may love the husband, but that you may love the self, therefore a husband is dear. Verily, a wife is not dear that you may love the wife, but that you may love the self, therefore a wife is dear. Verily, sons are not dear that you may love the sons, but that you may love the self, therefore sons are dear. Verily, wealth is not dear that you may love wealth, but that you may love the self, therefore wealth is dear. Verily, the Brahman class is not dear that you may love the Brahman class, but that you may love the self, therefore the Brahman class is dear. Verily, the Kshatriya class is not dear that you may love the Kshatriya class, but that you may love the self. Therefore, the Kshatriya class is dear. Verily, the worlds are not dear that you may love the worlds, but that you may love the self. Therefore, the worlds are dear. Verily, the Devas are not dear that you may love the Devas, but that you may love the self. Therefore, the Devas are dear. Verily, creatures are not dear that you may love the creatures, but that you may love the self. Therefore, are creatures dear. Verily, everything is not dear that you may love everything, but that you may love the self. Therefore, everything is dear. Verily, the self is to be seen, to be heard, to be perceived, to be marked. O Maitri, when we see, hear, perceive, and know the self, then all this is known. Whosoever looks for the Brahman class elsewhere than in the self was abandoned by the Brahman class. Whosoever looks for the Kshatriya class elsewhere than in the self was abandoned by the Kshatriya class. Whosoever looks for the worlds elsewhere than in the self was abandoned by the worlds. Whosoever looks for the Devas elsewhere than in the self was abandoned by the Devas. Whosoever looks for creatures elsewhere than in the self was abandoned by the creatures. Whosoever looks for anything elsewhere than in the self was abandoned by everything. This Brahman class, this Kshatriya class, these worlds, these Devas, these creatures, this everything, all is that self. Now, as the sounds of a drum, when beaten, cannot be seized externally by themselves, but the sound is seized when the drum is seized or the beater of the drum. And as the sounds of a conch shell, when blown, cannot be seized externally by themselves, but the sound is seized when the shell is seized or the blower of the shell. And as the sounds of a lute, when played, cannot be seized externally by themselves, but the sound is seized when the lute is seized or the player of the lute. As clouds of smoke proceed by themselves out of a lighted fire kindled with damp fuel, thus verily, O Maitri, has been breathed forth from this great being what we have as Rig Veda, Yajurveda, Samaveda, Adarvangirasas, Itihasa, legends, Purana, cosmogonies, Vidya, knowledge, the Upanishads, Slokas, verses, Sutras, prose, rules, Anuvakyanas, glosses, Vyakhyanas, commentaries. From him alone all these were breathed forth. As all waters find their center in the sea, all touches in the skin, all tastes in the tongue, all smells in the nose, all colors in the eye, all sounds in the ear, all percepts in the mind, all knowledge in the heart, all actions in the hands, all movements in the feet, and all the Vedas in speech. As a lump of salt when thrown into water becomes dissolved into water and could not be taken out again, but whatever we taste, the water, it is salt. Thus verily, O Maitri, does this great being, endless, unlimited, consisting of nothing but knowledge, rise from out these elements and vanish again in them. When he has departed, there is no more knowledge. Name, I say, O Maitri. Thus spoke Yajnavalkya. Then Maitri said, Here thou hast bewildered me, sir, when thou sayest that having departed there is no more knowledge." But Yajnavalkya replied, "O Maitreyi, I say nothing that is bewildering. This is enough, O beloved, for wisdom. For when there is as it were duality, then one sees the other, one smells the other, one hears the other, one salutes the other, one perceives the other, one knows the other. But when the self only is all this, how should he smell another? How should he see another? How should he hear another? How should he salute another? How should he perceive another? How should he know another? How should he know him by whom he knows all this? How, O beloved, should he know himself, the knower?" Fifth Brahmana. This earth is the honey, Madhu, the effect of all beings, and all beings are the honey, Madhu, the effect of this earth. Likewise, this bright immortal person in this earth and that bright immortal person incorporated in the body, both are Madhu. He indeed is the same as that self, that immortal, that Brahman, that all. This water is the honey of all beings, and all beings are the honey of this water. Likewise, this bright immortal person in this water and that bright immortal person existing as seed in the body, both are Madhu. He indeed is the same as that self, that immortal, that Brahman, that all. This fire is the honey of all beings, and all beings are the honey of this fire. Likewise, this bright immortal person in this fire and that bright immortal person existing as speech in the body, both are Madhu. He indeed is the same as that self, that immortal, that Brahman, that all. This air is the honey of all beings, and all beings are the honey of this air. Likewise, this bright immortal person in this air and that bright immortal person existing as breath in the body, both are Madhu. He indeed is the same as that self, that immortal, that Brahman, that all. This sun is the honey of all beings, and all beings are the honey of this sun. Likewise, this bright immortal person in the sun and that bright immortal person existing as the eye in the body, both are Madhu. He indeed is the same as that self, that immortal, that Brahman, that all. This space, Disa, the quarters, is the honey of all beings, and all beings are the honey of this space. Likewise, this bright immortal person in this space and that bright immortal person existing as the ear in the body, both are Madhu. He indeed is the same as that self, that immortal, that Brahman, that all. This moon is the honey of all beings, and all beings are the honey of this moon. Likewise, this bright immortal person in this moon and that bright immortal person existing as mind in the body, both are Madhu. He indeed is the same as that self, that immortal, that Brahman, that all. This lightning is the honey of all beings, and all beings are the honey of this lightning. Likewise, this bright immortal person in this lightning and that bright immortal person existing as light in the body, both are Madhu. He indeed is the same as that self, that immortal, that Brahman, that all. This thunder is the honey of all beings, and all beings are the honey of this thunder. Likewise, this bright immortal person is this thunder, and that bright immortal person existing as sound and voice in the body, both are Madhu. He indeed is the same as that self, that immortal, that Brahman, that all. This ether is the honey of all beings, and all beings are the honey of this ether. Likewise, this bright immortal person in this ether and that bright immortal person existing as heart ether in the body, both are Madhu. He indeed is the same as that self, that immortal, that Brahman, that all. This law, dharma, is the honey of all beings, and all beings are the honey of this law. Likewise, this bright immortal person in this law, and that bright immortal person existing as law in the body, both are Madhu. He indeed is the same as that self, that immortal, that Brahman, that all. This true Satyam is the honey of all beings, and all beings are the honey of this true. Likewise, this bright immortal person in what is true, and what bright immortal person existing as the true in the body, both are Madhu. He indeed is the same as that self, that immortal, that Brahman, that all. This mankind is the honey of all beings, and all beings are the honey of this mankind. Likewise, this bright immortal person in mankind, and that bright immortal person existing as man in the body, both are Madhu. He indeed is the same as that self, that immortal, that Brahman, that all. This self is the honey of all beings, and all beings are the honey of this self. Likewise, this bright immortal person in this self, and that bright immortal person, the self, both are Madhu. He indeed is the same as that self, that immortal, that Brahman, that all. And verily this self is the Lord of all beings, the King of all beings. And as all spokes are contained in the axle and in the felly of a wheel, all beings and all those selves of earth, water, etc. are contained in that self. Verily, Dadyak Atharvana proclaimed this honey, the Madhu Vidya, to the two Aswins. And a Rishi, seeing this, said, O ye two heroes, Aswins, I make manifest that fearful deed of yours, which you performed for the sake of gain, like a thunder makes manifest the rain. The honey, Madhu Vidya, which Dadyak Atharvana proclaimed to you through the head of a horse. Verily, Dadyak Atharvana proclaimed this honey to the two Aswins. And a Rishi, seeing this, said, O Aswins, you fixed a horse's head on Atharvana Dadyak, and he, wishing to be true to his promise, proclaimed to you the honey, both that of Tavastri and that which is to be your secret, O ye strong ones. Verily, Dadyak Atharvana proclaimed this honey to the two Aswins, and a Rishi, seeing this, said, He, the Lord, made bodies with 2 feet, he made bodies with 4 feet. Having first became a bird, he entered the bodies as Purusha, as the person. This very Purusha is in all bodies, the Purushya, that is, he who lives in the body, and is therefore called Purusha. There is nothing that is not covered by him, nothing that is not filled by him. Verily, Dadyak Atharvana proclaimed this honey to the two Aswins, and a Rishi, seeing this, said, He, the Lord, became like unto every form, and this is meant to reveal the true form of him, the Atman. Indra, the Lord, appears multiform through the Mayas, appearances, and the horses, senses, are yoked 110. This Atman is the horses, this Atman is the 10, and the thousands, many and endless. This is the Brahman, without cause and without effect, without anything inside or outside. This self is Brahman, omnipresent and omniscient. This is the teaching of the Upanishads. Sixth Brahmana. Pautimashya from Gaupavana. Gaupavana from Pautimashya. Pautimashya from Gaupavana. Gaupavana from Kaushika. Kaushika from Kaundinya. Kaundinya from Sandilya. Sandilya from Kaushika and Gautama. Gautama from Agniveshya. Agniveshya from Sandilya and Anabhimlata. Sandilya and Anabhimlata from Anabhimlata. Anabhimlata from Anabhimlata. Anabhimlata from Gautama. Gautama from Saitava and Prachina Yogya. Saitava and Prachina Yogya from Parasarya. Parasarya from Bharadwaja. Bharadwaja from Bharadwaja and Gautama. Gautama from Bharadwaja. Bharadwaja from Parasarya. Parasarya from Vaijavapayana. Vaijavapayana from Kaushikayini. Kaushikayini from Grita Kaushika. Grita Kaushika from Parasarayana. Parasarayana from Parasarya. Parasarya from Gautikaranya. Gautikaranya from Asurayana and Yaksha. Asurayana and Yaksha from Traivani. Traivani from Anupajandhani. Anupajandhani from Asuri. Asuri from Bharadwaja. Bharadwaja from Aitreya. Aitreya from Manti. Manti from Gautama. Gautama from Gautama. Gautama from Vatsya. Vatsya from Sandilya. Sandilya from Kaisorya Kapya. Kaisorya Kapya from Kumara Harita. Kumara Harita from Galva. Galva from Vidarbhi Kaundinya. Vidarbhi Kaundinya from Vatsanapath Bhabrava. Vatsanapath Bhabrava from Pati Saubhra. Pati Saubhra from Ayasa Angirasa. Ayasa Angirasa from Abhuti Twastra. Abhuti Twastra from Visvarupa Twastra. Visvarupa Twastra from Asvinu. Asvinu from Dadhyak Atharvana. Dadhyak Atharvana from Atharvan Daiva. Atharvan Daiva from Mrityu Pradavavamsna. Mrityu Pradavavamsna from Pradavavamsna. Pradavamsna from Ekrasi. Ekrashi from Viprakiti. Viprakiti from Vyashti. Vyashti from Sanaru. Sanaru from Sanatana. Sanatana from Sanaga. Sanaga from Prameshtin. Prameshtin from Brahman. Brahman is Swayambhu, self-existent. Adoration to Brahman. End of second Adhyaya. First Brahmana. Adoration to the highest self, Paramatman. Janaka Vaideha, the king of Vaidehas, sacrificed with a sacrifice at which many presents were offered to the priests of the Asvamedha. Brahmanas of the Kurus and the Panchalas had come thither, and Janaka Vaideha wished to know which of those Brahmanas was the best read. So he enclosed 1,000 cows, and 10 padas of gold were fastened to each pair of horns. And Janaka spoke to them, Ye venerable Brahmanas, he who among you is the wisest, let him drive away these cows. Then those Brahmanas durst not. But Yagnavalkya said to his people, "Drive them away, my dear." He replied, "O glory to the salmon," and drove them away. The Brahmanas became angry and said, "How should he call himself the wisest among us?" Now there was Asvala, the Hotri priest of Janaka Vaideha. He asked him, "Are you indeed the wisest among us, O Yagnavalkya?" He replied, "I bow before the wisest, the best knower of Brahman, but I wish indeed to have those cows." Then Asvala, the Hotri priest, undertook to question him. "Yagnavalkya," he said, "everything here connected with the sacrifice is reached by death. Everything is overcome by death. By what means then is the sacrificer freed beyond the reach of death?" Yagnavalkya said, "By the Hotri priest, who is Agni, fire, who is speech. For speech is the Hotri of the sacrifice, or the sacrificer, and speech is Agni, and he is the Hotri. This constitutes freedom, and perfect freedom from death." "Yagnavalkya," he said, "everything here is reached by day and night. Everything is overcome by day and night. By what means then is the sacrificer freed beyond the reach of day and night?" Yagnavalkya said, "By the Advaryu priest, who is the eye, who is Aditya, the sun. For the eye is the Advaryu of the sacrifice, and the eye is the sun, and he is the Advaryu. This constitutes freedom and perfect freedom." "Yagnavalkya," he said, "everything here is reached by the waxing and waning of the moon. Everything is overcome by the waxing and waning of the moon. By what means then is the sacrificer freed beyond the reach of the waxing and waning of the moon?" Yagnavalkya said, "By the Udgatri priest, who is Vayu, the wind, who is the breath. For the breath is the Udgatri of the sacrifice, and the breath is the wind, and he is the Udgatri. This constitutes freedom and perfect freedom." "Yagnavalkya," he said, "the sky is, as it were, without an ascent staircase. By what approach does the sacrificer approach the Swarga world?" Yagnavalkya said, "By the Brahman priest, who is the mind, Manas, who is the moon. For the mind is the Brahman of the sacrifice, and the mind is the moon, and he is the Brahman. This constitutes freedom and perfect freedom. These are the common deliverances from death." Next follow the achievements. "Yagnavalkya," he said, "how many Rik verses will the Hotri priest employ today at this sacrifice?" "3," replied Yagnavalkya. "And what are these 3?" "Those which are called Puronovakya Yagna, and thirdly Sasya." "And what does he gain by them?" "All whatsoever has breath." "Yagnavalkya," he said, "how many oblations Ahuti will the Advaryu priest employ today at this sacrifice?" "3," replied Yagnavalkya. "And what are these 3?" "Those which, when offered, flame up; those which, when offered, make an excessive noise; and those which, when offered, sink down." "What does he gain by them?" "By those which, when offered, flame up; he gains the Deva, God world. For the Deva world flames up, as it were, by those which, when offered, make an excessive noise. He gains the Pitri, father world. For the Pitri world is excessively noisy. By those which, when offered, sink down. He gains the Manushya, man world. For the Manushya world is, as it were, down below. Yagnavalkya, he said, with how many deities does the Brahman priest on the right protect today this sacrifice? By one, replied Yagnavalkya. And which is it? The mind alone, for the mind is endless, and the Visvadevas are endless, and he thereby gains the endless world. Yagnavalkya, he said, how many stotriya hymns will the Udgatri priest employ today at this sacrifice? 3, replied Yagnavalkya. And what are these 3? Those which are called Puronavakya, Yagya, and thirdly Sasya. And what are these with regard to the body, Adhyatman? The Puronavakya is Prana, up breathing, the Yagya, the Apana, down breathing, and Sasya, the Vyana, back breathing. What does he gain by them? He gains the earth by the Puronavakya, the sky by Yajna, heaven by the Sasya. After that, Asvala held his peace. Second Brahmana. Then Jaratkarva Arthabhaga asked him, Yagnavalkya, he said, how many grahas are there, and how many atigrahas? 8 grahas, he replied, and 8 atigrahas. And what are these 8 grahas and 8 atigrahas? Prana, breath, is 1 graha, and that is seized by apana, down breathing, as the atigraha, for one smells with the apana. Speech, vak, is 1 graha, and that is seized by name, naman, as the atigraha, for with speech one pronounces names. The tongue is 1 graha, and that is seized by the taste as the atigraha, for with the tongue one perceives tastes. The eye is 1 graha, and that is seized by form as the atigraha, for with the eye one sees forms. The ear is 1 graha, and that is seized by sound as the atigraha, for with the ear one hears sounds. The mind is 1 graha, and that is seized by desire as the atigraha, for with the mind one desires desires. The arms are 1 graha, and these are seized by work as the atigraha, for with the arms one works work. The skin is 1 graha, and that is seized by touch as the atigraha, for with the skin one perceives touch. These are the 8 grahas and the 8 atigrahas. Yagnavalkya, he said, everything is the food of death. What then is the deity to whom death is food? Fire, Agni, is death, and that is the food of water. Death is conquered again. Yagnavalkya, he said, when such a person, a sage, dies, do the vital breaths, pranas, move out of him or no? No, replied Yagnavalkya, they are gathered up in him. He swells, he is inflated, and thus inflated the dead lies at rest. Yagnavalkya, he said, when such a man dies, what does not leave him? The name, he replied, for the name is endless. The Visvadevas are endless, and by it he gains the endless world. Yagnavalkya, he said, when the speech of this dead person enters into the fire breath into the air, the eye into the sun, the mind into the moon, the hearing into space, into the earth the body, into the ether the self, into the shrubs the hairs of the body, into the trees the hairs of the head, when the blood and the seed are deposited in the water, where is then that person? Yagnavalkya said, take my hand, my friend, we two alone shall know of this. Let this question of ours not be discussed in public. Then these two went out and argued, and what they said was karman, work. What they praised was karma, namely that a man becomes good by good work and bad by bad work. After that, Jaratkarva Arthabhaga held his peace. Third Brahmana. Then Bhugyu Lahyayani asked, Yagnavalkya, he said, we wandered about as students and came to the house of Patanjala Kapya. He had a daughter who was possessed by a Gandharva. We asked him, who art thou? And he, the Gandharva, replied, I am Sudanvan, the Angirasa. And when we asked him about the ends of the world, we said to him, where were the Parikshitas? Where then were the Parikshitas? I ask thee, Yagnavalkya, where were the Parikshitas? Yagnavalkya said, he said to thee, I suppose, that they went where those go who have performed a horse sacrifice. He said, and where do they go who have performed a horse sacrifice? Yagnavalkya replied, 32 journeys of the car of the sun is this world. The earth surrounds it on every side, twice as large, and the ocean surrounds this earth on every side, twice as large. Now there is between them a space as large as the edge of a razor or the wing of a mosquito. Indra, having become a bird, handed them through the space to Vayu, the air, and Vayu, the air, holding them within himself, conveyed them to where they dwell who have performed a horse sacrifice. Somewhat in this way did he praise Vayu indeed. Therefore Vayu air is everything by itself, and Vayu is all things together. He who knows this conquers death. After that, Bhugya Lahyani held his peace. Fourth Brahmana. Then Ushasta Chakrayana asked, Yagnavalkya, he said, tell me the Brahman which is visible, not invisible, the self-Atman who is within all. Yagnavalkya replied, this thyself who is within all. Which self, O Yagnavalkya, is within all? Yagnavalkya replied, he who breathes in the up-breathing, he is thyself and within all. He who breathes in the down-breathing, he is thyself and within all. He who breathes in the on-breathing, he is thyself and within all. He who breathes in the out-breathing, he is thyself and within all. This is thyself who is within all. Ushasta Chakrayana said, as one might say, this is a cow, this is a horse, thus has this been explained by thee. Tell me the Brahman which is visible, not invisible, the self who is within all. Yagnavalkya replied, this thyself who is within all. Which self, O Yagnavalkya, is within all? Yagnavalkya replied, thou couldst not see the true seer of sight. Thou couldst not hear the true hearer of hearing, nor perceive the perceiver of perception, nor know the knower of knowledge. This is thyself who is within all. Everything also is of evil. After that, Ushasta Chakrayana held his peace. Fifth Brahmana. Then Kahola Kaushitakeya asked, Yagnavalkya, he said, tell me the Brahman which is visible, not invisible, the self-Atman who is within all. Yagnavalkya replied, this thyself who is within all. Which self, O Yagnavalkya, is within all? Yagnavalkya replied, he who overcomes hunger and thirst, sorrow, passion, old age and death. When Brahmanas know that self and have risen above the desire for sons, wealth and new worlds, they wander about as mendicants. For a desire for sons is desire for wealth. A desire for wealth is desire for worlds. Both these are indeed desires. Therefore, let a Brahmana, after he has done with learning, wish to stand by real strength. After he has done with that strength and learning, he becomes a Muni, a Yogin. And after he has done with what is not the knowledge of a Muni, and with what is the knowledge of a Muni, he is a Brahmana. By whatever means he has become a Brahmana, he is such indeed. Everything else is of evil. After that, Kahola Kaushitakeya held his peace. Sixth Brahmana. Then Gargi Vajaknavi asked, Yagnavalkya, she said, everything here is woven like warp and woof in water. What then is that in which water is woven like warp and woof? In air, O Gargi, he replied. In what then is air woven like warp and woof? In the worlds of the sky, O Gargi, he replied. In what then are the worlds of the sky woven like warp and woof? In the worlds of the Gandharvas, O Gargi, he replied. In what then are the worlds of the Gandharvas woven like warp and woof? In the worlds of Aditya, son, O Gargi, he replied. In what then are the worlds of Aditya, sun, woven like warp and woof? In the worlds of Chandra, moon, O Gargi, he replied. In what then are the worlds of Chandra, moon, woven like warp and woof? In the worlds of the Nakshatras, stars, O Gargi, he replied. In what then are the worlds of the Nakshatras, stars, woven like warp and woof? In the world of the Devas, gods, O Gargi, he replied. In what then are the worlds of the Devas, gods woven like warp and woof? In the worlds of Indra, O Gargi, he replied. In what then are the worlds of Indra woven like warp and woof? In the worlds of Prajapati, O Gargi, he replied. In what then are the worlds of Prajapati woven like warp and woof? In the worlds of Brahman, O Gargi, he replied. In what then are the worlds of Brahman woven like warp and woof? After that, Gargi Vachaknavi held her peace. Seventh Brahmana. Then Uddalaka Aruni asked, Yagnavalkya, he said, we dwelt among the Madras in the houses of Patanjala Kapya, studying the sacrifice. His wife was possessed of a Gandharva, and we asked him, Who art thou? He answered, I am Kabanda Atharvana. And he said to Panchala Kapya and to us students, Dost thou know, Kapya, that thread by which this world and the other world and all beings are strung together? And Patanjala Kapya replied, I do not know, sir. He said again to Patanjala Kapya and to us students, Dost thou know, Kapya, the Pula, ruler within Antrayaman, who within pulls rules this world and the other world and all beings? And Patanjala Kapya replied, I do not know it, sir. He said again to Patanjala Kapya and to us students, He, O Kapya, who knows that thread and him who pulls it within, he knows Brahman. He knows the worlds. He knows the Devas. He knows the Vedas. He knows the Bhutas, creatures. He knows the self. He knows everything. Thus did he, the Gandharva, say to them, and I know it. If thou, O Yagnavalkya, without knowing that string and the pulla within, drivest away those Brahma cows, the cows offered as a prize to him who best knows Brahman, thy head will fall off. Yagnavalkya said, O Gautama, I believe I know that thread and the pulla within. The other said, Anybody may say, I know, I know. Tell what thou knowest. Yagnavalkya said, Vayu air is that thread, O Gautama. By air as by a thread, O Gautama, this world and the other world and all creatures are strung together. Therefore, O Gautama, people say of a dead person that his limbs have become unstrung, for by air as by a thread, O Gautama, they were strung together. The other said, So it is, O Yagnavalkya. Tell now, who is the pulla within? Yagnavalkya said, He who dwells in the earth and within the earth, whom the earth does not know, whose body the earth is, and who pulls, rules the earth within, he is thyself, the pulla, ruler within, the immortal. He who dwells in the water and within the water, whom the water does not know, whose body the water is, and who pulls, rules the water within, he is thyself, the pulla, ruler within, the immortal. He who dwells in the fire and within the fire, whom the fire does not know, whose body the fire is, and who pulls, rules the fire within, he is thyself, the pulla, ruler within, the immortal. He who dwells in the sky and within the sky, whom the sky does not know, whose body the sky is, and who pulls, rules the sky within, he is thyself, the pulla, ruler within, the immortal. He who dwells in the air, Vayu, and within the air, whom the air does not know, whose body the air is, and who rules the air within, he is thyself, the puller, ruler within, the immortal. He who dwells in the heaven, dew, and within the heaven, whom the heaven does not know, whose body the heaven is, and who rules the heaven within, he is thyself, the puller, ruler within, the immortal. He who dwells in the sun, Aditya, and within the sun, whom the sun does not know, whose body the sun is, and who rules the sun within, he is thyself, the puller, ruler within, the immortal. He who dwells in the space, Disa, and within the space, whom the space does not know, whose body the space is, and who rules the space within, he is thyself, the puller, ruler within, the immortal. He who dwells in the moon and stars, Chandrama Tarakam, and within the moon and stars, whom the moon and stars do not know, whose body the moon and stars are, and who rules the moon and stars within, he is thyself, the puller, ruler within, the immortal. He who dwells in the ether, Akasa, and within the ether, whom the ether does not know, whose body the ether is, and who rules the ether within, he is thyself, the puller, ruler within, the immortal. He who dwells in the darkness, Tamas, and within the darkness, whom the darkness does not know, whose body the darkness is, and who rules the darkness within, he is thyself, the puller, ruler within, the immortal. He who dwells in the light, Tejas, and within the light, whom the light does not know, whose body the light is, and who rules the light within, he is thyself, the puller, ruler within, the immortal. So far with respect to the gods. Adidaivatam. Now with respect to beings. Adibhutam. Yagnavalkya said, he who dwells in all beings, and within all beings, whom all beings do not know, whose body all beings are, and who rules all beings within, he is thyself, the puller, ruler within, the immortal. He who dwells in the breath, Prana, and within the breath, whom the breath does not know, whose body the breath is, and who rules the breath within, he is thyself, the puller, ruler within, the immortal. He who dwells in the tongue, Vak, and within the tongue, whom the tongue does not know, whose body the tongue is, and who rules the tongue within, he is thyself, the puller, ruler within, the immortal. He who dwells in the eye, and within the eye, whom the eye does not know, whose body the eye is, and who rules the eye within, he is thyself, the puller, ruler within, the immortal. He who dwells in the ear, and within the ear, whom the ear does not know, whose body the ear is, and who rules the ear within, he is thyself, the puller, ruler within, the immortal. He who dwells in the mind, and within the mind, whom the mind does not know, whose body the mind is, and who rules the mind within, he is thyself, the puller, ruler within, the immortal. He who dwells in the skin, and within the skin, whom the skin does not know, whose body the skin is, and who rules the skin within. He is thyself, the puller, ruler within, the immortal. He who dwells in knowledge and within knowledge, whom knowledge does not know, whose body knowledge is, and who rules knowledge within. He is thyself, the puller, ruler within, the immortal. He who dwells in the seed and within the seed, whom the seed does not know, whose body the seed is, and who rules the seed within. He is thyself, the puller, ruler within, the immortal, unseen but seeing, unheard but hearing, unperceived but perceiving, unknown but knowing. There is no other seer but He. There is no other hearer but He. There is no other perceiver but He. There is no other knower but He. This is thyself, the ruler within, the immortal. Everything else is of evil. After that, Uddalaka Aruni held his peace. 8th Brahmana. Then Vachak Navi said, Venerable Brahmanas, I shall ask him 2 questions. If he will answer them, none of you, I think, will defeat him in any argument concerning Brahman. Yagnavalkya said, Ask, O Gargi. She said, O Yagnavalkya, as the son of a warrior from the Kasis or Vaidehas might string his loosened bow, take 2 pointed 4-piercing arrows in his hands, and rise to do battle, I have risen to fight thee with 2 questions. Answer me these questions. Yagnavalkya said, Ask, O Gargi. She said, O Yagnavalkya, that of which they say it is above the heavens, beneath the earth, embracing heaven and earth, past, present, and future. Tell me, in what is it woven, like warp and woof? Yagnavalkya said, That of which they say that it is above the heavens, beneath the earth, embracing heaven and earth, past, present, and future, that is woven like warp and woof, is the ether, Akasa. She said, I bow to thee, O Yagnavalkya, who hast solved me that question. Get thee ready for the second. Yagnavalkya said, Ask, O Gargi. She said, O Yagnavalkya, that of which they say that it is above the heavens, beneath the earth, embracing heaven and earth, past, present, and future. Tell me, in what is it woven, like warp and woof? Yagnavalkya said, That of which they say that it is above the heavens, beneath the earth, embracing heaven and earth, past, present, and future, that is woven like warp and woof in the ether. Gargi said, In what then is the ether woven like warp and woof? He said, O Gargi, the Brahmanas call this the Akshara, the imperishable. It is neither coarse nor fine, neither short nor long, neither red like fire nor fluid like water. It is without shadow, without darkness, without air, without ether, without attachment, without taste, without smell, without eaves, without ears, without speech, without mind, without light, vigor, without breath, without a mouth or door, without measure, having no within and no without. It devours nothing, and no one devours it. By the command of that Akshara, the imperishable, O Gargi, sun and moon stand apart. By the command of that Akshara, O Gargi, heaven and earth stand apart. By the command of that Akshara, O Gargi, what are called moments, nimisha, hours, muhurta, days and nights, half months, months, seasons, years, all stand apart. By the command of that Akshara, O Gargi, some rivers flow to the east from the white mountains, others to the west or to any other quarter. By the command of that Akshara, O Gargi, men praise those who give. The gods follow the sacrificer, the fathers the Darvi offering. Whosoever, O Gargi, without knowing that Akshara, the imperishable, offers oblations in this world, sacrifices and performs penance for 1,000 years, his work will have an end. Whosoever, O Gargi, without knowing this Akshara, departs this world, he is miserable like a slave. But he, O Gargi, who departs this world, knowing this Akshara, he is a Brahmana. That Brahman, O Gargi, is unseen, but seeing, unheard, but hearing, unperceived, but perceiving, unknown, but knowing. There is nothing that sees but it, nothing that hears but it, nothing that perceives but it, nothing that knows but it. In that Akshara, then, O Gargi, the ether is woven like warp and woof. Then said Gargi, Venerable Brahmins, you may consider it a great thing if you get off by bowing before him. No one, I believe, will defeat him in any argument concerning Brahman. After that, Vachaknavi held her peace. Ninth Brahmana. Then Vidagdha Sakalya asked him, How many gods are there, O Yagnavalkya? He replied with this very nivid, As many as are mentioned in the nivid of the hymn of praise addressed to the Visvadevas, namely 3 and 300, 3 and 3,000. Yes, he said, and asked him, How many gods are there really, O Yagnavalkya? 33, he said. Yes, he said, and asked him, How many gods are there really, O Yagnavalkya? 6, he said. Yes, he said, and asked again, How many gods are there really, O Yagnavalkya? 3, he said. Yes, he said, and asked again, How many gods are there really, O Yagnavalkya? 2, he said. Yes, he said, and asked again, How many gods are there really, O Yagnavalkya? 1.5. Adhyartha, he said. Yes, he said, and asked again, How many gods are there really, O Yagnavalkya? 1, he said. Yes, he said, and asked, Who are these 3 and 300, 3 and 3,000? Yagnavalkya replied, They are only the various powers of them. In reality, there are only 33 gods. He asked, Who are those 33? Yagnavalkya replied, The 8 Vasus, the 11 Rudras, the 12 Adityas, they make 31, and Indra and Prajapati make the 33. He asked, who are the Vasus? Yagnavalkya replied, Agni, fire; Prithvi, earth; Vayu, air; Antariksha, sky; Aditya, sun; Dew, heaven; Chandramas, moon; the Nakshatras, stars. These are the Vasus, for in them all that dwells this world rests, and therefore they are called Vasus. He asked, who are the Rudras? Yagnavalkya replied, these 10 vital breaths, pranas, the senses, that is, the 5 jnanendriyas and the 5 karmendriyas, and Atman as the 11th. When they depart from this mortal body, they make us cry, Rodayanti, and because they make us cry, they are called Rudras. He asked, who are the Adityas? Yagnavalkya replied, the 12 months of the year, and they are Adityas because they move along Yanti, taking up everything, Adhana. Because they move along taking up everything, therefore they are called Adityas. He asked, and who is Indra, and who is Prajapati? Yagnavalkya replied, Indra is Tanda, Prajapati is the sacrifice. He asked, and what is the Tanda? Yagnavalkya replied, the thunderbolt. He asked, and what is the sacrifice? Yagnavalkya replied, the sacrificial animals. He asked, who are the 6? Yagnavalkya replied, Agni, fire; Prithvi, earth; Vayu, air; Antariksha, sky; Aditya, sun; Dew, heaven. They are the 6, for they are all this, the 6. He asked, who are the 3 gods? Yagnavalkya replied, these 3 worlds, for in them all these gods exist. He asked, who are the 2 gods? Yagnavalkya replied, food and breath. He asked, who is the 1 god and a half? Yagnavalkya replied, he that blows. Here they say, how is it that he who blows like one only should be called 1 and a half, Adhyartha? And the answer is, because when the wind was blowing, everything grew, Adhyardhanat. He asked, who is the 1 God? Yagnavalkya replied, breath, prana, and he is Brahman, the Sutratman, and they call him that Thyad. Sakalya said, whosoever knows that person or God, whose dwelling body is the earth, whose sight world is fire, whose mind is light, the principle of every living self, he indeed is a teacher, O Yagnavalkya. Yagnavalkya said, I know that person, the principle of every self, of whom thou speakest. This corporal, material, earthy person, he is he. But tell me, Sakalya, who is his Devata, deity? Sakalya replied, the immortal. Sakalya said, whosoever knows that person whose dwelling is love, a body capable of sensual love, whose sight is the heart, whose mind is light, the principle of every self, he indeed is a teacher, O Yagnavalkya. Yagnavalkya replied, I know that person, the principle of every self, of whom thou speakest. This love-making, loving person, he is he. But tell me, Sakalya, who is his Devata? Sakalya replied, the women, Sakalya said, "Whosoever knows that a person whose dwelling are the colors, whose sight is the eye, whose mind is light, the principle of every self, he indeed is a teacher, O Yagnavalkya." Yagnavalkya replied, "I know that person, the principle of every self, of whom thou speakest. That person in the sun, he is he. But tell me, Sakalya, who is his Devata?" Sakalya replied, "The True." Sakalya said, "Whosoever knows that person whose dwelling is ether, whose sight is the ear, whose mind is light, the principle of every self, he indeed is a teacher, O Yagnavalkya." Yagnavalkya said, "I know that person, the principle of every self, of whom thou speakest. The person who hears and answers, he is he. But tell me, Sakalya, who is his Devata?" Sakalya replied, "Space." Sakalya said, "Whosoever knows that person whose dwelling is darkness, whose sight is the heart, whose mind is light, the principle of every self, he indeed is a teacher, O Yagnavalkya." Yagnavalkya replied, "I know that person, the principle of every self, of whom thou speakest, the shadowy person, he is he. But tell me, Sakalya, who is his Devata?" Sakalya replied, "Death." Sakalya said, "Whosoever knows that person whose dwelling are bright colors, whose sight is the eye, whose mind is light, the principle of every self, he indeed is a teacher, O Yagnavalkya." Yagnavalkya replied, "I know that person, the principle of every self, of whom thou speakest, the person in the looking glass, he is he. But tell me, Sakalya, who is his Devata?" Sakalya replied, "Vital breath, Asu." Sakalya said, "Whosoever knows that person whose dwelling is water, whose sight is the heart, whose mind is light, the principle of every self, he indeed is a teacher, O Yagnavalkya." Yagnavalkya replied, "I know that person, the principle of every self, of whom thou speakest. The person in the water, he is he. But tell me, Sakalya, who is his Devata?" Sakalya replied, "Varuna." Sakalya said, "Whosoever knows that person whose dwelling is seed, whose sight is the heart, whose mind is light, the principle of every self, he indeed is a teacher, O Yagnavalkya." Yagnavalkya replied, "I know that person, the principle of every self, of whom thou speakest, the filial person, he is he. But tell me, Sakalya, who is his Devata?" Sakalya replied, "Prajapati." Yagnavalkya said, "Sakalya, did those Brahmanas, who themselves shrank from the contest, make thee the victim?" Sakalya said, "Yagnavalkya, because thou hast decried the Brahmanas of the Kuru Panchalas, what Brahman dost thou know?" Yagnavalkya said, "I know the quarters with their deities and their abodes." Sakalya said, "If thou knowest the quarters with their deities and their abodes, which is thy deity in the eastern quarter?" Yagnavalkya said, "Aditya, the sun." Sakalya said, "In what does that Aditya abide?" Yagnavalkya said, "In the eye." Sakalya said, "In what does the eye abide?" Yagnavalkya said, "In the colors, for with the eye he sees the colors." Sakalya said, "And in what then do the colors abide?" Yagnavalkya said, "In the heart, for we know colors by the heart, for colors abide in the heart." Sakalya said, "So it is indeed, O Yagnavalkya." Sakalya said, which is thy deity in the southern quarter? Yagnavalkya said, Yama. Sakalya said, in what does that Yama abide? Yagnavalkya said, in the sacrifice. Sakalya said, in what does the sacrifice abide? Yagnavalkya said, in the dakshina, the gifts to be given to the priests. Sakalya said, in what does the dakshina abide? Yagnavalkya said, in Shraddha, faith. For if a man believes that he gives dakshina, and dakshina truly abides in faith. Sakalya said, and in what then does faith abide? Yagnavalkya said, in the heart. For by the heart faith knows, and therefore faith abides in the heart. Sakalya said, so it is indeed, O Yagnavalkya. Sakalya said, which is thy deity in the western quarter? Yagnavalkya said, Varuna. Sakalya said, in what does that Varuna abide? Yagnavalkya said, in the water. Sakalya said, in what does the water abide? Yagnavalkya said, in the seed. Sakalya said, and in what does the seed abide? Yagnavalkya said, in the heart. And therefore also they say of a son who is like his father, that he seems as if slipped from his heart, or made from his heart. For the seed abides in the heart. Sakalya said, so it is indeed, O Yagnavalkya. Sakalya said, which is thy deity in the northern quarter? Yagnavalkya said, Soma. Sakalya said, in what does that Soma abide? Yagnavalkya said, in the Diksha. Sakalya said, in what does that Diksha abide? Yagnavalkya said, in the true. And therefore they say to one who has performed the Diksha, speak what is true, for in the true indeed the Diksha abides. Sakalya said, and in what does the true abide? Yagnavalkya said, in the heart. For with the heart do we know what is true, and in the heart indeed the true abides. Sakalya said, so it is indeed, O Yagnavalkya. Sakalya said, which is thy deity in the zenith? Yagnavalkya said, Agni. Sakalya said, in what does that Agni abide? Yagnavalkya said, in speech. Sakalya said, and in what does speech abide? Yagnavalkya said, in the heart. Sakalya said, and in what does the heart abide? Yagnavalkya said, O Ahilika, when you think the heart could be anywhere else away from us, if it were away from us, the dogs might eat it, or the birds tear it. Sakalya said, and in what dost thou thy body and the self thy heart abide? Yagnavalkya said, in the prana, breath. Sakalya said, in what does the prana abide? Yagnavalkya said, in the apana, down breathing. Sakalya said, in what does the apana abide? Yagnavalkya said, in the vyana, back breathing. Sakalya said, in what does the vyana abide? Yagnavalkya said, in the udana, the out breathing. Sakalya said, in what does the udana abide? Yagnavalkya said, in the samana. That self, Atman, is to be described by no. He is incomprehensible, for he cannot be, is not comprehended. He is imperishable, for he cannot perish. He is unattached, for he does not attach himself. Unfettered, he does not suffer, he does not fail. These are the 8 abodes, the earth, etc., the 8 worlds, fire, etc., the 8 gods, the immortal food, etc., the 8 persons, the corporal, etc. He who, after dividing and uniting these persons, went beyond the samana, that person taught in the Upanishads, I now ask thee to teach me. If thou shalt not explain him to me, thy head will fall. Sakalya did not know him, and his head fell. Nay, thieves took away his bones, mistaking them for something else. Then Yagnavalkya said, Reverend Brahmanas, whosoever among you desires to do so, may now question me, or question me, all of you, or whosoever among you desires it, I shall question him, or I shall question all of you. But those Brahmanas durst not say anything. Then Yagnavalkya questioned them with these slokas. As a mighty tree in the forest, so in truth is man. His hairs are the leaves, his outer skin is the bark. From his skin flows forth blood, sap from the skin of the tree, and thus from the wounded man comes forth blood, as from a tree that is struck. The lumps of his flesh are in the tree, the layers of wood. The fiber is strong like the tendons. The bones are the hard wood within. The marrow is made like the marrow of the tree. But while the tree, when felled, grows up again, more young from the root, from what root, tell me, does a mortal grow up after he has been felled by death? Do not say from seed, for seed is produced from the living. But a tree springing from a grain clearly rises again after death. If a tree is pulled up with the root, it will not grow again. From what root then, tell me, does a mortal grow up after he has been felled by death? Once born, he is not born again, for who should create him again? Brahman, who is knowledge and bliss, he is the principal, both to whom who gives gifts, and also to him who stands firm and knows. End of 3rd Adhyaya. First Brahmana. When Janaka Vaideha was sitting to give audience, Yagnavalkya approached, and Janaka Vaideha said, Yagnavalkya, for what object did you come, wishing for cattle or for subtle questions? Yagnavalkya replied, For both, your majesty. Let us hear what anybody may have told you. Janaka Vaideha replied, Gitvan Sailini told me that speech, Vak, is Brahman. Yagnavalkya said, As one who had the benefit of a good father, mother and teacher might tell, so did Sailini tell you that speech is Brahman. For what is the use of a dumb person? But did he tell you the body, Ayatna, and the resting place, Pratishtha, of that Brahman? Janaka Vaideha said, He did not tell me. Yagnavalkya said, Your Majesty, this Brahman stands on one leg only. Janaka Vaideha said, Then tell me, Yagnavalkya. Yagnavalkya said, The tongue is its body, ether its place, and one should worship it as knowledge. Janaka Vaideha said, What is the nature of that knowledge? Yagnavalkya replied, Your Majesty, speech itself is knowledge. For through speech, Your Majesty, a friend is known to be a friend. And likewise the Rig Veda, Yajurveda,
Samaveda, the Atharvangi Rasas, the Itihasa, tradition, Purana Vidya, knowledge of the past, the Upanishads, Slokas, verses, Sutras, rules, Anuvakyanas and Vyakyanas, commentaries, etc., what is sacrificed, what is poured out, what is to be eaten and drunk, this world and the other world, and all creatures. By speech alone, Your Majesty, Brahman is known. Speech indeed, O King, is the highest Brahman. Speech does not desert him who worships that Brahman with such knowledge. All creatures approach him, and having become a god, he goes to the gods. Janaka Vaideha said, I shall give you for this 1,000 cows, with a bull as big as an elephant. Yagnavalkya said, my father was of opinion that one should not accept a reward without having fully instructed a people. Yagnavalkya said, let us hear what anybody may have told you. Janaka Vaideha replied, Udanka Saulbayana told me that life, prana, is Brahman. Yagnavalkya said, as one who had the benefit of a good father, mother and teacher might tell, so did Udanka Saulbayana tell you that life is Brahman. For what is the use of a person without life? But did he tell you the body and the resting place of that Brahman? Janaka Vaideha said, he did not tell me. Yagnavalkya said, Your Majesty, this Brahman stands on one leg only. Janaka Vaideha said, then tell me, Yagnavalkya. Yagnavalkya said, breath is its body, ether its place, and one should worship it as what is dear. Janaka Vaideha said, what is the nature of that which is dear? Yagnavalkya replied, Your Majesty, life itself is that which is dear, because for the sake of life, Your Majesty, a man sacrifices even for him who is unworthy of sacrifice. He accepts presents from him who is not worthy to bestow presents. Nay, he goes to a country even when there is fear of being hurt for the sake of life. Life, O King, is the highest Brahman. Life does not desert him who worships that Brahman. With such knowledge, all creatures approach him, and having become a god, he goes to the gods. Janaka Vaideha said, I shall give you for this 1,000 cows with a bull as big as an elephant. Yagnavalkya said, my father was of opinion that one should not accept a reward without having fully instructed a people. Yagnavalkya said, let us hear what anybody may have told you. Janaka Vaideha replied, Barku Varshna told me that sight, Chakshus, is Brahman. Yagnavalkya said, as one who had the benefit of a good father, mother and teacher might tell, so did Barku Varshna tell you that sight is Brahman. For what is the use of a person who cannot see? But did he tell you the body and the resting place of that Brahman? Janaka Vaideha said, he did not tell me. Yagnavalkya said, Your Majesty, this Brahman stands on one leg only. Janaka Vaideha said, then tell me, Yagnavalkya. Yagnavalkya said, the eye is its body, ether its place, and one should worship it as what is true. Janaka Vaideha said, what is the nature of what which is true? Yagnavalkya replied, Your Majesty, sight itself is that which is true. For if they say to a man who sees with his eyes,
didst thou see? And he says, I saw. Then it is true. Sight, O king, is the highest Brahman. Sight does not desert him who worships that Brahman with such knowledge. All creatures approach him, and having become a god, he goes to the gods. Janaka Vaidyaha said, I shall give you for this 1,000 cows with a bull as big as an elephant. Yagnavalkya said, my father was of the opinion that one should not accept a reward without having fully instructed a people. Yagnavalkya said, let us hear what anybody may have told you. Janaka Vaidyaha replied, Garda Vibhita Bharadvaja told me that hearing Strotra is Brahman. Yagnavalkya said, as one who had the benefit of a good father, mother and teacher might tell, so did Gardabi Vibhita Bharadvaja tell you that hearing is Brahman. For what is the use of a person who cannot hear? But did he tell you the body and the resting place of that Brahman? Janaka Vaidyaha said, he did not tell me. Yagnavalkya said, your Majesty, this Brahman stands on one leg only. Janaka Vaidyaha said, then tell me, Yagnavalkya. Yagnavalkya said, the ear is its body, ether its place, and we should worship it as what is endless. Janaka Vaidyaha said, what is the nature of that which is endless? Yagnavalkya replied, your Majesty, space, Disa itself, is that which is endless. And therefore, to whatever space quarter he goes, he never comes to the end of it, for space is endless. Space indeed, O king, is hearing, and hearing indeed, O king, is the highest Brahman. Hearing does not desert him who worships that Brahman with such knowledge. All creatures approach him, and having become a god, he goes to the gods. Janaka Vaidyaha said, I shall give you for this 1,000 cows with a bull as big as an elephant. Yagnavalkya said, my father was of opinion that one should not accept a reward without having fully instructed a people. Yagnavalkya said, let us hear what anybody may have told you. Janaka Vaidyaha replied, Satyakama Kabala told me that mind, Manas, is Brahman. Yagnavalkya said, as one who had the benefit of a good father, mother and teacher might tell, so did Satyakama Gabala tell you that mind is Brahman. For what is the use of a person without mind? But did he tell you the body and the resting place of that Brahman? Janaka Vaidyaha said, he did not tell me. Yagnavalkya said, your Majesty, this Brahman stands on one leg only. Janaka Vaidyaha said, then tell me, Yagnavalkya. Yagnavalkya said, mind itself is its body, ether its place, and we should worship it as bliss. Janaka Vaidyaha said, what is the nature of bliss? Yagnavalkya replied, your Majesty, mind itself, for with the mind does a man desire a woman, and a like son is born of her, and he is bliss. Mind indeed, O king, is the highest Brahman. Mind does not desert him who worships that Brahman. With such knowledge, all creatures approach him, and having become a god, he goes to the gods. Janaka Vaidyaha said, I shall give you for this 1,000 cows with a bull as big as an elephant. Yagnavalkya said, my father was of opinion that one should not accept a reward without having fully instructed a people. Yagnavalkya said, let us hear what anybody may have told you. Janaka Vaidyaha replied, Vidagdasa Kalya told me that the heart, Hridaya, is Brahman. Yagnavalkya said, as one who had the benefit of a good father, mother and teacher might tell, so did Vidhaga Sakalya tell you that the heart is Brahman. For what is the use of a person without a heart? But did he tell you the body and the resting place of that Brahman? Janaka Vaideha said, he did not tell me. Yagnavalkya said, Your Majesty, this Brahman stands on one leg only. Janaka Vaideha said, Then tell me, Yagnavalkya. Yagnavalkya said, The heart itself is its body, ether its place, and we should worship it as certainty, sthiti. Janaka Vaideha said, What is the nature of certainty? Yagnavalkya replied, Your Majesty, the heart itself. For the heart indeed, O King, is the body of all things. The heart is the resting place of all things. For in the heart, O King, all things rest. The heart indeed, O King, is the highest Brahman. The heart does not desert him who worships that Brahman. With such knowledge, all creatures approach him, and having become a god, he goes to the gods. Janaka Vaideha said, I shall give you for this 1,000 cows and a bull as big as an elephant. Yagnavalkya said, My father was of opinion that one should not accept a reward without having fully instructed a people. Second Brahmana. Janaka Vaideha, descending from his throne, said, I bow to you, O Yagnavalkya, teach me. Yagnavalkya said, Your Majesty, as a man who wishes to make a long journey would furnish himself with a chariot or a ship, thus is your mind well furnished by these Upanishads. You are honorable and wealthy. You have learnt the Vedas and been told the Upanishads. Whither then will you go when departing hence? Janaka Vaideha said, Sir, I do not know whither I shall go. Yagnavalkya said, Then I shall tell you this, whither you will go. Janaka Vaideha said, Tell it, sir. Yagnavalkya said, That person who is in the right eye, he is called Indra. And him who is Indra, they call indeed Indra mysteriously, for the gods love what is mysterious and dislike what is evident. Now that which in the shape of a person is in the right eye is his wife Viraj. Their meeting place is the ether within the heart, and their food the red lump within the heart. Again, their covering is that which is like a network within the heart, and the road on which they move from sleep to waking is the artery that rises upwards from the heart. Like a hair divided into 1,000 parts, so are the veins of it which are called hita placed firmly within the heart. Through these indeed that food flows on flowing, and he, the Taijasa, receives as it were purer food than the corporal self, the Visvanara. His, the Taijasa's eastern quarter are the pranas, breath, which go to the east. His southern quarter are the prana which go to the south. His western quarter are the pranas which go to the west. His northern quarter are the pranas which go to the north. His upper zenith quarter are the pranas which go upward. His lower nadir quarter are the pranas which go downward. All the quarters are all the pranas, and he, the Atman in that space, can only be described by no. He is incomprehensible, for he cannot be comprehended. He is undecaying, for he cannot decay. He is not attached, for he does not attach himself. He is unbound. He does not suffer. He does not perish. O Janaka, you have indeed reached fearlessness. Thus said Yagnavalkya. Then Janaka said, May that fearlessness come to you also, who teachest us fearlessness. I bow to you. Here are the Videhas, and here am I, thy slave. Third Brahmana. Yagnavalkya came to Janaka Vaideha, and he did not mean to speak to him. But when formerly Janaka Vaideha and Yagnavalkya had a disputation on the Agnihotra, Yagnavalkya had granted him a boon, and he chose for a boon that he might be free to ask him any question he liked. Yagnavalkya granted it, and thus the king was the first to ask him a question. Yagnavalkya, he said, what is the light of man? Yagnavalkya replied, the sun, O king, for having the sun alone for his light, man sits, moves about, does his work and returns. Janaka Vaideha said, so indeed it is, O Yagnavalkya. Janaka Vaideha said, when the sun has set, O Yagnavalkya, what is then the light of man? Yagnavalkya replied, the moon indeed is his light. For having the moon alone for his light, man sits, moves about, does his work and returns. Janaka Vaideha said, so indeed it is, O Yagnavalkya. Janaka Vaideha said, when the sun has set, O Yagnavalkya, and the moon has set, what is the light of man? Yagnavalkya replied, fire indeed is his light. For having fire alone for his light, man sits, moves about, does his work and returns. Janaka Vaideha said, when the sun has set, O Yagnavalkya, and the moon has set, and the fire is gone out, what is then the light of man? Yagnavalkya replied, sound indeed is his light. For having sound alone for his light, man sits, moves about, does his work and returns. Therefore, O king, when one cannot see even one's own hand, yet when a sound is raised, one goes towards it. Janaka Vaideha said, so indeed it is, O Yagnavalkya. Janaka Vaideha said, when the sun has set, O Yagnavalkya, and the moon has set, and the fire is gone out, and the sound hushed, what is then the light of man? Yagnavalkya said, the self indeed is his light. For having the self alone as his light, man sits, moves about, does his work and returns. Janaka Vaideha said, who is that self? Yagnavalkya replied, he who is within the heart, surrounded by the pranas, senses, the person of light, consisting of knowledge. He, remaining the same, wanders along the two worlds, as if thinking, as if moving. During sleep, in dream, he transcends this world and all the forms of death, all that falls under the sway of death, all that is perishable. On being born, that person, assuming his body, becomes united with all evils. When he departs and dies, he leaves all evils behind. And there are two states for that person, the one here in this world, the other in the other world, and as a third, an intermediate state, the state of sleep. When in that intermediate state he sees both those states together, the one here in this world and the other in the other world. Now, whatever his admission to the other world may be, having gained that admission, he sees both the evils and the blessings. And when he falls asleep, then after having taken away with him the material from the whole world, destroying and building it up again, he sleeps, dreams by his own light. In that state, the person is self-illuminated. There are no real chariots in that state, no horses, no roads, but he himself sends forth, creates chariots, horses, and roads. There are no blessings there, no happiness, no joys, but he himself sends forth, creates blessings, happiness, and joys. There are no tanks there, no lakes, no rivers, but he himself sends forth, creates tanks, lakes, and rivers. He indeed is the maker. On this there are these verses. After having subdued by sleep all that belongs to the body, he, not asleep himself, looks down upon the sleeping senses. Having assumed light, he goes again to his place, the golden person, the lonely bird. Guarding with the breath, prana, life, the lower nest, the immortal moves away from the nest. That immortal one goes wherever he likes, the golden person, the lonely bird. Going up and down in his dream, the god makes manifold shapes for himself, either rejoicing together with women, or laughing with friends, or seeing terrible sights. People may see his playground, but himself no one ever sees. Therefore they say, let no one wake a man suddenly, for it is not easy to remedy if he does not get back rightly to his body. Here some people object and say, no, this sleep is the same as the place of waking. For what he sees while awake, that only he sees when asleep. No, here in sleep the person is self-illuminated, as we explained before. Janaka Vaideha said, I give you, sir, 1,000. Speak on for the sake of my emancipation. Yagnavalkya said, that person, having enjoyed himself in that state of bliss, samprasada, deep sleep, having moved about and seen both good and evil, hastens back again as he came to the place from which he started, the place of sleep, to dream. And whatever he may have seen there, he is not followed, affected by it, for that person is not attached to anything. Janaka Vaideha said, so it is indeed, Yagnavalkya. I give you, sir, 1,000. Speak on for the sake of emancipation. Yagnavalkya said, that person, having enjoyed himself in that sleep dream, having moved about and seen both good and evil, hastens back again as he came to the place from which he started, to be awake. And whatever he may have seen there, he is not followed, affected by it, for that person is not attached to anything. Janaka Vaideha said, so it is indeed, Yagnavalkya. I give you, sir, 1,000. Speak on for the sake of emancipation. Yagnavalkya said, that person, having enjoyed himself in that state of waking, having moved about and seen both good and evil, hastens back again as he came to the place from which he started, to the state of sleeping, dream. In fact, as a large fish moves along the two banks of a river, the right and the left, so does that person move along these two states, the state of sleeping and the state of waking. And as a falcon or any other swift bird, after he has roamed about here in the air, becomes tired, and folding his wings is carried to his nest, so does that person hasten to that state where, when asleep, he desires no more desires, and dreams no more dreams. There are in his body the veins called hita, which are as small as a hair divided 1,000-fold, full of white, blue, yellow, green, and red. Now when, as it were, they kill him, when, as it were, they overcome him, when, as it were, an elephant chases him, when, as it were, he falls into a well, he fancies through ignorance that danger which he commonly sees in waking. But when he fancies that he is, as it were, a god, or that he is, as it were, a king, or I am this altogether, that is his highest world. This indeed is his true form, free from desires, free from evil, free from fear. Now, as a man, when embraced by a beloved wife, knows nothing that is without, nothing that is within, thus this person, when embraced by the intelligent prajna, self, knows nothing that is without, nothing that is within. This indeed is his true form, in which his wishes are fulfilled, in which the self only is his wish, in which no wish is left, free from any sorrow. Then a father is not a father, a mother not a mother, the worlds not worlds, the gods not gods, the Vedas not Vedas. Then a thief is not a thief, a murderer not a murderer, a Chandala not a Chandala, a Pulkasa not a Pulkasa, a Sramana not a Sramana, a Tapasa not a Tapasa. He is not followed by good, not followed by evil, for he has then overcome all the sorrows of the heart. And when it is said that there in the Sushpati he does not see, yet he is seeing, though he does not see. For sight is inseparable from the seer, because it cannot perish. But there is then no second, nothing else different from him that he could see. And when it is said that there in the Sushpati he does not smell, yet he is smelling, though he does not smell. For smelling is inseparable from the smeller, because it cannot perish. But there is no second, nothing else different from him that he could smell. And when it is said that there in the Sushpati he does not taste, yet he is tasting, though he does not taste. For tasting is inseparable from the taster, because it cannot perish. But there is then no second, nothing else different from him that he could taste. And when it is said that there in the Sushpati he does not speak, yet he is speaking, though he does not speak. For speaking is inseparable from the speaker, because it cannot perish. But there is then no second, nothing else different from him that he could speak. And when it is said that there in the Sushpati he does not hear, yet he is hearing, though he does not hear. For hearing is inseparable from the hearer, because it cannot perish. But there is then no second, nothing else different from him that he could hear. And when it is said that there in the Sushpati he does not think, yet he is thinking, though he does not think. For thinking is inseparable from the thinker, because it cannot perish. But there is then no second, nothing else different from him that he could think. And when it is said that there in the Sushpati he does not touch, yet he is touching, though he does not touch. For touching is inseparable from the toucher, because it cannot perish. But there is then no second, nothing else different from him that he could think. And then it is said that there in the Sushpati he does not know, yet he is knowing, though he does not know. For knowing is inseparable from the knower, because it cannot perish. But there is then no second, nothing else different from him that he could know. When in the waking and dreaming there is, as it were, another, then can one see the other. then can one smell the other, then one can speak to the other, then can one hear the other, then can one think the other, then one can touch the other, then one can know the other. An ocean is that one seer without any duality. This is the Brahma world, O king. Thus did Yajnavalkya teach him. This is his highest goal. This is his highest success. This is his highest world. This is his highest bliss. All other creatures live on a small portion of that bliss. If a man is healthy, wealthy, and lord of others, surrounded by all human enjoyments, that is the highest blessing of men. Now 100 of these human blessings make one blessing of the fathers who have conquered the world of the fathers. 100 blessings of the fathers who have conquered this world make one blessing of the Gandharva world. 100 blessings in the Gandharva world make one blessing of the Devas by merit, work, sacrifice, who obtain their godhead by merit. 100 blessings of the Devas by merit make one blessing of the Devas by birth, also of Astrotya, who is without sin and not overcome by desire. 100 blessings of the Devas by birth make one blessing in the world of Prajapati, also of Srotya, who is without sin and not overcome by desire. 100 blessings in the world of Prajapati make one blessing in the world of Brahman, also of Astrotya, who is without sin and not overcome by desire. And this is the highest blessing. This is the Brahma world, O king. Thus spake Yajnavalkya. Janaka Vaideha said, I give you, sir, 1,000. Speak on for the sake of my emancipation. Then Yajnavalkya was afraid lest the king, having become full of understanding, should drive him from all his positions. And Yajnavalkya said, that person, having enjoyed himself in that state of sleeping, dream, having moved about and seen both good and bad, hastens back again as he came to the place from which he started, to the state of waking. And as policemen, magistrates, equerries, and governors wait for a king who is coming back with food and drink, saying, he comes back, he approaches. Thus do all the elements wait on him who knows this, saying, that Brahman comes, that Brahman approaches. And as policemen, magistrates, equerries, and governors gather round a king who is departing, thus do all the senses, pranas, gather round the self at the time of death, when a man is thus going to expire. Fourth Brahmana. Yajnavalkya continued, now when that self, having sunk into weakness, sinks, as it were, into unconsciousness, then gather those senses, pranas, around him, and he, taking with him those elements of light, descends into the heart. When that person in the eye turns away, then he ceases to know any forms. He has become one, they say. He does not see. He has become one, they say. He does not smell. He has become one, they say. He does not taste. He has become one, they say. He does not speak. He has become one, they say. He does not hear. He has become one, they say. He does not think. He has become one, they say. He does not touch. He has become one, they say. He does not know. The point of his heart becomes lighted up, and by that light the self departs, either through the eye, or through the skull, or through other places in the body. And when he thus departs, life, the chief prana, departs after him. And when life thus departs, all the other vital spirits, pranas, depart after it. He is conscious, and being conscious, he follows and departs. Then both his knowledge and his work take hold of him, and his acquaintance with former things. And as a caterpillar, after having reached the end of a blade of grass, and after having made another approach to another blade, draws itself together towards it, thus does this self, after having thrown off this body, and dispelled all ignorance, and after making another approach to another body, draw himself together towards it. And as a goldsmith, taking a piece of gold, turns it into another, newer and more beautiful shape, so does this self, after having thrown off this body and dispelled all ignorance, make unto himself another, newer and more beautiful shape, whether it be like the fathers, or like the Gandharvas, or like the Devas, or like Prajapati, or like Brahman, or like other beings. That self is indeed Brahman, consisting of knowledge, mind, life, sight, hearing, earth, water, wind, ether, light and no light, desire and no desire, anger and no anger, right or wrong, and all things. Now as a man is like this or like that, according as he acts, and according as he behaves, so will he be. A man of good acts will become good. A man of bad acts, bad. He becomes pure by pure deeds, bad by bad deeds. And here they say that a person consists of desires, and as is his desire, so is his will, and as is his will, so is his deed, and whatever deed he does, that he will reap. And here there is this verse: to whatever object a man's own mind is attracted, to that he goes strenuously together with his deed, and having obtained the end, the last results of whatever deed he does here on earth, he returns again from that world, which is the temporary reward of his deed, to this world of action. So much for the man who desires. But as to the man who does not desire, who, not desiring, freed from desires, is satisfied in his desires, or desires the self only, his vital spirits do not depart elsewhere. Being Brahman, he goes to Brahman. On this there is this verse: when all desires which once entered his heart are undone, then does the mortal become immortal. Then he obtains Brahman. And as the slough of a snake lies on an anthill, dead and cast away, thus lies this body, but that disembodied immortal spirit, prana, life, is Brahman only, is only light. Janaka Vaideha said, "Sir, I give you 1,000. On this there are these verses: the small old path
stretching far away has been found by me. On it sages who know Brahman move on to the Svargaloka, heaven, and thence higher on as entirely free. On that path they say that there is white or blue or yellow or green or red. That path was found by Brahman, and on it goes whoever knows Brahman, and who has done good and obtained splendor. All who worship what is not knowledge, avidya, enters into blind darkness. Those who delight in knowledge enter, as it were, into greater darkness. There are indeed those unblessed worlds covered with blind darkness. Men who are ignorant and not enlightened go after death to those worlds. If a man understands the self, saying, I am he, what could he wish or desire that he should pine after the body? Whoever has found and understood the self that has entered into this patched together hiding place, he indeed is the creator, for he is the maker of everything. His is the world, and he is the world itself. While we are here, we may know this. If not, I am ignorant, and there is great destruction. Those who know it become immortal, but others suffer pain indeed. If a man clearly beholds the self as God, and as the Lord of all that is and will be, then he is no more afraid. He behind whom the year revolves with the days, him the gods worship as the light of lights, as immortal time. He in whom the five beings and the ether rest, him alone I believe to be the self. I who know believe him to be Brahman. I who am immortal believe him to be immortal. They who know the life of life, the eye of the eye, the ear of the ear, the mind of the mind, they have comprehended the ancient primeval Brahman. By the mind alone it is to be perceived. There is in it no diversity. He who perceives therein any diversity goes from death to death. This eternal being that can never be proved is to be perceived in one way only. It is spotless, beyond the ether, the unborn self, great and eternal. Let a wise Brahmana, after he has discovered him, practice wisdom. Let him not seek after many words, for that is mere weariness of the tongue. And he is that great unborn self, who consists of knowledge, is surrounded by the pranas, the ether within the heart. In it there reposes the ruler of all, the lord of all, the king of all. He does not become greater by good works, nor smaller by evil works. He is the Lord of all, the King of all things, the Protector of all things. He is a bank and a boundary, so that these worlds may not be confounded. Brahmanas seek to know him by the study of the Veda, by sacrifice, by gifts, by penance, by fasting, and he who knows him becomes a Muni. Wishing for that world for Brahman only, mendicants leave their homes. Knowing this, the people of old did not wish for offspring. What shall we do with offspring, they said, we who have this self and this world of Brahman? And they, having risen above the desire for sons, wealth, the new worlds, wander about as mendicants. For desire for sons is desire for wealth, and desire for wealth is desire for worlds. Both these are indeed desires only. He, the Self, is to be described by no, he is incomprehensible, for he cannot be comprehended. He is imperishable, for he cannot perish. He is unattached, for he does not attach himself. Unfettered, he does not suffer, he does not fail. Him who knows these two do not overcome, whether he says that for some reason he has done evil, or for some reason he has done good. He overcomes both, and neither what he has done nor what he has omitted to do burns or affects him. This has been told by a verse, Rik. This eternal greatness of the Brahmana does not grow larger by work, nor does it grow smaller. Let man try to find, know its trace, for having found, known it, he is not sullied by any evil deed. He therefore that knows it, after having become quiet, subdued, satisfied, patient and collected, sees self in self, sees all as self. Evil does not overcome him. He overcomes all evil. Evil does not burn him. He burns all evil. Free from evil, free from spots, free from doubt, he becomes a true Brahmana. This is the Brahma world, O king. Thus spoke Yajnavalkya. Janaka Vaideha said, Sir, I give you the Vaidehas, and also myself, to be together your slaves. This indeed is the great, the unborn self, the strong, the giver of wealth. He who knows this obtains wealth. This great unborn self, undecaying, undying, immortal, fearless, is indeed Brahman. Fearless is Brahman, and he who knows this becomes verily the fearless Brahman. Fifth Brahmana. Yajnavalkya had two wives, Maitreyi and Katyayani. Of these, Maitreyi was conversant with Brahman, but Katyayani possessed such knowledge only as women possess. And Yajnavalkya, when he wished to get ready for another state of life, when he wished to give up the state of a householder and retire into the forest, said, Maitreyi, verily I am going away from this my house into the forest. Forsooth, let me make a settlement between thee and that Katyayani. Maitreyi said, My lord, if this whole earth full of wealth belonged to me, tell me, should I be immortal by it, or no? No, replied Yajnavalkya, like the life of rich people will be thy life, but there is no hope of immortality by wealth. And Maitreyi said, What should I do with that by which I do not become immortal? What my Lord knoweth of immortality, tell that clearly to me. Yajnavalkya replied, Thou who art truly dear to me, thou hast increased what is dear to me in thee. Therefore, if you like, lady, I will explain it to thee, and mark well what I say. And he said, Verily, a husband is not dear, that you may love the husband, but that you may love the self. Therefore, a husband is dear. Verily, a wife is not dear, that you may love the wife, but that you may love the self. Therefore, a wife is dear. Verily, sons are not dear, that you may love the sons, but that you may love the self. Therefore, sons are dear. Verily, wealth is not dear, that you may love wealth, but that you may love the self. Therefore, wealth is dear. Verily, cattle are not dear, that you may love cattle, but that you may love the self. Therefore, cattle are dear. Verily, the Brahman class is not dear, that you may love the Brahman class, but that you may love the self. Therefore, the Brahman class is dear. Verily, the Kshatriya class is not dear, that you may love the Kshatriya class, but that you may love the self. Therefore, the Kshatriya class is dear. Verily, the worlds are not dear, that you may love the worlds, but that you may love the self. Therefore, the worlds are dear. Verily, the Devas are not dear, that you may love the Devas, but that you may love the self. Therefore, the Devas are dear. Verily, the Vedas are not dear, that you may love the Vedas, but that you may love the self. Therefore, the Vedas are dear. Verily, creatures are not dear, that you may love the creatures, but that you may love the self. Therefore, are creatures dear. Verily, everything is not dear, that you may love everything, but that you may love the self. Therefore, everything is dear. Verily, the self is to be seen, to be heard, to be perceived, to be marked, O Maitri. When the self has been seen, heard, perceived and known, then all this is known. Whosoever looks for the Brahman class elsewhere than in the self was abandoned by the Brahman class. Whosoever looks for the Kshatriya class elsewhere than in the self was abandoned by the Kshatriya class. Whosoever looks for the worlds elsewhere than in the self was abandoned by the worlds. Whosoever looks for the Devas elsewhere than in the self was abandoned by the Devas. Whosoever looks for the Vedas elsewhere than in the self was abandoned by the Vedas. Whosoever looks for the creatures elsewhere than in the self was abandoned by the creatures. Whosoever looks for anything elsewhere than in the self was abandoned by anything. This Brahman class, this Kshatriya class, these worlds, these Devas, these Vedas, all these things, this everything, all is that self. Now, as the sounds of a drum, when beaten, cannot be seized externally by themselves, but the sound is seized when the drum is seized, or the beater of the drum. And as the sounds of a conch shell, when blown, cannot be seized externally by themselves, but the sound is seized when the shell is seized, or the blower of the shell. And as the sounds of a lute, when played, cannot be seized externally by themselves, but the sound is seized when the lute is seized, or the player of the lute. As clouds of smoke proceed by themselves out of lighted fire kindled with damp fuel, thus verily, O Maitreyi, has been breathed forth from this great being what we have as Rig Veda, Yajur Veda, Sama Veda, Atharvangiri Rasas, Itihasa, Purana, Vidya, the Upanishads, Slokas, Sutras, Anuvakyanas, Vakyanas, what is sacrificed, what is poured out, food, drink, this world and the other world, and all creatures. From him alone all these were breathed forth. As all waters find their center in the sea, all touches in the skin, all tastes in the tongue, all smells in the nose, all colors in the eye, all sounds in the ear, all percepts in the mind, all knowledge in the heart, all actions in the hands, all movements in the feet, and all the Vedas in speech. As a mass of salt has neither inside nor outside, but is altogether a mass of taste, thus indeed has that self neither inside nor outside, but is altogether a mass of knowledge, and having risen from out these elements, vanishes again in them. When he has departed, there is no more knowledge. Name, I say, O Maitreyi. Thus spoke Yajnavalkya. Then Maitreyi said, Here, sir, thou hast landed me in utter bewilderment. Indeed, I do not understand him. But he replied, O Maitreyi, I say nothing that is bewildering. Verily, beloved, that self is imperishable, and of an indestructible nature. For when there is as it were duality, then one sees the other, one smells the other, one tastes the other, one salutes the other, one hears the other, one perceives the other, one touches the other, one knows the other. But when the self only is all this, should he salute another? How should he hear another? How should he touch another? How should he know another? How should he know him? By whom? He knows all this. That self is to be described by? No, he is incomprehensible, for he cannot be comprehended. He is imperishable, for he cannot perish. He is unattached, for he does not attach himself. Unfettered, he does not suffer, he does not fail. How, O beloved, should he know the knower? Thus, O Maitreyi, thou hast been instructed. Thus far goes immortality. Having said so, Yajnavalkya went away into the forest. Sixth Brahmana. Now follows the stem. We from Pautimashya, Pautimashya from Gavupavana, Gavupavana from Pautimashya, Pautimashya from Gavupavana, Gavupavana from Kaushika, Kaushika from Kaundinya, Kaundinya from Sandilya, Sandilya from Kaushika and Gautama, Gautama from Agniveshya, Agniveshya from Gargaya, Gargaya from Gargaya, Gargaya from Gautama, Gautama from Saitava, Saitava from Parasarayana, Parasarayana from Gargayayana, Gargayayana from Udalakayana, Udalakayana from Gabalayana, Gabalayana from Madhyandinayana, Madhyandinayana from Saukarayana, Saukarayana from Kashayana, Kashayana from Sayakayana, Sayakayana from Kaushikayani, Kaushikayani from Grita Kaushika, Grita Kaushika from Parasarayana, Parasarayana from Parasaraya, Parasaraya from Gautakrayana, Gautakrayana from Asurayana and Yaksha, Asurayana from Travani, Travani from Anupajandani, Anupajandani from Asuri, Asuri from Bharadvaja, Bharadvaja from Aitreya, Aitreya from Manti, Manti
from Gautama, Gautama from Gautama, Gautama from Vatsaya, Vatsaya from Sandilya, Sandilya from Kaisorya Kapya, Kaisora Kapya from Kumaraharita, Kumaraharita from Galava, Galava from Vidarbhi Kaundina, Vidarbhi Kaundinya from Vatsanapath Bhabrava, Vatsanapath Bhabrava from Pati Saubhra, Pati Saubhra from Ayasa Angirasa, Ayasa Angirasa from Abhuti Tavashtra, Abhuti Tavashtra from Visvarupa Tavashtra, Visvarupa Tavashtra from Asvinu, Asvinu from Dadhayak Atharvana, Dadhayak Atharvana from Atharvan Daiva, Atharvan Daiva from Mrityu Pradvamsana, Mrityu Pradvamsana from Pradvamsana, Pradvamsana from Ekarshi, Ekarshi from Viprakiti, Viprakiti from Vyashti, Vyashti from Sanaru, Sanaru from Sanantana, Sanantana from Sanaga, Sanaga from Parameshtin, Parameshtin from Brahman. Brahman is Swayambhu, self-existent, adoration to Brahman. End of 4th Adhyaya. First Brahmana. That the invisible Brahman is full. This, the visible Brahman, is full. This full visible Brahman proceeds from that full invisible Brahman. On grasping the fullness of this full visible Brahman, there is left that full invisible Brahman. Om is ether, is Brahman. There is the old ether, the invisible, and the visible ether of the atmosphere. Thus said Kauravya Yani Putra. This, the Om, is the Veda, the means of knowledge. Thus the Brahmanas know. One knows through it all that has to be known. Second Brahmana. The threefold descendants of Prajapati, gods, men, and asuras, evil spirits, dwelt as brahmacharins, students, with their father Prajapati. Having finished their studentship, the gods said, "Tell us something, sir." He told them the syllable Da. Then he said, "Did you understand?" They said, "We did understand." "You told us Damyata, be subdued." "Yes," he said, "you have understood." Then men said to him, "Tell us something, sir." He told them the same syllable, Da. Then he said, "Did you understand?" They said, "We did understand." "You told us Datta, give." "Yes," he said, "you have understood." Then the asuras said to him, "Tell us something, sir." He told them the syllable Da. Then he said, "Did you understand?" They said, "We did understand." "You told us Dayadham, be merciful." "Yes," he said, "you have understood." The divine voice of thunder repeats the same, Da, Da, Da. That is, be subdued, give, be merciful. Therefore, let that triad be taught: subduing, giving, and mercy. Third Brahmana. Prajapati is the heart, is this Brahman, is all this. The heart, Hridaya, consists of 3 syllables. 1 syllable is Hri, and to him who knows this, his own people and others bring offerings. 1 syllable is Da, and to him who knows this, his own people and others bring gifts. 1 syllable is Yam, and he who knows this goes to heaven, Swarga, as his world. 4th Brahmana. This heart indeed is even that. It was indeed the true Brahman. And whosoever knows this great glorious firstborn as the true Brahman, he conquers these worlds, and conquered likewise may that enemy be. Yes, whosoever knows this great glorious firstborn as the true Brahman, for Brahman is the true. 5th Brahmana. In the beginning this world was water. Water produced the true, and the true is Brahman. Brahman produced Prajapati. Prajapati, the Devas, gods. The Devas adore the true Satyam alone. This Satyam consists of 3 syllables. 1 syllable is Sa, another Ti, the third Yam. The first and last syllables are true. In the middle there is the untrue. This untrue is on both sides enclosed by the true, and thus the true preponderates. The untrue does not hurt him who knows this. Now what is the true? That is the Aditya, the sun, the person that dwells in yonder orb, and the person in the right eye. These two rest on each other, the former resting with his rays in the latter, the latter with his prana senses in the former. When the latter is on the point of departing this life, he sees that orb as white only, and those rays of the sun do not return to him. Now of the person in that solar orb, Bhu is the head, for the head is one, and that syllable is one. Bhuva, the 2 arms, for the arms are 2, and these syllables are 2. Sava, the foot, for the feet are 2, and these syllables are 2. Its secret name is Ahar, day, and he who knows this destroys Hanti, evil, and leaves Jahati, it. 6th Brahmana. That person under the form of mind, Manas, being light indeed, is within the heart, small like a grain of rice or barley. He is the ruler of all, the Lord of all. He rules all this, whatsoever exists. 7th Brahmana. They say that lightning is Brahman, because lightning, Vidyut, is called so from cutting off Vidant. Whosoever knows this, that lightning is Brahman, him that Brahman cuts off from evil, for lightning indeed is Brahman. 8th Brahmana. Let him meditate on speech as a cow. Her 4 udders are the words Swaha, Vashat, Hanta, and Swadha. The gods live on 2 of her udders, the Swaha and the Vashat, men on the Hanta, the fathers on the Swadha. The bull of that cow is breath, prana, the calf, the mind. 9th Brahmana. Agni Visvanara is the fire within man, by which the food that is eaten is cooked, that is digested. Its noise is that which one hears if one covers one's ears. When he is on the point of departing this life, he does not hear that noise. 10th Brahmana. When the person goes away from this world, he comes to the wind. Then the wind makes room for him like the hole of a carriage wheel, and through it he mounts higher. He comes to the sun. Then the sun makes room for him like the hole of a lambara, and through it he mounts higher. He comes to the moon. Then the moon makes room for him like the hole of a drum, and through it he mounts higher, and arrives at the world where there is no sorrow, no snow. There he dwells eternal years. 11th Brahmana. This is indeed the highest penance. If a man laid up with sickness suffers pain, he who knows this conquers the highest world. This is indeed the highest penance. If they carry a dead person into the forest, he who knows this conquers the highest world. This is indeed the highest penance. If they place a dead person on the fire, he who knows this conquers the highest world. 12th Brahmana. Some say that food is Brahman, but this is not so. For food decays without life, prana. Others say that life, prana, is Brahman, but this is not so. For life dries up without food. Then these two deities, food and life, when they have become one, reach that highest state, that is, are Brahman. Thereupon Pratrida said to his father, "Shall I be able to do any good to one who knows this, or shall I be able to do him any harm?" The father said to him, beckoning with his hand, "Not so, Pratrida, for who could reach the highest state if he has only got to the oneness of these two?" He then said to him, "We, verily, food is we, for all these brings rest, Vishrani, on food." He then said, "Ram, verily, life is Ram, for all these things delight, Ramante, in food. All beings rest on him, all beings delight in him, who knows this." 13th Brahmana. Next follows the Ukta. Verily, breath, prana, is Ukta, for breath rises up, Uttapayati, all this. From him who knows this, there is raised a wise son. Knowing the Ukta, he obtains union and oneness with the Ukta. Next follows the Yajus. Verily, breath is Yajus, for all these things are joined in breath. For him who knows this, all beings are joined to procure his excellence. He obtains union and oneness with the Yajus. Next follows the Saman. Verily, breath is the Saman, for all these beings meet in breath. For him who knows this, all beings meet to procure his excellence. He obtains union and oneness with the Saman. Next follows the Shatra. Verily, breath is the Shatra. That is, breath protects Trayate, him, from being hurt, Shani. He who knows this obtains Shatra, power, which requires no protection. He obtains union and oneness with Shatra. 14th Brahmana. The words Bhumi, earth, Antariksha, sky, and dew, heaven, form 8 syllables. 1 foot of the Gayatri consists of 8 syllables. This 1 foot of it is that that is, the three worlds. And he who thus knows that foot of it conquers as far as the three worlds extend. The Rikas, the Yajumsi, and the Samani form 8 syllables. 1 foot, the second, of the Gayatri consists of 8 syllables. This 1 foot of it is that is the three Vedas, the Rig Veda, Yajur Veda, and Sama Veda. And he who thus knows that foot of it conquers as far as that threefold knowledge extends. The prana, the up-breathing, the apana, the down-breathing, and the vyana, the back-breathing, form 8 syllables. 1 foot, the third, of the Gayatri consists of 8 syllables. This 1 foot of it is that is the three vital breaths. And he who thus knows that foot of it conquers as far as there is anything that breathes. And of that Gayatri or speech, this indeed is the fourth Turiya, the bright Dharasata foot, shining high above the skies. What is here called the Turiya, the fourth, is meant for the Chaturtha, the fourth. What is called Dharasatam Padam, the bright foot, is meant for him who is as it were seen, the person in the sun. And what is called Parorajas, he who shines high above the skies, is meant for him who shines higher and higher above every day. And he who thus knows that foot of the Gayatri shines thus himself also with happiness and glory. That Gayatri, as described before, with its 3 feet, rests on that 4th foot, the bright one, high above the sky, and that again rests on the true Satyam, and the true is the I, for the I is known to be true. And therefore, even now, if 2 persons come disputing, the one saying, I saw, the other, I heard, then we should trust the one who says, I saw. And the true again rests on force, Balam, and force is life, Prana, and that the true rests on life. Therefore, they say, force is stronger than the true. Thus does that Gayatri rest with respect to the self as life. That Gayatri protects Tatre, the vital breaths, Gayas. The Gayas are the Pranas, vital breaths, and it protects them. And because it protects Tatre, the vital breaths, Gayas, therefore it is called Gayatri. And that Savitri verse, which the teacher teaches, that is it, the life, the prana, and indirectly the Gayatri, and whomsoever he teaches, he protects his vital breaths. Some teach that Savitri as an Anustubh verse, saying that speech is Anustubh, and that we teach that speech. Let no one do this, but let him teach the Gayatri as Savitri, and even if one knows this, receives what seems to be much as his reward as a teacher, yet this is not equal to 1 foot of the Gayatri. If a man, a teacher, were to receive as his fee these 3 worlds full of all things, he would obtain that first foot of the Gayatri. And if a man were to receive as his fee everything as far as this threefold knowledge extends, he would obtain that second foot of the Gayatri. And if a man were to receive as his fee everything whatsoever breathes, he would obtain that third foot of the Gayatri. But that fourth bright foot, shining high above the skies, cannot be obtained by anybody. Whence then could one receive such a fee? the adoration of that Gayatri. O Gayatri, thou hast 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet, 4 feet. Thou art footless, for thou art not known. Worship to thy 4th bright foot above the skies. If one who knows this hates someone and says, may he not obtain this, or may this wish not be accomplished to him, then that wish is not accomplished to him against whom he thus prays. Or if he says, may I obtain this. And thus Janaka Vaideha spoke on this point to Budila Asvatrasvi. How is it that thou, who spokest thus as knowing the Gayatri, hast become an elephant and carriest me? He answered, Your Majesty, I did not know its mouth. Agni, fire, is indeed its mouth, and if people pile even what seems much wood on the fire, it consumes it all. And thus a man who knows this, even if he commits what seems much evil, consumes it all, and becomes pure, clean, and free from decay and death. 15th Brahmana. The face of the true, the Brahman, is covered with a golden disc. Open that, O Pushan, that we may see the nature of the true. O Pushan, only seer, Yama, judge, Surya, sun, son of Prajapati, spread thy rays and gather them. The light which is thy fairest form, I see it. I am what is he, namely, the person in the sun. Breath to air and to the immortal, then this my body ends in ashes. Om, mind remember, remember thy deeds. Mind remember, remember thy deeds. Agni, lead us to wealth, beatitude, by a good path, thou, O God, who knowest all things. Keep far from us crooked evil, and we shall offer thee the fullest praise. End of 5th Adhyaya. First Brahmana. Hari Om. He who knows the first and the best becomes himself the first and the best among his people. Breath is indeed the first and the best. He who knows this becomes the first and the best among his people, and among whosoever he wishes to be so. He who knows the richest becomes himself the richest among his people. Speech is the richest. He who knows this becomes the richest among his people, and among whomsoever he wishes to be so. He who knows the firm rest becomes himself firm on even and uneven ground. The eye indeed is the firm rest, for by means of the eye a man stands firm on even and uneven ground. He who knows this stands firm on even and uneven ground. He who knows success, whatever desire he desires, it succeeds him. The ear indeed is success, for in the ear are all these Vedas successful. He who knows this, whatever desire he desires, it succeeds him. He who knows the home becomes a home of his own people, a home of all men. The mind indeed is a home. He who knows this becomes a home of his own people and a home of all men. He who knows generation becomes rich in offspring and cattle. Seed indeed is generation. He who knows this becomes rich in offspring and cattle. These pranas, senses, when quarrelling together as to who was the best, went to Brahman and said, "Who is the richest of us?" He replied, He by whose departure this body seems worst, he is the richest. The tongue speech departed, and having been absent for a year, it came back and said, How have you been able to live without me? They replied, Like unto people not speaking with the tongue, but breathing with the breath, seeing with the eye, hearing with the ear, knowing with the mind, generating with seed. Thus we have lived. Then speech entered in, the eyesight departed, and having been absent for a year, it came back and said, How have you been able to live without me? They replied, Like blind people, not seeing with the eye, but breathing with the breath, speaking with the tongue, hearing with the ear, knowing with the mind, generating with seed. Thus we have lived. Then the eye entered in, the ear hearing departed, and having been absent for a year, it came back and said, How have you been able to live without me? They replied, Like deaf people, not hearing with the ear, but breathing with the breath, speaking with the tongue, seeing with the eye, knowing with the mind, generating with seed. Thus we have lived. Then the ear entered in, the mind departed, and having been absent for a year, it came back and said, How have you been able to live without me? They replied, Like fools, not knowing with their mind, but breathing with the breath, seeing with the eye, hearing with the ear, generating with seed. Thus we have lived. Then the mind entered in, the seed departed, and having been absent for a year, it came back and said, How have you been able to live without me? They replied, Like impotent people, not generating with seed, but breathing with the breath, seeing with the eye, hearing with the ear, knowing with the mind. Thus we have lived. Then the seed entered in. The vital breath, when on the point of departing, tore up these senses, as a great excellent horse of the Sindhu country might tear up the pegs to which he is tethered. They said to him, Sir, do not depart. We shall not be able to live without thee. He said, Then make me an offering. They said, Let it be so. Then the tongue said, If I am the richest, then thou art the richest by it. The eye said, If I am the firm rest, then thou art possessed of firm rest by it. The ear said, If I am success, then thou art possessed of success by it. The mind said, If I am the home, thou art the home by it. The seed said, If I am generation, thou art possessed of generation by it. He said, What shall be food? What shall be dress for me? They replied, Whatever there is, even unto dogs, worms, insects, and birds, that is thy food, and water thy dress. He who thus knows the food of Anna, the breath, by him nothing is eaten that is not proper food, nothing is received that's not proper food. Strotriyas, Vedic theologians who know this, rinse the mouth with water when they are going to eat, and rinse the mouth with water after they have eaten, thinking that thereby they make the breath dressed with water. Second Brahmana. Swetaketu Arineya went to the settlement of Panchalas. He came near to Pravahana Gaivali, who was walking about, surrounded by his men. As soon as the king saw him, he said, My boy, Swetaketu replied, "Sir." Then the king said, "Have you been taught by your father?" "Yes," he replied. The king said, "Do you know how men, when they depart from here, separate from each other?" "No," he replied. "Do you know how they come back to this world?" "No," he replied. "Do you know how that world does never become full with the many who again and again depart thither?" "No," he replied. "Do you know at the offering of which libation the waters become endowed with a human voice and rise and speak?" "No," he replied. "Do you know the access to the path leading to the Devas and to the path leading to the Fathers? That is, by what deeds men gain access to the path leading to the Devas, or to that leading to the Fathers? For we have heard even the saying of Rishi, 'I heard of two paths for men, one leading to the Fathers, the other leading to the Devas. On those paths all that lives moves on, whatever there is between Father Sky and Mother Earth.'" Swetaketu said, "I do not know even one of all these questions." Then the king invited him to stay and accept his hospitality. But the boy, not caring for hospitality, ran away, went back to his father and said, "Thus then you call me formerly well instructed." The father said, "What then, you sage?" The son replied, "That fellow of a Rajanya asked me 5 questions, and I did not know one of them." "What are they?" said the father. "These were they," the son replied, mentioning the different heads. The father said, "You know me, child, that whatever I know I told you. But come, we shall go thither and dwell there as students." "You may go, sir," the son replied. Then Gautama went there, the place of Pravahana Gaivali was, and the king offered him a seat, ordered water for him, and gave him the proper offerings. Then he said to him, "Sir, we offer a boon to Gautama." Gautama said, "That boon is promised to me. Tell me the same speech which you made in the presence of my boy." He said, "That belongs to divine boons. Name one of the human boons." He said, "You know well that I have plenty of gold, plenty of cows, horses, slaves, attendants, and apparel. Do not heap on me what I have already in plenty, in abundance, and superabundance." The king said, "Gautama, do you wish for instruction from me in the proper way?" Gautama replied, "I come to you as a pupil. In word only have former sages, through Brahmanas, came as pupils to people of low rank, but Gautama actually dwelt as a pupil of Pravahana, who was Rajanya, in order to obtain the fame of having respectfully served his master." The king said, "Do not offend with us, neither you nor your forefathers, because this knowledge has before now never dwelt with any Brahmana. But I shall tell it to you, for who could refuse you when you speak thus? The altar fire, O Gautama, is that world heaven. The fuel is the sun itself, the smoke his rays, the light the day, the coals the quarters, the sparks the intermediate quarters. On that altar the Devas offer the Shraddha libation, consisting of water. From that oblation rises Soma, the king, the moon. The altar, O Gautama, is Parjanya, the god of rain. The fuel is the year itself, the smoke the clouds, the light the lightning, the coals the thunderbolt, the sparks the thunderings. On that altar the Devas offer Soma, the king, the moon. From that oblation rises rain. The altar, O Gautama, is this world. The fuel is the earth itself, the smoke the fire, the light the night, the coals the moon, the sparks the stars. On that altar the Devas offer rain. From that oblation rises food. The altar, O Gautama, is man. The fuel the opened mouth, the smoke the breath, the light the tongue, the coals the eye, the sparks the ear. On that altar the Devas offer food. From that oblation rises seed. The altar, O Gautama, is woman. On that altar the Devas offer seed. From that oblation rises man. He lives so long as he lives, and then when he dies, they take him to the fire, the funeral pile, and then the altar fire is indeed fire, the fuel, fuel, the smoke, smoke, the light, light, the coals, coals, the sparks, sparks. In that very altar fire the Devas offer man, and from that oblation man rises, brilliant in color. Those who thus know this, even Grihasthas, and those who in the forest worship faith and the true, Brahman Hiranya Garbha, go to light Arcus, from light to day, from day to the increasing half, from the increasing half to the 6 months when the sun goes to the north. From those 6 months to the worlds of Brahman they dwell exalted for ages. There is no returning for them. But they who conquer the world's future states by means of sacrifice, charity and austerity go to smoke, from smoke to night, from night to the decreasing half of the moon, from the decreasing half of the moon to the 6 months when the sun goes to the south, from these months to the world of the fathers, from the world of the fathers to the moon. Having reached the moon, they become food, and then the Devas feed on them there, as sacrificers feed on Soma, as it increases and decreases. But when this, the result of their good works on earth, ceases, they return again to that ether, from ether to the air, from the air to rain, from rain to the earth. And when they have reached the earth, they become food. They are offered again in the altar fire, which is man, and thence are born in the fire woman. Thus they rise up towards the worlds, and go the same round as before. Those, however, who know neither of these two paths become worms, birds, and creeping things. Third Brahmana. If a man wishes to reach greatness, wealth, for performing sacrifices, he performs the Upanishads rule during 12 days. That is, he lives on small quantities of milk, beginning on an auspicious day of the light half of the moon during the northern progress of the sun, collecting at the same time in a cup or a dish made of udumbra wood all sorts of herbs, including fruits. He sweeps the floor near the house altar, Avastya, sprinkles it, lays the fire, spreads grass round it according to rule, prepares the clarified butter, Ajya, and on a day presided over by a male star, Nakshatra, after having properly mixed the mantha, the herbs, fruits, milk, honey, etc., he sacrifices. He pours Ajya into the fire, saying, O Jata Vedas, whatever adverse gods there are in thee, who defeat the desires of men, to them I offer this portion. May they, being pleased, please me with all desires. Swaha. That cross deity who lies down thinking that all things are kept asunder by her I worship thee as propitious with this stream of ghee, Swaha. He then says Swaha to the first, Swaha to the best, pours ghee into the fire, and throws what remains into the mantha, mortar. He then says Swaha to breath, Swaha to her who is the richest, pours ghee into the fire, and throws what remains into the mantha, mortar. He then says Swaha to speech, Swaha to the support, pours ghee into the fire, and throws what remains into the mantha, mortar. He then says Swaha to the eye, Swaha to success, pours ghee into the fire, and throws what remains into the mantha, mortar. He then says Swaha to the ear, Swaha to the home, pours ghee into the fire, and throws what remains into the mantha, mortar. He then says Swaha to the mind, Swaha to offspring, pours ghee into the fire, and throws what remains into the mantha, mortar. He then says Swaha to seed, pours ghee into the fire, and throws what remains into the mantha, mortar. He then says Swaha to Agni, fire, pours ghee into the fire, and throws what remains into the mantha, mortar. He then says Swaha to Soma, pours ghee into the fire, and throws what remains into the mantha, mortar. He then says Bhu, earth, Swaha, pours ghee into the fire, and throws what remains into the mantha, mortar. He then says Bhuva, sky, Swaha, pours ghee into the fire, and throws what remains into the mantha, mortar. He then says Swa, heaven, Swaha, pours ghee into the fire, and throws what remains into the mantha, mortar. He then says Bhu, Bhuva, Sava, Saha, pours ghee into the water, and throws what remains into the mantha, mortar. He then says Swaha to Brahman, the priesthood, pours ghee into the fire, and throws what remains into the mantha, mortar. He then says Swaha to Kshatriya, the knighthood, pours ghee into the fire, and throws what remains into the mantha, mortar. He then says Swaha to the past, pours ghee into the fire, and throws what remains into the mantha, mortar. He then says Swaha to the future, pours ghee into the fire, and throws what remains into the mantha, mortar. He then says Swaha to the universe, pours ghee into the fire, and throws what remains into the mantha, mortar. He then says Swaha to all things, pours ghee into the fire, and throws what remains into the mantha, mortar. He then says Swaha to Prajapati, pours ghee into the fire, and throws what remains into the mantha, mortar. Then he touches it, the mantha, which is dedicated to prana, breath, saying, Thou art fleet as breath, thou art burning as fire, thou art full as Brahman, thou art firm as the sky, thou art the abode of all as the earth. Thou hast been saluted with hin at the beginning of the sacrifice by the Prastotri. Thou art saluted with hin in the middle of the sacrifice by the Prastotri. Thou hast been sung by the Udgatri at the beginning of the sacrifice. Thou art sung by the Udgatri in the middle of the sacrifice. Thou hast been celebrated by the Advarya at the beginning of the sacrifice. Thou art celebrated again by the Agnidra in the middle of the sacrifice. Thou art bright in the wet cloud. Thou art great. Thou art powerful. Thou art food as Soma. Thou art light as Agni, fire, the eater. Thou art the end. Thou art the absorption of all things. Then he holds it, the mantra, forth, saying, Thou knowest all. We know thy greatness. He is indeed a king, a ruler, the highest Lord. May that king, that ruler, make me the highest Lord. Then he eats it, saying, Tat savitur varenayam. We meditate on that adorable light. The winds drop honey for the righteous. The rivers drop honey. May our plants be sweet as honey. Bhu earth swaha. Bhargo devasya dimahi. Of the divine Savitri. May the night be honey in the morning. May the air above the earth, may heaven our Father be honey. Bhuva, sky, swaha. Diyo yona prajodaya. Who should rouse our thoughts? May the tree be full of honey. May the sun be full of honey. May our cows be sweet like honey. Swa, heaven, swaha. He repeats the whole Savitri verse and all the verses about the honey, thinking, May I be all this. Bhu, bhuva, swaha, swaha. Having thus swallowed all, he washes his hands and sits down behind the altar, turning his head to the east. In the morning he worships Aditya, the sun, with the hymn, Thou art the best lotus of the 4 quarters. May I become the best lotus among men. Then, returning as he came, he sits down behind the altar and recites the genealogical list. Uddalaka Aruni told this mantra doctrine to his people Vajasaniya Yajnavalkya and said, If a man were to pour it on a dry stick, branches would grow and leaves spring forth. Vajasanya Yajnavalkya told the same to his pupil Madhuka Paingya and said, If a man were to pour it on a dry stick, branches would grow and leaves spring forth. Madhuka Paingya told the same to his people Kula Bhagaviti and said, If a man were to pour it on a dry stick, branches would grow and leaves spring forth. Chula Bhagaviti told the same to his pupil Janaki Ayastuna and said, If a man were to pour it on a dry stick, branches would grow and leaves spring forth. Janaki Ayastuna told the same to his people Satyakama Gabala and said, If a man were to pour it on a dry stick, branches would grow and leaves spring forth. Satyakama Gabala told the same to his pupils and said, If a man were to pour it on a dry stick, branches would grow and leaves spring forth. Let no one tell this to anyone except to a son or to a pupil. 4 things are made of the wood of the Udumbra tree: the sacrificial ladle, Sruva, the cup, Chamsa, the fuel, and the 2 churning sticks. There are 10 kinds of village cultivated seeds, namely rice and barley, Brithyavas, sesame and kidney beans, Thilamashas, millet and panic seed, Anupriyanagavas, wheat, Gaudamas, lentils, Masuras, pulse, Kalavas, and vetches, Kalakulas. After having ground these, he sprinkles them with curds, dahi, honey and ghee, and then offers the proper portions of clarified butter, ajya. 4th Brahmana. The earth is the essence of all these things. Water is the essence of the earth. Plants of water, flowers of plants, fruits of flowers, man of fruits, seed of man. And Prajapati thought, let me make an abode for him. And he created woman. Satarupa Tam Sirishtvada Upasta Tasmat Striyam Ada Upasta Sa Yetam Pranajam Gravanam Atmana Eva Samudaprayat Tenayinam Abhyasrijat Tasya Vedir Upasto Lomani Barhis Karma Dishahavane Samidho Madhyatas Taumushku Sayavan Havai Vajapeyana Yajamanyasa Loko Bhavati Tavan Asya Loko Bhavati Ya Evam Vidvan Adopasam Chartiyasa Srinam Suchriyatam Vrinkte Taya Idam Avidvan Adopasam Charte Asya Striya Sukritam Virinjate Etad Dasmavai Tadavidan Udalaka Arunir Ahitad Dasmavai Tadavidan Nako Maudgalya Ahitad Dasamavai Tadavidvan Kumara Harita Aha Bahavo Marya Brahanayana Niridriya Visukrito Smalokata Prayanti Yaidam Avidasmo Dapadasmam Krantiti Bhuvaidam Tasya va jagrato va retas skandati tad abhimrisad anuva mantrayetayan medya reta pritivim agansted yad oshadir api asradyadapa idam aham tad reta adede punarmam aitvib indiryam punasteja punarbhaga punar agnayo dishnaya yatastinam kalpatyam iti anamikana gushtabhayam adyantarena stanuva buruvanuva nimrinjayat. If a man see himself in the water, he should recite the following verse: May there be in me splendor, strength, glory, wealth, virtue. She is the best of women, whose garments are pure. Therefore let him approach a woman whose garments are pure, and whose fame is pure, and address her. If she do not give in, let him, as he likes, bribe her with presents. And if she then do not give in, let him, as he likes, beat her with a stick or with his hand, and overcome her, saying, With manly strength and glory I take away thy glory, and thus she becomes unglorious. If she give in, he says, With manly strength and glory I give thee glory, and thus they both become glorious. Sayam ichet kamayeta meti tasyam artham nisthaya mukhena mukham sandhyayopastam asya abhimrisya japed anganagat sambhavasi hridayadadi jayase satvam angakashyao sidigdhavidham iva madhyamemam amummayati atayam ikhinna garbham dadihiti tasyam artam nisthaya mukhena mukham sandhyaya vipranaya paniyad indreyanate rethasa retha adada iti areta iva bhavati atayam ikkhed garbham dahitehi tasyam artham nisthaya mukhena mukham sandaya panapi pranayad indriyena te retsa reta adamiti garbine eva bhavati. Now again, if a man's wife has a lover, and the husband hates him, let him according to rule place fire by an unbaked jar, spread a layer of arrows in inverse order, anoint these 3 arrowheads with butter in inverse order, and sacrifice, saying, Thou hast sacrificed in my fire. I take away thy up and down breathing. I hear. Thou hast sacrificed in my fire. I take away thy sons and cattle. I hear. Thou hast sacrificed in my fire. I take away thy sacred and thy good works. I hear. Thou hast sacrificed in my fire. I take away thy hope and expectation. I hear. He whom a Brahmana who knows this curses departs from this world without strength and without good works. Therefore, let no one wish even for the sport with the wife of a Kshatriya who knows this, for he who knows this is a dangerous enemy. When the monthly illness seizes his wife, she should for 3 days not drink from a metal vessel and wear a fresh dress. Let no Vrishala or Vrishali, a Sudra man or woman, touch her. At the end of the 3 days, when she has bathed, the husband should make her pound rice. And if a man wishes that a white son should be born to him, and that he should know 1 Veda and live to his full age, then after having prepared boiled rice with milk and butter, they should both eat, being fit to have offspring. And if a man wishes that a reddish son with tawny eyes should be born to him, and that he should know 2 Vedas and live to his full age, then after having prepared boiled rice with coagulated milk and butter, they should both eat, being fit to have offspring. And if a man wishes that a dark son should be born to him with red eyes, and that he should know 3 Vedas and live to his full age, then after having prepared boiled rice with water and butter, they should both eat, being fit to have offspring. And if a man wishes that a learned daughter should be born to him, and that she should live to her full age, then after having prepared boiled rice with sesame and butter, they should both eat, being fit to have offspring. And if a man wishes that a learned son should be born to him, famous, a public man, a popular speaker, then he should know all the Vedas, and that he should live to his full age. Then after having prepared boiled rice with meat and butter, they should both eat, being fit to have offspring. The meat should be of a young and an old bull. And then, toward morning, after having, according to the rule of the Stalipaka, pot boiling, performed the preparation of the ajya, clarified butter, he sacrificed from the Stalipaka bit by bit, saying, "This is for Agni, Swaha. This is for Anumati, Swaha. This is for the divine Savitri, the true creator, Swaha." Having sacrificed, he takes out the rest of the rice and eats it, and after having eaten, he gives it to his wife. Then he washes his hands, fills a water jar, and sprinkles her thrice with it, saying, "Rise hence, O Visvavasu, seek another blooming girl, a wife with her husband." Then he embraces her and says, "I am Ama, breath, thou art Sa, speech, thou art Sa, speech, I am Ama, breath, I am the salmon, thou art the rick, I am the sky, thou art the earth. Come, let us strive together that a male child may be begotten." Atasya uru vihapayati vijihitam dyava prithvi iti tasyam artham nisthaya mukhena mukham sandayatrir enam anulomam anumarshti Vishnur yonim kalpayatu tvasta rupani pimsatu asnijatu prajapatir data garbham dataute garbham dehehi srinivali garbham dehehi Pritushtasthiki garbham te asvinu dhava adattam pushkara sajaru hiranmayi arani yabhayam nirmantatam asvinu tam te garbham have mahe dasame masti sutave yata gini garba prithvi yata dayur indrena garbini vayur disam yata garba evam garbam dadhami te saviti sosyantim advir adyakshakti yata vayuk pushkaranitam saminyagakati sarvata evate garba ijatu savavintu jarayuna indrasayam varaja kirita sarcha saprasaya tam indra nirjahi garbhena savaram saheti. When the child is born, he prepares the fire, places the child on his lap, and having poured prashadajya, that is dadi, thick milk mixed with grita, clarified butter, into a metal jug, he sacrifices bit by bit of that prashadajya, saying, "May I, as I increase in this my house, nourish 1,000. May fortune never fail in his race. May offspring and cattle, Swaha. I offer to thee in my mind the vital breaths which are in me, Swaha. Whatever in my work I have done too much, or whatever I have done too little, may the wise Agni Swastachrit make this right and proper for us, Swaha." Then, by putting his mouth near the child's right ear, he says thrice, "Speech, speech. After that, he pours together thick milk, honey, and clarified butter, and feeds the child with a ladle of pure gold, saying, I give thee bhu, I give thee bhuva, I give thee sava, bhur bhuvat sava, I give thee all. Then he gives him his name, saying, Thou art Veda, but this is his secret name. Then he hands the boy to his mother and gives him her breast, saying, O Saraswati, that breast of thine which is inexhaustible, delightful, abundant, wealthy, generous, by which thou cherishest all blessings, make that to flow here. Then he addresses the mother of the boy, Thou art a Maitra Varuni, thou strong woman hast born a strong boy. Be thou blessed with strong children, thou hast blessed me with a strong child. And they say of such a boy, thou art better than thy father, thou art better than thy grandfather. Truly, he has reached the highest point in happiness, praise, and Vedic glory, who is born as the son of a Brahmana that knows this. Fifth Brahmana. Now follows the stem. Pautimashi Putra, from Katyayani Putra. Katyayani Putra, from Gotami Putra. Gotami Putra, from Bharadvaji Putra. Bharadvaji Putra, from Parasari Putra. Parasari Putra, from Apuvasati Putra. Apuvasati Putra, from Parasari Putra. Parasari Putra, from Katyayani Putra. Katyayani Putra, from Kaushiki Putra. Kaushiki Putra, from Alambi Putra and Vyagrapati Putra. Alambi Putra and Vyagrapati Putra, from Kanvi Putra. Kanvi Putra, from Kapiputra. Kapiputra, from Atreyi Putra. Atreyi Putra, from Gautami Putra. Gautami Putra, from Bharadvaji Putra. Bharadvaji Putra, from Parasari Putra. Parasari Putra, from Vatsiputra. Vatsiputra, from Parasari Putra. Parasari Putra, from Varakani Putra. Varakaruni Putra, from Varakaruni Putra. Varakaruni Putra, from Artabhagi Putra. Artabhagi Putra, from Sanugi Putra. Sanugi Putra, from Sankariti Putra. Sankariti Putra, from Alambayani Putra. Alambayani Putra, from Alambi Putra. Alambi Putra, from Gayanti Putra. Gayanti Putra, from Mandukayani Putra. Mandukayani Putra, from Manduki Putra. Manduki Putra, from Sandili Putra. Sandili Putra, from Ratithari Putra. Ratithari Putra, from Baluki Putra. Baluki Putra, from Karunachiki Putra. Karunachiki Putra, from Vaitabhati Putra. Vaitabhati Putra, from Kasarakeyi Putra. Kasarakeyi Putra, from Prachina Yogi Putra. Prachina Yogi Putra, from Sanjeevi Putra. Sanjeevi Putra, from Pasini Putra Asurvasin. Pasini Putra Asurvasin, from Asurayana. Asurayana, from Asuri. Asuri, from Yagnavalkya. Yagnavalkya, from Uddalaka. Uddalaka, from Aruna. Aruna from Upavesi, Upavesi from Kusri, Kusri from Vajasaravas, Vajasaravas from Jihavat Vada Yoga, Jihavat Vad Yoga from Asita Varshangana, Asita Varshangana from Harita Kasyapa, Harita Kasyapa from Silpa Kasyapa, Silpa Kasyapa from Kasyapa Naidurvi, Kasyapa Naidurvi from Vak, Vak from Ambini, Ambini from Aditya the sun. As coming from Aditya the sun, these pure Yajus verses have been proclaimed by Yajnavalkya Vajasanya. The same as far as Sanjiviputra, then Sanjiviputra from Mandokyani, Mandokyani from Mandavya, Mandavya from Kautsa, Kautsa from Mahiti, Mahiti from Vamakakashayana, Vamakakashayana from Sandilya, Sandilya from Vatsya, Vatsya from Kusri, Yajnavachas Rajastambhayana from Thura Kavasheya, Thura Kavasheya from Prajapati, Prajapati from Brahman. Brahman is Swayambhu, self-existent. Adoration to Brahman. End of 6th Adhyaya. End of Brihad Aranyaka Upanishad. First Prapataka. First Kanda. Let a man meditate on the syllable Om, called the Udgita. For the Udgita, a portion of the Samaveda, is sung beginning with Om. The full account, however, of Om is this: the essence of all beings is the earth. The essence of the earth is water. The essence of water, the plants. The essence of plants, man. The essence of man, speech. The essence of speech, the Rig Veda. The essence of the Rig Veda, the Samaveda. The essence of the Samaveda, the Udgita, which is Om. The Udgita Om is the best of all essences, the highest, deserving the highest place, the eighth. What then is the Rik? What is Saman? What is the Udgita? This is the question. The Rik indeed is speech. Saman is breath. The Udgita is the syllable Om. Now speech and breath, or Rik and Saman, form one couple, and that couple is joined together in the syllable Om. When two people come together, they fulfill each other's desire. Thus, he who, knowing this, meditates on the syllable Om, the Udgita, becomes indeed a fulfiller of desires. That syllable is a syllable of permission. For whenever we permit anything, we say Om, yes. Now, permission is gratification. He who, knowing this, meditates on the syllable Om, the Udgita, becomes indeed a gratifier of desires. By that syllable does the threefold knowledge, the sacrifice, more particularly the Soma sacrifice, as founded on the three Vedas, proceed. When the Advaryu priest gives an order, he says Om. When the Hotri priest recites, he says Om. When the Udgatri priest sings, he says Om, all for the glory of that syllable. The threefold knowledge, the sacrifice, proceeds by the greatness of that syllable, the vital breaths, and by its essence, the oblations. Now therefore it would seem to follow that both he who knows this, the true meaning of the syllable Om, and he who does not, perform the same sacrifice. But this is not so. For knowledge and ignorance are different. The sacrifice which a man performs with knowledge, faith, and the Upanishad is more powerful. This is the full account of the syllable Om. Second Kanda. When the Devas and Asuras struggled together, both of the race of Prajapati, the Devas took the Udgita Om, thinking they would vanquish the Asuras with it. They meditated on the Udgita Om as the breath sent in the nose, but the Asuras pierced it, the breath, with evil. Therefore, we smell by the breath in the nose both what is good smelling and what is bad smelling, for the breath was pierced by evil. Then they meditated on the Udgita Om as speech, but the Asuras pierced it with evil. Therefore, we speak both truth and falsehood, for speech is pierced by evil. Then they meditated on the Udgita Om as the eye, but the Asuras pierced it with evil. Therefore, we see both what is sightly and unsightly, for the eye is pierced by evil. Then they meditated on the Udgita as the ear, but the Asuras pierced it with evil. Therefore, we hear both what should be heard and what should not be heard, for the ear is pierced by evil. Then they meditated on the Udgita Om as the mind, but the Asuras pierced it with evil. Therefore, we conceive both what should be conceived and what should not be conceived, for the mind is pierced by evil. Then comes this breath of life in the mouth. They meditated on the Udgita Om as that breath. When the Asuras came to it, they were scattered, as a ball of earth would be scattered when hitting a solid stone. Thus, as a ball of earth is scattered when hitting on a solid stone, will he be scattered who wishes evil to one who knows this, or who persecutes him, for he is a solid stone. By it, the breath in the mouth, he distinguishes neither what is good nor what is bad smelling, for that breath is free from evil. What we eat and drink with it supports the other vital breaths, i.e., the senses such as smell, etc. When at the time of death he does not find that breath in the mouth through which he eats and drinks and lives, then he departs. He opens the mouth at the time of death as if wishing to eat. Angiras meditated on the Udgita Om as that breath, and people hold it to be Angiras, i.e., the essence of the members, Anganam Rasa. Therefore, Brihaspati meditated on Udgita Om as that breath, and people hold it to be Brihaspati, for speech is Brihat, and he, that breath, is the Lord, Pati, of speech. Therefore, Ayasya meditated on the Udgita Om as that breath, and people hold it to be Ayasya because it comes Ayati from the mouth Asya. Therefore, Vakadalbaya knew it. He was the Udgatri singer of the Nimishaya sacrificers, and by singing he obtained for them their wishes. He who knows this and meditates on the syllable Om, the imperishable Udgita, as the breath of life in the mouth, he obtains all wishes by singing. So much for the Udgita Om as meditated on with reference to the body. Third Kanda. Now follows the meditation on the Udgita with reference to the gods. Let a man meditate on the Udgita Om as he who sends warmth, the sun in the sky. When the sun rises, it sings as Udgatri for the sake of all creatures. When it rises, it destroys the fear of darkness. He who knows this is able to destroy the fear of darkness, ignorance. This, the breath in the mouth, and that, the sun, are the same. This is hot, and that is hot. This they call Swara, and that they call Pratiswara, reflected sound. Therefore, let a man meditate on the Udgita Om as this and that, as breath and as sun. Then let a man meditate on the Udgita Om as Vyana indeed. If we breathe up, that is Prana, the up breathing. If we breathe down, that is Apana, the down breathing. The combination of Prana and Apana is Vyana, back breathing or holding in of the breath. This Vyana is speech. Therefore, when we utter speech, we neither breathe up nor down. Speech is Rik, and therefore, when a man utters the Rik verse, he neither breathes up nor down. Rik is Saman, and therefore, when a man utters the Saman verse, he neither breathes up nor down. Saman is Udgita, and therefore, when a man sings the Udgita Om, he neither breathes up nor down. And other works also require strength, such as the production of fire by rubbing, running a race, stringing a strong bow, are performed without breathing up or down. Therefore, let a man meditate on the Udgita Om as Vyana. Let a man meditate on the syllables of the Udgita, i.e., the word Udgita. Ut is breath, prana. For by means of breath a man rises. Uttishtahati. Gi is speech, for speeches are called girah. Ta is food, for by means of food all subsists. Stihita. Ut is heaven, Gi the sky, Tha the earth. Ut is the man, Gi the air, Tha the fire. Ut is the Samaveda, Gi the Yajurveda, Tha the Rig Veda. Speech yields the milk, which is the milk of speech itself. To him who thus knowing meditates on those syllables of the name of Udgita, he becomes rich in food and able to eat food. Next follows the fulfillment of prayers. Let a man thus meditate on the Upasaranas, i.e., the objects which have to be approached by meditation. Let him, the Udgatri, quickly reflect on the Saman with which he is going to praise. Let him quickly reflect on the Rik in which that Saman occurs, on the Rishi, poet, by whom it was seen or composed, on the Devata, object, which he is going to praise, on the meter in which he is going to praise, on the tune with which he is going to sing for himself, on the quarter of the world which he is going to praise. Lastly, having approached himself, his name, family, etc., by meditation, let him sing the hymn of praise, reflecting on his desire and avoiding all mistakes in pronunciation, etc. Quickly will the desire be then fulfilled to him, for the sake of which he may have offered his hymn of praise. For which he may have offered his hymn of praise. Fourth Kanda. Let a man meditate on the syllable Om, for the Udgita is sung beginning with Om, and this is the full account of the syllable Om. The Devas, being afraid of death, entered upon the performance of the sacrifice prescribed in the threefold knowledge, the three Vedas. They covered themselves with the metrical hymns. Because they card themselves with the hymns, therefore the hymns are called Kandas. Then, as a fisherman might observe a fish in the water, Death observed the Devas in the Rik, Yajus and Saman sacrifices. And the Devas, seeing this, rose from the Rik, Yajus and Saman sacrifices and entered the Swara, that is, the Om. They meditated on the Om. When a man has mastered the Rig Veda, he says quite loud Om. The same when he has mastered the Saman and the Yajus. This Swara is the imperishable syllable, the immortal, free from fear. Because the Devas entered it, therefore they became immortal and free from fear. He who knowing this loudly pronounces Pranuti, that syllable, enters the same imperishable syllable, the Swara, the immortal, free from fear, and having entered it, becomes immortal as the Devas are immortal. Fifth Kanda. The Udgita is the Pranava. The Pranava is the Udgita. And as the Udgita is the sun, so is the Pranava. For he, the sun, goes sounding Om. Him I sang praises to, therefore art thou my only one. Thus said Kaushitaki to his son, do thou revolve his race, then thou wilt have many sons. So much in reference to the Devas. Now with reference to the body. Let a man meditate on the Udgita as the breath in the mouth, for he goes sounding Om. Him I sang praises to, therefore art thou my only son. Thus said Kaushitaki to his son, do thou therefore sing praises to the breath as manifold, if thou wishest to have many sons. He who knows that the Udgita is the Pranava, and the Pranava the Udgita, rectifies from the seat of the Hotri priest any mistake committed by the Udkari priest in performing the Udgita. In performing the Udgita. Sixth Kanda. The Rik Veda is this earth. The Saman Veda is fire. This Saman fire rests on that Rik earth. Therefore, the Saman is sung as resting on the Rik. Sa is this earth, Ama is fire, and that makes Sama. The Rik is the sky, the Saman air. This Saman air rests on that Rik sky. Therefore, the Saman is sung as resting on the Rik. Sa is the sky, Ama the air, and that makes Sama. Rik is heaven, Saman the sun. This Saman sun rests on that Rik heaven. Therefore, the Saman is sung as resting on the Rik. Sa is heaven, Ama the sun, and that makes Sama. Rik is the stars, Saman the moon. This Saman moon rests on that Rik stars. Therefore, the Saman is sung as resting on the Rik. Sa is the stars, Ama the moon, and that makes Sama. Rik is the white light of the sun. Saman, the blue exceeding darkness in the sun. This Saman, darkness, rests on that Rik brightness. Therefore, the Saman is sung as resting on the Rik. Sa is the white light of the sun, Ama the blue exceeding darkness, and that makes Sama. Now that golden person who is seen within the sun, with golden beard and golden hair, golden altogether to the very tips of his nails, whose eyes are like blue lotuses, his name is Ut, for he has risen, Udita, above all evil. He also who knows this rises above all evil. Rik and Saman are his joints, and therefore he is Udgita. And therefore he who praises him, the Ut, is called the Udgatri, the out singer. He, the golden person called Ut, is Lord of the worlds beyond that sun, and of all the wishes of the Devas inhabiting those worlds. So much with reference to the Devas. Seventh Kanda. Now with reference to the body. Rik is speech, Saman breath. This Saman breath rests on that Rik speech. Therefore, the Saman is sung as resting on the Rik. Sa is speech, Ama is breath, and that makes Sama. Rik is the eye, Saman the self. This Saman shadow rests on that Rik eye. Therefore, the Saman is sung as resting on the Rik. Sa is the eye, Ama the self, and that makes Sama. Rik is the ear, Saman the mind. This Saman mind rests on that Rik ear. Therefore, the Saman is sung as resting on the Rik. Sa is the ear, Ama the mind, and that makes Sama. Rik is the white light of the eye, Saman the blue exceeding darkness. This Saman darkness rests on the Rik brightness. Therefore, the Saman is sung as resting on the Rik. Sa is the white light of the eye, Ama the blue exceeding darkness, and that makes Sama. Now the person who is seen in the eye, he is Rik. He is Saman, Ukta, Yajus, Brahman. The form of that person in the eye is the same as the form of the other person in the sun. The joints of the one, Rik and Saman, are the joints of the other. The name of the one, Ut, is the name of the other. He is Lord of the worlds beneath that, the self in the eye, and of all the wishes of men. Therefore all who sing to the Veena, lyre, sing him, and from him also they obtain wealth. He who, knowing this, sings a Saman, sings to both, the Adi Daivata and the Adhyatma self, the person in the sun and the person in the eye, as one and the same person. He obtains through the one, he obtains the worlds beyond that, and the wishes of the Devas. And he obtains through the other, the worlds beneath that, and the wishes of men. Therefore, an Udgatri priest who knows this may say to the sacrificer for whom he officiates, "What wish shall I obtain for you by my songs?" For he who, knowing this, sings a Saman is able to obtain wishes through his song, through his song. 8th Kanda. There were once 3 men well versed in Udgita: Silaka Salavatya, Kaikitayana Dhalbaya, and Pravahana Gaivali. They said, "We are well versed in Udgita. Let us have a discussion on Udgita." They all agreed and sat down. Then Pravahana Gaivali said, "Sirs, do you both speak first, for I wish to hear what 2 Brahmanas have to say." Then Silaka Salavatya said to Kaikithayana Dalbaya, "Let me ask you." "Ask," he replied. "What is the origin of the Saman?" "Tone, Swara," he replied. "What is the origin of tone?" "Breath," he replied. "What is the origin of breath?" "Food," he replied. "What is the origin of food?" "Water," he replied. "What is the origin of water?" "That world, heaven," he replied. "And what is the origin of that world?" He replied, "Let no man carry the Saman beyond the world of Swarga, heaven. We recognize the Saman in the world of Swarga, for the Saman is extolled as Swarga, heaven." Then said Silaka Salavatya to Kaikithanya Dalbaya, "O Dalbaya, thy Saman is not firmly established, and if any one were to say, 'Your head shall fall off if you be wrong,' surely your head would now fall." "Well then, let me know this from you, sir," said Dalbaya. "Know it," replied Silaka Salavatya. "What is the origin of that world, heaven?" "This world," he replied. "And what is the origin of this world?" He replied, "Let no man carry the Saman beyond this world as its rest. We place the Saman in this world as its rest, for the Saman is extolled as rest." Then said Pravahana Gaivali to Silaka Salavatya, "Your Saman, the earth, O Salavatya, has an end. And if any one were to say, 'Your head shall fall off if you be wrong,' surely your head would now fall." "Well then, let me know this from you, sir," said Salavatya. "Know it," replied Gaivali. 9th Kanda. What is the origin of this world? Ether, he replied. For all these things take their rise from the ether and return into the ether. Ether is older than these. Ether is their rest. He is indeed the Udgita, Om Brahman, greater than great, Paravortyas. He is without end. He who knowing this meditates on the Udgita, the greater than great, obtains what is greater than great. He conquers the worlds which are greater than great. Atidhanavan Saunaka, having taught this Udgita to Udhara Sandilya, said, As long as they will know in your family this Udgita, their life in this world will be greater than great, and thus also will be their state in the other world. He who thus knows the Udgita and meditates on it thus, his life in this world will be greater than great, and also his state in the other world. In the other world. 10th Kanda. When the Kurus had been destroyed by hailstones, Ushasti Chakrayana lived as a beggar with his virgin wife at Ibhayagrama. Seeing a chief eating beans, he begged of him. The chief said, "I have no more except those which are put away for me here." Ushasti said, "Give me to eat of them." He gave him the beans and said, "There is something to drink also." Then said Ushasti, "If I drank of it, I should have drunk what was left by another, and is therefore unclean." The chief said, "Were not those beans also left over, and therefore unclean?" "No," he replied, "for I should not have lived if I had not eaten them, but the drinking of water would be mere pleasure." Having eaten himself, Ushasti gave the remaining beans to his wife, but she, having eaten before, took them and put them away. Rising the next morning, Ushasti said to her, "Alas! if we could only get some food, we might gain a little wealth. The king here is going to offer a sacrifice. He should choose me for all the priestly offices." His wife said to him, "Look, here are those beans of yours." Having eaten them, he went to the sacrifice which was being performed. He went and sat down on the orchestra near the Udgathris, who were going to sing their hymns of praise. And he said to the Prastotri, the leader, "Prastotri, if you, without knowing the deity which belongs to the Prastava, the hymns, etc., of the Prastotri, are going to sing it, your head will fall off." In the same manner, he addressed the Udgathri, "Udgathri, if you, without knowing the deity which belongs to the Udgita, the hymns of the Udgathri, are going to sing it, your head will fall off." In the same manner, he addressed the Pratiharthri, "Pratiharthri, if you, without knowing the deity which belongs to the Pratihara, the hymns of the Pratiharthri, are going to sing it, your head will fall off." They stopped and sat down in silence. 11th Kanda. Then the sacrificer said to him, "I should like to know who you are, sir." He replied, "I am Ushasti Chakrayana." He said, "I looked for you, sir, for all these sacrificial offices, but not finding you, I chose others. But now, sir, take all the sacrificial offices." Ushasti said, "Very well, but let those with my permission perform the hymns of praise. Only as much wealth as you give to them, so much give to me also." The sacrificer assented. Then the Prastotri approached him, saying, "Sir, you said to me, Prastotri, if you, without knowing the deity which belongs to the Prastava, are going to sing it, your head will fall off. Which then is that deity?" He said, "Breath, Prana. For all these beings merge into breath alone, and from breath they arise. This is the deity belonging to the Prastava. If without knowing that deity you had sung forth your hymns, your head would have fallen off, after you had been warned by me." Then the Udgathri approached him, saying, "Sir, you said to me, Udgathri, if you, without knowing the deity which belongs to the Udgita, are going to sing it, your head will fall off. Which then is that deity?" Then the Pratiharthri approached him, saying, "Sir, you said to me, Pratiharthri, if you, without knowing the deity belonging to the Pratihara, are going to sing it, your head will fall off. Which then is that deity?" He said, "Food, Anna. For all these things live when they partake of food. This is the deity belonging to the Pratihara. If without knowing that deity you had sung your hymns, your head would have fallen off, after you had been warned by me." 12th Kanda. Now follows the Udgita of the dogs. Vakadhalbhaya, or as he was also called Glava Maitreya, went out to repeat the Veda in a quiet place. A white dog appeared before him, and other dogs gathering round him said to him, "Sir, sing and get us food, we are hungry." The white dog said to them, "Come to me tomorrow morning." Vakadhalbhaya, or as he was also called Glava Maitreya, watched. The dogs came on, holding together, each dog keeping the tail of the preceding dog in his mouth, as the priests do when they are going to sing praises with the Vashishtha hymn. After they had settled down, they began to say Hin. Om, let us eat. Om, let us drink. Om, may the divine Varuna, Prajapati Savitri bring us food. Lord of food, bring hither food. Bring it. Om. 13th Kanda. The syllable Hav is this world, the earth. The syllable Hai, the air. The syllable Atha, the moon. The syllable Iha, the self. The syllable I is Agni, fire. The syllable U is the sun. The syllable E is the Nihava, or invocation. The syllable Ayuhoi is the Vishvedevas. The syllable Hin is Prajapati Swara, tone, is breath, prana. The syllable Ya is food. The syllable Vag is Virag. The 13th Stova syllable, namely the indistinct syllable Hun, is the undefinable, the highest Brahman. Speech yields the milk, which is the milk of speech itself, to him who knows this Upanishad, secret doctrine of the Samans, in this wise. He becomes rich in food and able to eat food. Able to eat food. End of Prapataka 1. The Chandogya Upanishad. Second Prapataka. First Kanda. Meditation on the whole of the Saman is good, and people, when anything is good, say it is Saman. When it is not good, it is not Saman. Thus they also say, he approached him with Saman, that is, becomingly, and he approached him without Saman, that is, unbecomingly. And they also say, truly this is Saman for us, that is, it is good for us when it is good, and truly that is not Saman for us, that is, it is not good for us when it is not good. If anyone knowing this meditates on the Saman as good, depend upon it, all good qualities will approach quickly, aye, they will become his own. Second Kanda. Let a man meditate on the fivefold Saman as the 5 worlds. The Hinkara is the earth, the Prastava the fire, the Udgita the sky, the Pratihara the sun, the Nidhana heaven, so in an ascending line. In a descending line, the Hinkara is heaven, the Prastava the sun, the Udgita the sky, the Pratihara the fire, the Nidhana the earth. The worlds in an ascending and in a descending line belong to him who, knowing this, meditates on the fivefold Saman as the worlds. Third Kanda. Let a man meditate on the fivefold Saman as rain. The Hinkara is wind that brings the rain. The Prastava is, the cloud is come. The Udgita is, it rains. The Pratihara, it flashes, it thunders. The Nidhana is, it stops. There is rain for him, and he brings rain for others, who, thus knowing, meditates on the fivefold Saman as rain. Fourth Kanda. Let a man meditate on the fivefold Saman in all waters. When the clouds gather, that is the Hinkara. When it rains, that is the Prastava. That which flows in the east, that is the Udgita. That which flows in the west, that is the Pratihara. The sea is the Nidhana. He does not die in water, nay, he is rich in water, who, knowing this, meditates on the fivefold Saman as all waters. Fifth Kanda. Let a man meditate on the fivefold Saman as the seasons. The Hinkara is spring, the Prastava summer, harvest of Yava, etc. The Udgita the rainy season, the Pratihara autumn, the Nidhana winter. The seasons belong to him, nay, he is always in season, successful, who, knowing this, meditates on the fivefold Saman as the seasons. Sixth Kanda. Let a man meditate on the fivefold Saman in animals. The Hinkara is goats, the Prastava sheep, the Udgita cows, the Pratihara horses, the Nidhana man. Animals belong to him, nay, he is rich in animals, who, knowing this, meditates on the fivefold Saman as animals. Seventh Kanda. Let a man meditate on the fivefold Saman, which is greater than great, as the pranas, senses. The Hinkara is smell, nose, the Prastava, speech, tongue, the Udgita, sight, eye, the Pratihara, hearing, ear, the Nidhana, mind. These are one greater than the other. What is greater than great belongs to him, nay, he conquers the worlds which are greater than great, who, knowing this, meditates on the fivefold Saman, which is greater than great, as the pranas, senses. Eighth Kanda. Next, for the sevenfold Saman. Let a man meditate on the sevenfold Saman in speech. Whenever there is in speech the syllable Hun, that is Hinkara. Pra is the Prastava. A is the Adi, the first one, that is Om. Ud is the Udgita. Pra the Pratihara. Upa the Upadrava. Ni the Nidhana. Speech yields the milk, which is the milk of speech itself. To him who, knowing this, meditates on the sevenfold Saman in speech, he becomes rich in food and able to eat food. Ninth Kanda. Let a man meditate on the sevenfold Saman as the sun. The sun is Saman because he is always the same, Sama. He is Saman because he is the same. Everybody thinking he looks towards me, he looks towards me. Let him know that all beings are dependent on him, the sun. What he is before his rising, that is the Hinkara. On it animals are dependent. Therefore, animals say Hin before sunrise, for they share the Hinkara of that Saman, the sun. What he is when first risen, that is the Prastava. On it men are dependent. Therefore, men love praise, prastuti, and celebrity, for they share the Prastava of that Saman. What he is at the time of the Sangava, that is the Adi, the first, the Om. On it birds are dependent. Therefore, birds fly about in the sky without support, holding themselves, for they share the Adi, the Om of that Saman. What he is just at noon, that is the Udgita. On it the Devas are dependent, because they are brilliant. Therefore, They are the best of all the descendants of Prajapati, for they share the Udgita of that Saman. What he is after midday and before afternoon, that is the Pratihara. On it all germs are dependent. Therefore these, having been conceived, Pratihrita, do not fall, for they share the Pratihara of that Saman. What he is after the afternoon and before sunset, that is the Upadrava. On it the animals of the forest are dependent. Therefore, when they see a man, they run, Upadravanti, to the forest as a safe hiding place, for they share the Upadrava of that Saman. What he is when he first sets, that is the Nidhana. On it the fathers are dependent. Therefore they put them down, Nidahati, for they share the Nidhana of that Saman. Thus a man meditates on the sevenfold Saman as the sun. 10th Kanda. Next, let a man meditate on the sevenfold Saman, which is uniform in itself and leads beyond death. The word Hinkara has 3 syllables. The word Prastava has 3 syllables. That is equal, Sama. The word Adi, first Om, has 2 syllables. The word Pratihara has 4 syllables. Taking 1 syllable from that Ova, that is equal, Sama. The word Udgita has 3 syllables. The word Upadrava has 4 syllables. With 3 and 3 syllables, it should be equal. 1 syllable being left over, it becomes trisyllabic. Hence, it is equal. The word Nidhana has 3 syllables. Therefore, it is equal. These make 22 syllables. With 21 syllables, a man reaches the sun and death, for the sun is the 21st from here. With the 22nd, he conquers what is beyond the sun, that is blessedness, that is freedom from grief. He obtains here the victory over the sun, death, and there is a higher victory than the victory over the sun for him, who knowing this meditates on the sevenfold Saman as uniform in itself, which leads beyond death. Which leads beyond death. 11th Kanda. The Hinkara is mind, the Prastava speech, the Udgita sight, the Pratihara hearing, the Nidhana breath. That is the Gayatra Saman as interwoven in the 5 pranas. He who thus knows the Gayatra interwoven in the pranas keeps his senses, reaches the full life. He lives long, becomes great with children and cattle, great by fame. The rule of him who thus meditates on the Gayatra is, be not high-minded. 12th Kanda. The Hinkara is, he rubs the fire stick. The Prastava, smoke rises. The Udgita, it burns. The Pratihara, there are glowing coals. The Nidhana, it goes down. The Nidhana, it is gone out. This is the Rathantra Saman, as interwoven in fire. He who knows thus, knows this Rathantra interwoven in fire, becomes radiant and strong. He reaches the full life. He lives long, becomes great with children and cattle, great by fame. The rule is, do not rinse the mouth or spit before the fire. 13th Kanda. Next follows the Vamadevya as interwoven in generation. 14th Kanda. Rising, the sun is the Hinkara. Risen, he is the Prastava. At noon, he is the Udgita. In the afternoon, he is the Pratihara. Setting, he is the Nidhana. That is the Brihat Saman as interwoven in the sun. He who thus knows the Brihat as interwoven in the sun becomes refulgent and strong. He reaches the full life. He lives long, becomes great with children and cattle, great by fame. His rule is, never complain of the heat of the sun. 15th Kanda. The mists gather, that is the Hinkara. The cloud has risen, that is the Prastava. It rains, that is the Udgita. It flashes and thunders, that is the Pratihara. It stops, that is the Nidhana. That is the Vayurupa Saman, as interwoven in Parjanya, the god of rain. He who thus knows the Vayurupa as interwoven in Parjanya obtains all kinds of cattle, Virupa. He reaches the full life, he lives long, becomes great with children and cattle, great by fame. His rule is, never complain of the rain. 16th Kanda. The Hinkara is spring, the Prastava summer, the Udgita the rainy season, the Pratihara autumn, the Nidhana winter. That is the Vairaja Saman, as interwoven in the seasons. He who thus knows the Vairaja as interwoven in the seasons shines, Virajati, through children, cattle, and glory of countenance. He reaches the full life. He lives long, becomes great with children and cattle, great by fame. His rule is, never complain of the seasons. 17th Kanda. The Hinkara is the earth, the Prastava the sky, the Udgita heaven, the Pratihara the regions, the Nidhana the sea. These are the Sakvari Samans, as interwoven in the worlds. He who thus knows the Sakvaris as interwoven in the worlds becomes possessed of the worlds. He reaches the full life. He lives long, becomes great with children and cattle, great by fame. His rule is, never complain of the worlds. 18th Kanda. The Hinkara is goats, the Prastava sheep, the Udgita cows, the Pratihara horses, the Nidhana man. These are the Revati Samans as interwoven in animals. He who thus knows these Revatis as interwoven in animals becomes rich in animals. He reaches the full life. He lives long, becomes great with children and cattle, great by fame. His rule is, never complain of animals. 19th Kanda. The Hinkara is hair, the Prastava skin, the Udgita flesh, the Pratihara bone, the Nidhana marrow. This is the Yajana Yajiniya Saman, as interwoven in the members of the body. He who thus knows this Yajana Yajiniya as interwoven in the members of the body becomes possessed of strong limbs. He is not crippled in any limb. He reaches the full life. He lives long, becomes great with children and cattle, great by fame. His rule is, do not eat marrow for a year, or do not eat marrow at all. 20th Kanda. The Hinkara is fire, the Prastava air, the Udgita the sun, the Pratihara the stars, the Nidhana the moon. That is the Rajana Saman, as interwoven in the deities. He who thus knows the Rajana as interwoven in the deities obtains the same world, the same happiness, the same company as the gods. He reaches the full life. He lives long, becomes great with children and cattle, great by fame. His rule is, do not speak evil of the Brahmanas. 21st Kanda. The Hinkara is the threefold knowledge, the Prastava, these three worlds, the Udgita, Agni, fire, Vayu, air, and Aditya, sun, the Pratihara, the stars, the birds and the rays, the Nidhana, the serpents, Gandharvas and fathers. That is the Saman as interwoven in everything. He who thus knows this Saman as interwoven in everything, he becomes everything. And thus it is said in the following verse, there are the fivefold three, the three kinds of sacrificial knowledge, the three worlds, etc., in their fivefold form, that is, as identified with the Hinkara, the Prastava, etc., and the other forms of the Saman. Greater than these there is nothing else besides. He who knows this knows everything. All regions offer him gifts. His rule is, let him meditate on the Saman, knowing that he is everything, that he is everything. 22nd Kanda. The Udgita, of which a poet said, I choose the deep-sounding note of the Saman as good for cattle, belongs to Agni. The indefinite note belongs to Prajapati, the definite note to Soma, the soft and smooth note to Vayu, the smooth and strong note to Indra, the heron-like note to Brihaspati, the dull note to Varuna. Let a man cultivate all of this, avoiding, however, that of Varuna. Let a man sing, wishing to obtain by his song immortality for the Devas. May I obtain by my song oblations, Swadha, for the fathers, hope for men, fodder and water for animals, heaven for the sacrificer, food for myself. Thus reflecting on these in his mind, let a man, Udgatri priest, sing praises, without making mistakes in pronunciation, etc. All vowels, Swara, belong to Indira, all sibilants, Ushman, to Prajapati, all consonants, Sparsa, to Mrityu, death. If somebody should reprove him for his vowels, let him say, I went to Indra as my refuge when pronouncing my vowels. He will answer thee. And if somebody should reprove him for his sibilants, let him say, I went to Prajapati as my refuge. He will smash thee. And if somebody should reprove him for his consonants, let him say, I went to Mrityu as my refuge. He will reduce thee to ashes. All vowels are to be pronounced with voice, Gosha, and strength, Bala, so that the Udgatri may give strength to Indra. All sibilants are to be pronounced neither as if swallowed, Agrasta, nor as if thrown out, Nirasta, but well opened, Vivrita, so that the Udgatri may give himself to Prajapati. All consonants are to be pronounced slowly and without crowding them together, so that the Udgatri may withdraw himself from Mrityu. 23rd Kanda. There are three branches of the law. Sacrifice, study and charity are the first, austerity the second, and to dwell as a brahmacharin in the house of a tutor, always mortifying the body in the house of a tutor, is the third. All these obtain the worlds of the blessed, but the Brahma Samasta alone, he who is firmly grounded in Brahman, obtains immortality. Prajapati brooded on the worlds. From them, thus brooded on, the threefold knowledge, sacrifice issued forth. He brooded on it, and from it, thus brooded on, issued the 3 syllables, Bhu, Bhuva, Swa. He brooded on them, and from them, thus brooded on, issued the Om. As all leaves are attached to the stalk, so is all speech, all words attached to the Om, Brahman. Om is all this, Om is all this. 24th Kanda. The teachers of Brahman Veda declare, as the Prathasavana morning oblation belongs to the Vasus, the Madhyadina Savana noon libation to the Rudras, the 3rd Savana evening libation to the Adityas and the Visve Devas. Where then is the world of the sacrificer? He who does not know this, how can he perform the sacrifice? He only who knows should perform it. Before the beginning of the Prataranuvaka Martin chant, the sacrificer sitting down behind the household altar, Grahapatya, and looking towards the north, sings the sermon addressed to the Vasus. Open the door of the world of the earth, let us see thee, that we may rule on earth. Then he sacrifices, saying, Adoration to Agni, who dwells on the earth, who dwells in the world. Obtain that world for me, the sacrificer. That is the world for the sacrificer. I, the sacrificer, shall go thither when this life is over. Take this, he says in offering the libation. Cast back the bolt. Having said this, he rises. For him, the Vasus fulfill the morning oblation. Before the beginning of the Madhya Dina Savana, at the noon oblation, the sacrificer, sitting down behind the Agnidartha altar and looking towards the north, sings the sermon addressed to the Rudras. Open the door of the world, the sky, let us see thee, that we may rule wide in the sky. Then he sacrifices, saying, Adoration to Vayu air, who dwells in the sky, who dwells in the world. Obtain that world for me, the sacrificer. That is the world for the sacrificer. I, the sacrificer, shall go thither when this life is over. Take this, cast back the bolt. Having said this, he rises. For him, the Rudras fulfill the noon oblation. Before the beginning of the 3rd oblation, the sacrificer, sitting down behind the Ahavanya altar and looking towards the north, sings the sermon addressed to the Adityas and Visve Devas. Open the door of the world, the heaven. Let us see thee, that we may rule supreme in heaven. This is addressed to the Adityas. Next, the Sama addressed to the Visve Devas. Open the door of the world, heaven. Let us see thee, that we may rule supreme in heaven. Then he sacrifices, saying, Adoration to the Adityas and to the Visve Devas, who dwell in heaven, who dwell in the world. Obtain that world for me, the sacrificer. That is the world for the sacrificer. I, the sacrificer, shall go thither when this life is over. Take this, cast back the bolt. Having said this, he rises. For him, the Adityas and the Visve Devas fulfilled the 3rd oblation. He who knows this knows the full measure of the sacrifice. He knows it. End of Prapataka 2. 3rd Prapataka, 1st Kanda. The sun is indeed the honey of the Devas. The heaven is the crossbeam from which the sky hangs as a hive, and the bright vapours are the eggs of the bees. The eastern rays of the sun are the honey cells in front. The Rig verses are the bees. The Rig Veda sacrifices the flower, The water of the sacrificial libations is the nectar of the flower. Those very Rig verses then, as bees, brooded over the Rig Veda sacrificed the flower, and from it, thus brooded on, sprang as its nectar essence, fame, glory of countenance, vigor, strength, and health. That essence flowed forth and went towards the sun, and that forms what we call the red Rohita light of the rising sun. Second Kanda. The southern rays of the sun are the honey cells on the right. The Yajus verses are the bees. The Yajurveda sacrifice is the flower. The water of the sacrificial libations is the nectar of the flower. Those very Yajus verses, as bees, brooded over the Yajurveda sacrifice the flower, and from it, thus brooded on, sprang as its nectar essence, fame, glory of countenance, vigor, strength, and health. That flowed forth and went towards the sun, and that forms what we call the white Sukla light of the sun. Third Kanda. The western rays of the sun are the honey cells behind. The Saman verses are the bees. The Samaveda sacrifice is the flower. The water is the nectar. Those very Saman verses, as bees, brooded over the Samaveda sacrifice, and from it, thus brooded on, sprang as its nectar essence, fame, glory of countenance, vigor, strength, and health. That flowed forth and went towards the sun, and that forms what we call the dark Krishna light of the sun. Fourth Kanda. The northern rays of the sun are the honey cells on the left. The hymns of the Atharvangiras are the bees. The Itihasa Purana, the reading of the old stories, is the flower. The water is the nectar. Those very hymns of the Atharvangiras, as bees, brooded over the Itihasa Purana, and from it, thus brooded on, sprang as its nectar essence, fame, glory of countenance, vigor, strength, and health. That flowed forth and went towards the sun, and that forms what we call the extreme dark Parakrishnam light of the sun. Fifth Kanda. The upward rays of the sun are the honey cells above. The secret doctrines are the bees. Brahman, the Om, is the flower. The water is the nectar. Those secret doctrines, as bees, brooded over Brahman, the Om, and from it, thus brooded on, sprang as its nectar essence, fame, glory of countenance, brightness, vigor, strength, and health. That flowed forth and went towards the sun, and that forms what seems to stir in the center of the sun. These, the different colors in the sun, are the essences of the essences. For the Vedas are essences, the best things in the world, and of them, after they have assumed the form of sacrifice, these, the colors rising to the sun, are again the essences. They are the nectar of the nectar. For the Vedas are nectar immortal, and of them these are the nectar. Sixth Kanda. On the first of these nectars, the red light which represents fame, glory of countenance, vigor, strength, health, the Vasus live, with Agni at their head. True, the Devas do not eat or drink, but they enjoy by seeing the nectar. They enter into that red color, and they rise from that color. He who thus knows this nectar becomes one of the Vasus, with Agni at their head. He sees the nectar and rejoices, and he too, having entered that color, rises again from that color. So long as the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, so long does he follow the sovereign supremacy of the Vasus. Seventh Kanda. On the second of these nectars, the Rudras live, with Indira at their head. True, the Devas do not eat or drink, but they enjoy by seeing the nectar. They enter into the white color, and they rise from that color. He who thus knows this nectar becomes one of the Rudras, with Indra at their head. He sees the nectar and rejoices. And he, having entered the color, rises again from that color. So long as the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, twice as long does it rise in the south and set in the north. And so long does he follow the sovereign supremacy of the Rudras. 8th Kanda. On the third of these nectars, the Adityas live, with Varuna at their head. True, the Devas do not eat or drink, but they enjoy by seeing the nectar. They enter into that dark color, and they rise from that color. He who thus knows this nectar becomes one of the Adityas, with Varuna at their head. He sees the nectar and rejoices. And he, having entered that color, rises again from that color. So long as the sun rises in the south and sets in the north, twice as long does it rise in the west and set in the east. And so long does he follow the sovereign supremacy of the Adityas. 9th Kanda. On the fourth of these nectars, the Maruts live, with Soma at their head. True, the Devas do not eat or drink, but they enjoy by seeing the nectar. They enter into that very dark color, and they rise from that color. He who thus knows this nectar becomes one of the Maruts, with Soma at their head. He sees the nectar and rejoices. And he, having entered that color, rises again from that color. So long as the sun rises in the west and sets in the east, twice as long does it rise in the north and set in the south. And so long does he follow the sovereign supremacy of the Maruts. 10th Kanda. On the fifth of these nectars, the Sadhyas live, with Brahman at their head. True, the Devas do not eat or drink, but they enjoy by seeing the nectar. They enter into that color, and they rise from that color. He who thus knows this nectar becomes one of the Sadhyas, with Brahman at their head. He sees the nectar and rejoices. And he, having entered that color, rises again from that color. So long as the sun rises in the north and sets in the south, twice as long does it rise above and set below. And so long does he follow the sovereign power of the Sadhyas. 11th Kanda. When from thence he has risen upwards, he neither rises nor sets. He is alone standing in the center. And on this there is this verse: Yonder he neither rises nor sets at any time. If this is not true, ye gods, may I lose Brahman. And indeed, to him who thus knows this Brahma Upanishad, the secret doctrine of the Veda, the sun does not rise and does not set. For him there is day once and for all. This doctrine, beginning with first Brahman, Hiranyagarbha, told to Prajapati, Virag, Prajapati to Manu, Manu to his offspring, Ikshavaku, etc. And the father told that doctrine of Brahman to Uddalaka Aruni. A father may therefore tell that doctrine of Brahman to his eldest son or to a worthy people. But no one should tell it to anybody else, even if he gave him the whole sea-girt earth, full of treasure. For this doctrine is worth more than that. Yeah, it is worth more. 12th Kanda. The Gayatri verse is everything whatsoever here exists. Gayatri indeed is speech, for speech sings forth Gayati and protects Trayate, everything that here exists. That Gayatri is also the earth, for everything that here exists rests on the earth and does not go beyond. That earth again is the body in man, for in it the vital airs, pranas, which are everything, rest, and do not go beyond. That body again in man is the heart within man, for in it the pranas, which are everything, rest, and do not go beyond. That Gayatri has 4 feet and is sixfold, and this is also declared by a Rig verse, Rig Veda 10th 93. Such is the greatness of it, of Brahman under the disguise of Gayatri. Greater than it is the person Purusha. His feet are all things. The immortal with 3 feet is in heaven, that is, in himself. The Brahman, which has been thus described as immortal with 3 feet in heaven and as Gayatri, is the same as the ether which is around us. And the ether which is around us is the same as the ether which is within us. And the ether which is within us, that is the ether within the heart. That ether in the heart, as Brahman, is omnipresent and unchanging. He who knows this obtains omnipresent and unchangeable happiness. 13th Kanda. For that heart there are 5 gates belonging to the Devas, the senses. The eastern gate is the prana, up-breathing. That is the eye. That is Aditya, the sun. Let a man meditate on that as brightness, glory of countenance, and health. He who knows this becomes bright and healthy. The southern gate is the Vyana, back-breathing. That is the ear. That is the moon. Let a man meditate on that as happiness and fame. He who knows this becomes happy and famous. The western gate is the Apana, down breathing. That is speech. That is Agni, fire. Let a man meditate on that as glory of countenance and health. He who knows this becomes glorious and healthy. The northern gate is the Samana, on breathing. That is mind. That is Parjanya, rain. Let a man meditate on that as celebrity and beauty. He who knows this becomes celebrated and beautiful. The upper gates of the Udana, out-breathing, that is air, that is ether. Let a man meditate on that as strength and greatness. He who knows this becomes strong and great. These are the 5 men of Brahman, the doorkeepers of the Swarga, heaven world. He who knows these 5 men of Brahman, the doorkeepers of the Swarga world, in his family a strong son is born. He who thus knows these 5 men of Brahman as the doorkeepers of the Swarga world enters himself the Swarga world. Now that light which shines above this heaven, higher than all, higher than everything, in the highest world, beyond which there are no other worlds, that is the same light which is within man, and of this we have this visible proof. Namely, when we thus perceive by touch the warmth here in the body, and of it we have this audible proof. Namely, when we thus, after stopping our ears, listen to what is like the rolling of a carriage, or the bellowing of an ox, or the sound of a burning fire within the ears. Let a man meditate on this as the Brahman which is seen and heard. He who knows this becomes conspicuous and celebrated. Yeah, he becomes celebrated. 14th Kanda. All this is Brahman. Let a man meditate on that visible world as beginning, ending, and breathing in it, the Brahman. Now man is a creature of will. According to what his will is in this world, so will he be when he has departed this life. Let him therefore have this will and belief. The intelligent, whose body is spirit, whose form is light, whose thoughts are true, whose nature is like ether, omnipresent and invisible, from whom all works, all desires, all sweet odors and tastes proceed, he who embraces all this, who never speaks and is never surprised. He is my self within the heart, smaller than a corn of rice, smaller than a corn of barley, smaller than a mustard seed, smaller than a canary seed, or the kernel of a canary seed. He also is my self within the heart, greater than the earth, greater than the sky, greater than heaven, greater than all these worlds. He from whom all works, all desires, all sweet odors and tastes proceed, who embraces all this, who never speaks, and who is never surprised. He, my self within the heart, is that Brahman, who I shall have departed from hence. I shall obtain him, that self. He who has this faith has no doubt. Thus said Sandilya. Yeah, thus he said. 15th Kanda. The chest which has the sky for its circumference and the earth for its bottom does not decay, for the quarters are its sides, and heaven its lid above. That chest is a treasury, and all things are within it. Its eastern quarter is called Guhu, its southern Sahamana, its western Ragini, its northern Subhuta. The child of those quarters is Vayu, the air, and he who knows this, that the air is indeed the child of the quarters, never weeps for his sons. I know the wind to be the child of the quarters. May I never weep for my sons. I turn to the imperishable chest with such and such and such. I turn to the prana life with such and such and such. I turn to the bhu with such and such and such. I turn to the bhuva with such and such and such. I turn to the swa with such and such and such. When I said I turn to prana, then prana means all whatever exists here. To that I turn. When I said I turn to bhu, what I said is I turn to the earth, the sky and heaven. When I said I turn to bhuva, what I said is I turn to Agni, fire, Vayu, air, Aditya, sun. When I said I turn to Swa, what I said is I turn to the Rig Veda, Yajur Veda and Sama Veda. That is what I said. Yeah, that is what I said. 16th Kanda. Man is sacrifice. His first 24 years are the morning libation. The Gayatri has 24 syllables. The morning libation is offered with Gayatri hymns. The Vasus are connected with that part of the sacrifice. The pranas, the five senses, are the Vasus, for they make all this to abide. Vayasanti. If anything ails him in that early age, let him say, Ye pranas, ye Vasus, extend this my morning libation unto the midday libation, that I, the sacrificer, may not perish in the midst of the pranas or Vasus. Thus he recovers from his illness and becomes whole. The next 44 years are the midday libation. The Trish Ub has 44 syllables. The midday libation is offered with Trish Ub hymns. The Rudras are connected with that part of it. The pranas are the Rudras, for they make all this to cry Rodayanti. If anyone ails him in that second stage, let him say, Ye pranas, ye Rudras, extend this my midday libation unto the third libation, and that I, the sacrificer, may not perish in the midst of the pranas or Rudras. Thus he recovers from his illness and becomes whole. The next 48 years are the third libation. The Gakati has 48 syllables. The third libation is offered with Gakati hymns. The Adityas are connected with that part of it. The Pranas are the Adityas, for they take up all this Adati. If anything ails him in that third age, let him say, Ye Pranas, ye Adityas, extend this my third libation unto the full age, that I, the sacrificer, may not perish in the midst of the Pranas or Adityas. Thus he recovers from his illness and becomes whole. Mahidasa Aitreya, the son of Aitara, who knew this, said, addressing a disease, Why dost thou afflict me, as I shall not die by it? He lived 116 years, that is 24 plus 44 plus 48. He too, who knows this, lives on to 116 years. 17th Kanda. When a man who is the sacrificer hungers, thirsts and abstains from pleasures, that is the Diksha, initiatory rite. When a man eats, drinks and enjoys pleasures, he does it with the Upasadas, the sacrificial days on which the sacrificer is allowed to part with the Stuta Sastra, hymns sung and recited at the sacrifices. Penance, liberality, righteousness, kindness, truthfulness, these form the dakshinas, gifts bestowed on priests, etc. Therefore, when they say, there will be a birth, and that there has been a birth, words used at the Soma sacrifice, and really meaning, he will pour out the Soma juice, and he has poured out the Soma juice. That is his new birth. His death is the Avabrita ceremony, when the sacrificial vessels are carried away to be cleansed. Gora Angirasa, after having communicated this view of the sacrifice to Krishna, the son of Devaki, and he never thirsted again after other knowledge, said, Let a man, when his end approaches, take refuge with this triad. Thou art the imperishable. Thou art the unchangeable. Thou art the edge of prana. On this subject, there are two Rig verses, Rig Veda 8:6-30. When they see within themselves the ever-present light of the old seed of the world, the Sat, the highest, which is lighted in the brilliant Brahman, Rig Veda 1st 50:10. Perceiving above the darkness of ignorance the higher light in the sun, as the higher light within the heart, the bright source of light and life among the gods, we have reached the highest light, the highest light. 18th Kanda. Let a man meditate on mind as Brahman. That is said with reference to the body. Let a man meditate on the ether as Brahman. This is said with reference to the Devas. Thus both the meditation which has reference to the body and the meditation which has reference to the Devas has been taught. That Brahman mind has 4 feet quarters. Speech is 1 foot, breath is 1 foot, the eye is 1 foot, the ear is 1 foot. So much with reference to the body. Then with reference to the gods, Agni fire is 1 foot, Vayu air is 1 foot, Aditya sun is 1 foot. The quarters are 1 foot. Thus, both the worship which has reference to the body and the worship which has reference to the Devas has been taught. Speech is indeed the 4th foot of Brahman. That foot shines with Agni fire as its light, and warms. He who knows this shines and warms through his celebrity, fame and glory of countenance. Breath is indeed the 4th foot of Brahman. That foot shines with Vayu air as its light, and warms. He who knows this shines and warms through his celebrity, fame and glory of countenance. The eye is indeed the 4th foot of Brahman. That foot shines with Aditya, sun, as its light, and warms. He who knows this shines and warms through his celebrity, fame, and glory of countenance. The ear is indeed the fourth foot of Brahman. That foot shines with the quarters as its light, and warms. He who knows this shines and warms through his celebrity, fame, and glory of countenance. 19th Kanda. Aditya, the sun, is Brahman. This is the doctrine, and this is the fuller account of it. In the beginning, this was non-existent. It became existent. It grew. It turned into an egg. The egg lay for the time of a year. The egg broke open. The two halves were one of silver and the other of gold. The silver one became this earth. The golden one, the sky, the thick membrane of the white, the mountains, the thin membrane of the yoke, the mist with the clouds, the small veins, the rivers, the fluid, the sea. And what was born from it? That was Aditya, the sun. When he was born, shouts of hurrah arose, and all beings arose, and all things which they desired. Therefore, whenever the sun rises and sets, shouts of hurrah arise, and all beings arise, and all things which they desire. If anyone, knowing this, meditates on the sun as Brahman, pleasant shouts will approach him and will continue. Yeah, they will continue. End of Prapataka 3. Fourth Prapataka, First Kanda. There lived once upon a time Ganasruti Pautranya, the great-grandson of Ganasruta, who was a pious giver, bestowing much wealth upon the people and always keeping open house. He built places of refuge everywhere, wishing that people should everywhere eat of his food. Once in the night, some hamsas, flamingos, flew over his house, and one flamingo said to another, "Hey Ballaksha," Ballaksha, short-sighted friend, "the light glory of Ganasruti Pautranya has spread like the sky. Do not go near, that it may not burn thee." The other answered him, "How can you speak of him, being what he is, a Rajanya noble, as if he were like Raikwa with the car?" The first replied, "How is it with this Raikwa with the car of whom thou speakest?" The other answered, "As in a game of dice, all the lower castes belong to him who has conquered with the Krita caste. So whatever good deeds other people perform belong to that Raikwa. He who knows what he knows, he is thus spoken of by me." Ganasruti Pautranya overheard this conversation, and as soon as he had risen in the morning, he said to his doorkeeper, "Kshatri, friend, dost thou speak of me as if I were Raikwa with a car?" He replied, "How is it with this Raikwa with the car?" The king said, "As in a game of dice, all the lower castes belong to him who has conquered with the Krita caste. So whatever good deeds other people perform belong to that Raikwa. He who knows what he knows, he is thus spoken of by me." The doorkeeper went to look for Raikwa, but returned saying, "I found him not." Then the king said, "Alas! where a Brahmana should be searched for in the solitude of the forest, there go for him." The doorkeeper came to a man who was lying beneath a car and scratching his sores. He addressed him and said, "Sir, are you Raikwa with the car?" He answered, "Here I am." Then the doorkeeper returned and said, I have found him. Second Kanda. Then Ganasruti Pautranya took 600 cows, a necklace, and a carriage with mules, went to Raikva and said, Raikva, here are 600 cows, a necklace, and a carriage with mules. Teach me the deity which you worship. The other replied, Fie, necklace and carriage be thine, O Sudra, together with the cows. Then Ganasutra Pautranya took again 1,000 cows, a necklace, a carriage with mules, and his own daughter, and went to him. He said to him, Raikva, there are 1,000 cows, a necklace, a carriage with mules, this wife and this village in which thou dwellest. Sir, teach me. He, opening her mouth, said, You have brought these cows and other presents, O Sudra, but only by that mouth did you make me speak. These are the Raikva Prana villages in the country of the Mahavarishas, Mahapunyas, where Raikva dwelt under him, and he said to him. Third Kanda. Air, Vayu, is indeed the end of all. For when fire goes out, it goes into air. When the sun goes down, it goes into air. When the moon goes down, it goes into air. When water dries up, it goes into air. Air indeed consumes them all. So much with reference to the Devas. Now with reference to the body. Breath, prana, is indeed the end of all. When a man sleeps, speech goes into breath. So do sight, hearing, and mind. Breath indeed consumes them all. These are the two ends: air among the Devas, breath among the senses, prana. Once, while Saunaka Kapeya and Abhipratrin Kakshaseni were being waited on at their meal, a religious student begged of them. They gave him nothing. He said, One God, who is he? Swallowed the 4 great ones, he the guardian of the world? O Kapeya, mortals say him not. O Abhipratrin, though he dwells in many places. He to whom this food belongs, to him it has not been given. Saunaka Kapeya, pondering on that speech, went to the student and said, He is the self of the Devas, the creator of all beings, with golden tusks, the eater, not without intelligence. His greatness is said to be great indeed, because without being eaten, he eats even what is not food. Thus do we, O Brahmacharin, meditate on that being. Then he said, Give him food. They gave him food. Now these 5, the eater, Vayu, air, and his food, Agni, fire, Aditya, sun, Chandramas, moon, up, water, and the other 5, the eater, prana, breath, and his food, speech, sight, hearing, mind, make 10. And that is the Krita, the highest caste, representing the 10, the eaters and the food. Therefore, in all quarters, those 10 are food, and Krita, the highest caste. These are again the virag of 10 syllables, which eats the food. Through this, all this becomes seen. He who knows this, sees all this, and becomes an eater of food. Yeah, he becomes an eater of food. Fourth Kanda. Satyakama, the son of Gabala, addressed his mother and said, I wish to become a brahmacharin, religious student. Mother, of what family am I? She said to him, I do not know, my child, of what family thou art. In my youth, when I had to move about much as a servant, waiting on the guests in my father's house, I conceived thee. I do not know of what family thou art. I am Gabala by name. Thou art Satyakama, Philaletes. Say that thou art Satyakama, Gabala." He, going to Gautama Haridrumata, said to him, "I wish to become a brahmacharin with you, sir. May I come to you, sir?" He said to him, "Of what family are you, my friend?" He replied, "I do not know, sir, of what family I am. I asked my mother, and she answered, 'In my youth, when I had to move about much as a servant, I conceived thee. I do not know of what family thou art. I am Gabala by name. Thou art Satyakama. I am therefore Satyakama Gabala, sir." He said to him, "No one but a true Brahmana would thus speak out. Go and fetch your friend. I shall initiate you. You have not swerved from the truth." Having initiated him, he chose 400 lean and weak cows and said, "Tend these, friend." He drove them out and said to himself, "I shall not return unless I bring back 1,000. He dwelt a number of years in the forest, and when the cows had become 1,000. Fifth Kanda. The bull of the herd meant for Vayu said to him, "Satyakama." He replied, "Sir." The bull said, "We have become 1,000. Lead us to the house of the teacher, and I will declare to you 1 foot of the Brahman." "Declare it, sir," he replied. He said to him, "The eastern region is 1/4, the western region is 1/4, the southern region is 1/4, the northern region is 1/4. This is a foot of Brahman, consisting of the 4 quarters, and called Prakasavat, endowed with splendor. He who, knowing this and meditates on the foot of Brahman, consisting of 4 quarters, by the name of Prakasavat, becomes endowed with splendor in this world. He conquers the resplendent worlds. Whoever knows this and meditates on the foot of Brahman, consisting of the 4 quarters, by the name of Prakasavat. Sixth Kanda. Agni will declare to you another foot of Brahman. After these words of the bull, Satyakama on the morrow drove the cows towards the house of the teacher. And when they came towards the evening, he lighted a fire, penned the cows, laid wood on the fire, and sat down behind the fire, looking to the east. Then Agni, the fire, said to him, "Satyakama." He replied, "Sir." Agni said, "Friend, I will declare unto you 1 foot of Brahman." "Declare it, sir," he replied. He said to him, "The earth is 1/4, the sky is 1/4, the heaven is 1/4, the ocean is 1/4. This is the foot of Brahman, consisting of 4 quarters, and called Anantavat, endless. He who knows this and meditates on the foot of Brahman, consisting of 4 quarters, by the name of Anantavat, becomes endless in this world. He conquers the endless worlds. Whoever knows this and meditates on the foot of Brahman, consisting of 4 quarters, by the name of Anantavat. Seventh Kanda. A Hamsa, flamingo meant for the sun, will declare to you another foot of Brahman. After these words of Agni, Satyakama on the morrow drove the cows onward, and when they came towards the evening, he lighted a fire, penned the cows, lay down on the fire, and sat down behind the fire, looking toward the east. Then a Hamsa flew near and said to him, "Satyakama." He replied, "Sir." The Hamsa said, "Friend, I will declare unto you 1 foot of Brahman." "Declare it, sir," he replied. He said to him, "Fire is 1/4, the sun is 1/4, the moon is 1/4, lightning is 1/4. This is a foot of Brahman, consisting of 4 quarters, and called Jyotishmat, full of light. He who knows this and meditates on the foot of Brahman, consisting of 4 quarters, by the name of Jyotishmat, becomes full of light in this world. He conquers the worlds which are full of light. Whoever knows this and meditates on the foot of Brahman, consisting of 4 quarters, by the name of Jyotishmat. 8th Kanda. A driver bird, Madgu, meant for prana, will declare to you another foot of Brahman. After these words of the Hamsa, Satyakama on the morrow drove the cows onward, and when they came towards the evening, he lighted a fire, penned the cows, laid wood on the fire, and sat down behind the fire, looking toward the east. Then a driver flew near and said to him, Satyakama. He replied, Sir. The driver said, Friend, I will declare unto you 1 foot of Brahman. Declare it, sir, he replied. He said to him, Breath is 1 quarter, the eye is 1 quarter, the ear is 1 quarter, the mind is 1 quarter. This is a foot of Brahman, consisting of 4 quarters, and called Ayatanavat, having a home. He who knows this and meditates on the foot of Brahman, consisting of 4 quarters, by the name of Ayatanavat, becomes possessed of a home in this world. He conquers the worlds which offer a home. Whoever knows this and meditates on the foot of Brahman, consisting of 4 quarters, by the name of Ayatanavat. 9th Kanda. Thus he reached the house of his teacher. The teacher said to him, Satyakama. He replied, Sir. The teacher said, Friend, you shine like one who knows Brahman. Who then has taught you? He replied, Not men, but you only, sir, I wish should teach me. For I have heard from men like you, sir, that only knowledge which is learnt from a teacher, Acharya, leads to real knowledge. Then he taught him the same knowledge. Nothing was left out. Yeah, nothing was left out. 10th Kanda. Upakosala Kamalayana dwelt as a brahmacharin, religious student, in the house of Satyakama Gabala. He tended his fires for 12 years. But the teacher, though he allowed other peoples, after they had learnt the sacred books, to depart to their own homes, did not allow Upakosala to depart. Then his wife said to him, This student, who is quite exhausted with austerities, has carefully tended your fires. Let not the fires themselves blame you, but teach him. The teacher, however, went away on a journey without having taught him. The student, from sorrow, was not able to eat. Then the wife of the teacher said to him, Student, eat. Why do you not eat? He said, There are many desires in this man here, which lose themselves in different directions. I am full of sorrows, and shall take no food. Thereupon the fires said among themselves, This student, who is quite exhausted, has carefully tended us. Well, let us teach him. They said to him, Breath is Brahman, Ka, pleasure, is Brahman, Ka, ether, is Brahman. He said, I understand that breath is Brahman, but I do not understand Ka or Ka. They said, What is Ka is Ka, what is Ka is Ka. They therefore taught him Brahman as breath and as the ether in the heart. 11th Kanda. After that, Grahapatya, fire, taught him earth, fire, food, and the sun. These are my forms, or forms of Brahman. The person that is seen in the sun, I am he. I am he indeed. He who, knowing this, meditates on him, destroys sin, obtains the world of Agni, Grahapatya, reaches his full age, and lives long. His descendants do not perish. We guard him in this world and in the other. Whosoever, knowing this, meditates on him. 12th Kanda. Then the Anvarya fire taught him, Water, the quarters, the stars, the moon, these are my forms. The person that is seen in the moon, I am he indeed. He who knowing this meditates on him, destroys sin, obtains the world of Agni Anvarya, reaches his full age, and lives long. His descendants do not perish. We guard him in this world and in the other. Whosoever knowing this meditates on him. 13th Kanda. Then the Abhavaniya fire taught him, Breath, ether, heaven, and lightning, these are my forms. The person that is seen in the lightning, I am he indeed. He who knowing this meditates on him, destroys sin, obtains the world of Agni Abhavanya, reaches his full age, and lives long. His descendants do not perish. We guard him in this world and in the other. Whosoever knowing this meditates on him. 14th Kanda. Then they all said, Upakosla, this is our knowledge, our friend, and the knowledge of the self. But the teacher will tell you the way to another life. In time, his teacher came back and said to him, Upakosla. He answered, Sir. The teacher said, Friend, your face shines like that of one who knows Brahman. Who has taught you? Who should teach me, sir? He said. He denies, as it were. And he said, pointing to the fires, Are these fires other than fires? The teacher said, What, my friend, have these fires told you? He answered, This, repeating some of what they had told him. The teacher said, My friend, they have taught you about the worlds, but I shall tell you this, and as water does not cling to a lotus leaf, so no evil deed clings to one who knows it. He said, Sir, tell it to me. 15th Kanda. He said, The person that is seen in the eye, that is the self. This is the immortal, the fearless. This is Brahman. Even though they drop melted butter or water on him, it runs away on both sides. They call him Samayadvama. For all blessings, Vama, go towards him. Samayanti. All blessings go towards him who knows this. He is also Vamani, for he leads Nayati, all blessings, Vama. He leads all blessings, who knows this. He is also called Bhamani, for he shines, Bhati, in all worlds. He who knows this shines in all worlds. Now, if one who knows this dies, whether people perform obsequies for him or no, he goes to light, Archis, from light to day, from day to the light half of the moon, from the light half of the moon to the 6 months during which the sun goes to the north, from the months to the year, from the year to the sun to the moon, from the moon to the lightning. There is a person, not human. He leads them to Brahman. This is the path of the Devas, the path that leads to Brahman. Those who proceed on that path do not return to the life of man. Yeah, they do not return. 16th Kanda. Verily, he who purifies Vayu is the sacrifice, for he, the air, moving along, purifies everything. Because moving along he purifies everything, therefore he is the sacrifice. Of that sacrifice there are 2 ways, by mind and by speech. The Brahmin priest performs one of them in his mind. The Hotri, Advaryu and Udgatri priests perform the other by words. When the Brahmin priest, after the Prataranyavaka ceremony has begun, but before the recitation of the Pratihanya hymn, has to break his silence and to speak, he performs perfectly the one way only, that by words, but the other is injured. As a man walking on one foot or a carriage going on one wheel is injured, his sacrifice is injured, and with the injured sacrifice, the sacrificer is injured. Yes, having sacrificed, he becomes worse. But when after the Pratarana ceremony has begun, and before the recitation of the Paridhanya hymn, the Brahman priest has not to break his silence and to speak. They perform both ways perfectly, and neither of them is injured. As a man walking on two legs and a carriage going on two wheels gets on, so his sacrifice gets on, and with the successful sacrifice, the sacrificer gets on. Yes, having sacrificed, he becomes better. 17th Kanda. Prajapati brooded over the worlds, and from them thus brooded on, he squeezed out the essences. Agni, fire from the earth, Vayu, air from the sky, Aditya, the sun from heaven. He brooded over these three deities, and from them thus brooded on, he squeezed out the essences. The Rik verses from Agni, the Yajus verses from Vayu, the Saman verses from Aditya. He brooded over the threefold knowledge, the three Vedas, and from it thus brooded on, he squeezed out the essences. The sacred interjection Bhus from the Rik verses, the sacred interjection Bhuvas from the Yajus verses, the sacred interjection Sva from the Saman verses. If the sacrifice is injured from the Rig Veda side, let him offer a libation in the Grahapatya fire, saying Bhu Swaha. Thus does he bind together and heal by means of the essence and the power of the Rik verses themselves, whatever break the Rik sacrifice may have suffered. If the sacrifice is injured from the Yajurveda side, let him offer a libation in the Dakshina fire, saying Bhuva Swaha. Thus does he bind together and heal by means of the essence and the power of the Yajus verses themselves, whatever break the Yajus sacrifice may have suffered. If the sacrifice is injured by the Samaveda side, let him offer a libation in the Abhavanya fire, saying Swaha Swaha. Thus does he bind together and heal by means of the essence and the power of the Saman verses themselves, whatever break the Saman sacrifice may have suffered. As one binds, softens gold by means of lavana, borax, and silver by means of gold, and tin by means of silver, and lead by means of tin, and iron, loha, by means of lead, and wood by means of iron, or also by means of leather. Thus does one bind together and heal any break in the sacrifice by means of the Vyakritis, or sacrificial interjections, which are the essence and strength of the three worlds of the deities, and of the threefold knowledge. That sacrifice is healed in which there is a Brahmin priest who knows this. That sacrifice is inclined towards the north in the right way, in which there is a Brahmin priest who knows this. And with regard to such a Brahmin priest, there is the following Gatha. Wherever it falls back, thither the man goes, namely, the Brahmin only, as one of the Ritwik priests. He saves the Kurus as a mare, namely, a Brahmin priest who knows this saves the sacrifice, the sacrificer, and all the other priests. Therefore, let a man make him who knows this his Brahmin priest, not one who does not know it, who does not know it. End of Prapataka 4. 5th Prapataka, 1st Kanda. He who knows the oldest and the best becomes himself the oldest and the best. Breath indeed is the oldest and the best. He who knows the richest becomes himself the richest. Speech indeed is the richest. He who knows the firm rest becomes himself firm in this world and in the next. The I, indeed, is the firm rest. He who knows success, his wishes succeed, both his divine and human wishes. The ear, indeed, is success. He who knows the home becomes a home of his people. The mind, indeed, is the home. The five senses quarrel together. Who was the best, saying, I am better, I am better. They went to the father Prajapati and said, Sir, who is the best of us? He replied, He by whose departure the body seems worse than worst. He is the best of you. The tongue, speech, departed. And having been absent for a year, it came round and said, How have you been able to live without me? They replied, Like mute people, not speaking, but breathing with the breath, seeing with the eye, hearing with the ear, thinking with the mind. Thus we lived. Then speech went back. The eye sight departed. And having been absent for a year, it came round and said, How have you been able to live without me? They replied, Like blind people, not seeing, but breathing with the breath, speaking with the tongue, hearing with the ear, thinking with the mind. Thus we lived. Then the eye went back. The ear, hearing, departed. And having been absent for a year, it came round and said, How have you been able to live without me? They replied, Like deaf people, not hearing, but breathing with the breath, speaking with the tongue, thinking with the mind. Thus we lived. Then the ear went back. The mind departed. And having been absent for a year, it came round and said, How have you been able to live without me? They replied, Like children, whose mind is not yet formed, but breathing with the breath, speaking with the tongue, seeing with the eye, hearing with the ear. Thus we lived. Then the mind went back. The breath, when on the point of departing, tore up the other senses, as a horse going to start. I might tear up the pegs to which he is tethered. They came to him and said, Sir, be thou our Lord, thou art the best among us. Do not depart from us. Then the tongue said to him, If I am the richest, thou art the richest. The eye said to him, If I am the firm rest, thou art the firm rest. The ear said to him, If I am success, thou art success. The mind said to him, If I am the home, thou art the home. And people do not call them the tongues, the eyes, the ears, the minds, but the breaths, prana, the senses. For breath are all these. Second Kanda. Breath said, What shall be my food? They answered, Whatever there is, even unto dogs and birds. Therefore this is food for Ana, the breather. His name is clearly Ana. To him who knows this, there is nothing that is not proper food. He said, What shall be my dress? They answered, Water. Therefore wise people, when they are going to eat food, surround their food before and after with water. He, prana, thus gains a dress and is no longer naked. Satyakama Gabala, after he had communicated this to Gosrithi Vyagrapadya, said to him, If you were to tell this to a dry stick, branches would grow and leaves spring from it. If a man wishes to reach greatness, let him perform the diksha, preparatory rice on the day of the new moon. And then on the night of the full moon, let him stir a mash of all kinds of herbs with curds and honey, and let him pour ghee on the fire, avasthya laukika, saying Swaha to the oldest and the best. After that, let him throw all that remains of the ghee into the mash. In the same manner, let him pour ghee on the fire, saying Swaha to the richest. After that, let him throw all that remains together into the mash. In the same manner, let him pour ghee on the fire, saying Swaha to the firm rest. After that, let him throw all that remains together into the mash. In the same manner, let him pour ghee on the fire, saying Swaha to success. After that, let him throw all that remains together into the mash. Then going forward and placing the mash in his hands, he recites, Thou Prana art Ama by name, for all this together exists in thee. He is the oldest and best, the king, the sovereign. May he make me the oldest, the best, the king, the sovereign. May I be all this. Then he eats with the following Rik verse at every foot. We choose that food. Here he swallows. Of the divine Savitri, Prana, here he swallows. The best and all supporting food, here he swallows. We meditate on the speed of Bhaga, Savitri, Prana, here he drinks all. Having cleansed the vessel, whether it be a Kamsa or a Jamsa, he sits down behind the fire on a skin or on the bare ground, without speaking or making any other effort. If in his dream he sees a woman, let him know this is to be a sign that his sacrifice has succeeded. On this there is a sloka. If during sacrifices, which are to fulfill certain wishes, he sees in his dreams a woman, let him know success from this vision in a dream. From this vision in a dream. Swetaketu Varuneya went to an assembly of the Panchalas. Pravahana Gaivali said to him, Boy, has your father instructed you? Yes, sir, he replied. Do you know to what place men go from here? No, sir, he replied. Do you know how they return again? No, sir, he replied. Do you know where the path of Devas and the path of the fathers diverge? No, sir, he replied. Do you know why that world never becomes full? No, sir, he replied. Do you know why in the fifth libation water is called man? No, sir, he replied. Then why did you say you had been instructed? How could anybody who did not know these things say that he had been instructed? Then the boy went back sorrowful to the place of his father and said, Though you had not instructed me, sir, you said you had instructed me. That fellow of the Rajanya asked me 5 questions, and I could not answer one of them. The father said, As you have told me these questions of his, I do not know any of them. If I knew these questions, how should I not have told you? Then Gautama went to the king's place, and when he had come to him, the king offered him proper respect. In the morning, the king went out on his way to the assembly. The king said to him, Sir Gautama, ask a boon of such things as men possesses. He replied, Such things as men possesses may remain with you. Tell me the speech which you addressed to the boy. The king was perplexed and commanded him, saying, Stay with me some time. Then he said, As to what you have said to me, Gautama, this knowledge did not go to any Brahmana before you, and therefore this teaching belonged in all the worlds to the Kshatriya class alone. Then he began. 4th Kanda. The altar on which the sacrifice is supposed to be offered is that world, heaven, O Gautama. Its fuel is the sun itself, the smoke his rays, the light the day, the coals the moon, the sparks the stars. On that altar the Devas, or Pranas represented by Agni, etc., offer the Shraddha libation consisting of water. From that oblation rises Soma, the king, the moon. Fifth Kanda. The altar is Parjanya, the god of rain. O Gautama, its fuel is the air itself, the smoke the cloud, the light the lightning, the coals the thunderbolt, the sparks the thunderings. On that altar the Devas offer Soma, the king, the moon. From that oblation rises rain. Sixth Kanda. The altar is the earth, O Gautama. Its fuel is the ear itself, the smoke the ether, the light the night, the coals the quarters, the sparks the intermediate quarters. On that altar the Devas, Pranas offer rain. From that oblation rises food, corn, etc. Seventh Kanda. The altar is man, O Gautama. Its fuel speech itself, the smoke the breath, the light the tongue, the coals the eye, the sparks the ear. On that altar the Devas, Pranas offer food. From that oblation rises seed. Eighth Kanda. The altar is woman, O Gautama. On that altar the Devas, Pranas offer seed. From that oblation rises the germ. Ninth Kanda. For this reason is water in the fifth oblation called man. This germ, covered in the womb, having dwelt there 10 months or more or less, is born. When born, he lives whatever the length of his life may be. When he has departed, his friends carry him as appointed to the fire of the funeral pile, from whence he came, from whence he sprang. 10th Kanda. Those who know this, even though they still be grahasthas, householders, and those who in the forest follow faith and austerities, the vanaprasthas, and of the parivragas, those who do not yet know the highest Brahmin, go to light Archis. From light to day, from day to the light half of the moon, from the light half of the moon to the 6 months when the sun goes to the north, from the 6 months when the sun goes to the north to the year, from the year to the sun, from the sun to the moon, from the moon to the lightning. There is a person not human. He leads them to Brahman, the conditioned Brahman. This is the path of the Devas. But they who living in a village practice a life of sacrifices, works of public utility, and alms, they go to the smoke, from smoke to night, from night to the dark half of the moon, from the dark half of the moon to the 6 months when the sun goes to the south, but they do not reach the year. From the months they go to the world of the fathers, from the world of the fathers to the ether, from the ether to the moon. That is Soma, the king. Here they are loved, eaten by the Devas. Yes, the Devas love, eat them. Having dwelt there till their good works are consumed, they return again that way as they came to the ether, from the ether to the air. Then the sacrificer, having become air, becomes smoke. Having become smoke, he becomes mist. Having become mist, he becomes a cloud. Having become a cloud, he rains down. Then he is born as rice and corn, herbs and trees, sesame and beans. From thence the escape is the behest with most difficulties. For whoever the person may be, they eat the food, and beget offspring, he henceforth becomes like unto them. Those whose conduct has been good will quickly attain some good birth, the birth of a Brahmana or a Kshatriya or a Vaisya. But those whose conduct has been evil will quickly attain an evil birth, the birth of a dog or a hog or a Chandala. On neither of these two ways those small creatures, flies, worms, etc., are continually returning, of whom it may be said, live and die, theirs is a third place. Therefore that world never becomes full. Hence let a man take care of himself. And thus it is said in the following sloka: a man who steals gold, who drinks spirits, who dishonors his Guru's bed, who kills a Brahmin, these four fall, and as a fifth he who associates with them. But he who thus knows the 5 fires is not defiled by sin, even though he associates with them. He who knows this is pure, clean, and obtains the world of the blessed. He obtains the world of the blessed. 11th Kanda. Prachina Sala Anupamanyava Satyayajna Pauloshi Indrayumna Bhailavya Jana Sarkarakshya and Budila Asvantrasavi. These great 5 householders and great theologians came once together and held a discussion as to what is our self and what is Brahman. They reflected and said, Sirs, there is that Uddalaka Aruni who knows at present that self called Vaisavanara. Well, let's go to him. They went to him. But he reflected, those great householders and great theologians will examine me, and I shall not be able to tell them all. Therefore, I shall recommend another teacher to them. He said to them, Sirs, Asvapati Kaikeya knows at present that self called Vaisvanara. Well, let us go to him. They went to him. When they arrived, the king ordered proper presents to be made separately to each of them. And rising the next morning, he said, In my kingdom there is no thief, no miser, no drunkard, no man without an altar in his house, no ignorant person, no adulterer, much less an adulteress. I am going to perform a sacrifice. Sirs, and as much wealth as I give to each Ritvik priest, I shall give to you, sirs. Please to stay here. They replied, Every man ought to say for what purpose he comes. You know at present that Vaisvanara self. Tell us that. He said, Tomorrow I shall give you an answer. Therefore on the next morning they approached him, carrying fuel in their hands, like students, and he, without first demanding any preparatory rites, said to them, 12th Kanda. Anupamanyava, whom do you meditate on as the self? He replied, Heaven only, Venerable King. He said, The self which you meditate on is the Vaisvanara self, called Sutejas, having good light. Therefore, every kind of soma libation is seen in your house. You eat food and see your desire, a son, etc., and whoever thus meditates on that Vaisvanara self, eats food, sees his desire, and has Vedic glory arising from study and sacrifice in his house. That, however, is but the head of the self, and thus your head would have fallen in a discussion if you had not come to me. 13th Kanda. Then he said to Satyayajna Paulushi, O Prachina Yogya, whom do you meditate on as the self? He replied, The sun only, Venerable King. He said, The self which you meditate on is the Vaisvanara self, called Visvarupa, multiform. Therefore much and manifold wealth is seen in your house. There is a car with mules, full of slaves and jewels. You eat food and see your desire, and whoever thus meditates on the Vaisvanara self eats food and sees his desire, and has Vedic glory in his house. That, however, is but the eye of the self, and you would have become blind if you had not come to me. 14th Kanda. Then he said to Indrayumna Bhalavya, O Vayagrapadya, whom do you meditate on as the self? He replied, Air only, venerable king. He said, The self which you meditate on is the Vaisvanara self, called Pritagavartaman, having various courses. Therefore, offerings come to you in various ways, and rows of cars follow you in various ways. You eat food and see your desire, and whoever thus meditates on that Vaisvanara self eats food and sees his desire, and has Vedic glory in his house. That, however, is but the breath of the self, and your breath would have left you if you had not come to me. 15th Kanda. Then he said to Janasarkaraksha, Whom do you meditate on as the self? He replied, Ether only, venerable king. He said, The self which you meditate on is the Vaisvanara self, called Bahula, full. Therefore, you are full of offspring and wealth. You eat food and see your desire, and whoever thus meditates on that Vaisvanara self eats food and sees his desire, and has Vedic glory in his house. That, however, is but the trunk of the self, and your trunk would have perished if you had not come to me. 16th Kanda. Then he said to Buddhila Asvantrasvi, O Vayagrahapadya, whom do you meditate on as the self? He replied, Water only, venerable king. He said, The self which you meditate on is the Vaisvanara self, called Rayi, wealth. Therefore are you wealthy and flourishing. You eat food and see your desire, and whoever thus meditates on that Vaisvanara self eats food and sees his desire, and has Vedic glory in his house. That, however, is but the bladder of the self, and your bladder would have burst if you had not come to me. 17th Kanda. Then he said to Adalaka Aruni, O Gautama, whom do you meditate on as the self? He replied, The earth only, venerable king. He said, The self which you meditate on is the Vaisvanara self, called Pratishta, firm rest. Therefore, you stand firm with offspring and cattle. You eat food and see your desire, and whoever thus meditates on that Vaisvanara self eats food and sees his desire, and has Vedic glory in his house. That, however, are but the feet of the self, and your feet would have given way if you had not come to me. 18th Kanda. Then he said to them all, You eat your food, knowing that Vaisvanara self as if it were many. But he who worships the Vaisvanara self as a span long, and as identical with himself, he eats food in all worlds, in all beings, in all selves. Of that Vaisvanara self, the head is Sutejas, having good light; the eye Vishwarupa, multiform; the breath Pritagavartaman, having various courses; the trunk Bahula, full; the bladder Rai, wealth; the feet the earth; the chest the altar; the hairs the grass on the altar; the heart, the Grahapatya fire; the mind, the Anvaharya fire; the mouth, the Ahavanya fire. 19th Kanda. Therefore, the first food which a man may take is in the place of Homa, and he who offers that first oblation should offer it to Prana, up-breathing, saying Swaha. Then Prana, up-breathing, is satisfied. If Prana is satisfied, the eye is satisfied. If the eye is satisfied, the sun is satisfied. If the sun is satisfied, heaven is satisfied. If heaven is satisfied, whatever is under heaven and under the sun is satisfied. And through their satisfaction, he, the sacrificer or eater, himself is satisfied with offspring, cattle, health, brightness, and Vedic splendor. 20th Kanda. And he who offers the second oblation should offer it to Vyana, back breathing, saying Swaha. Then Vyana is satisfied. If Vyana is satisfied, the ear is satisfied. If the ear is satisfied, the moon is satisfied. If the moon is satisfied, the quarters are satisfied. If the quarters are satisfied, whatever is under the quarters and under the moon is satisfied. And through their satisfaction, he, the sacrificer or eater, himself is satisfied with offspring, cattle, health, brightness, and Vedic splendor. 21st Kanda. And he who offers the third oblation should offer it to Apana, down breathing, saying Swaha. Then Apana is satisfied. If Apana is satisfied, the tongue is satisfied. If the tongue is satisfied, Agni, fire, is satisfied. If Agni is satisfied, the earth is satisfied. If the earth is satisfied, whatever is under the earth and under fire is satisfied. And through their satisfaction, he, the sacrificer or eater, himself is satisfied with offspring, cattle, health, brightness, and Vedic splendor. 22nd Kanda. And he who offers the fourth oblation should offer it to Samana, on breathing, saying Swaha. Then Samana is satisfied. If Samana is satisfied, the mind is satisfied. If the mind is satisfied, Parjanya, god of rain, is satisfied. If Parjanya is satisfied, lightning is satisfied. If lightning is satisfied, whatever is under Parjanya and under lightning is satisfied. And through their satisfaction, he, the sacrificer or eater, himself is satisfied with offspring, cattle, health, brightness, and Vedic splendor. 23rd Kanda. And he who offers the fifth oblation should offer it to Udana, out-breathing, saying Swaha. Then Udana is satisfied. If Udana is satisfied, Vayu, air, is satisfied. If Vayu is satisfied, ether is satisfied. If ether is satisfied, whatever is under Vayu and under the ether is satisfied. And through their satisfaction, he, the sacrificer or eater, himself is satisfied with offspring, cattle, health, brightness, and Vedic splendor. 24th Kanda. If without knowing this, one offers an Agnihotra, it would be as if a man were to remove the live coals and pour his libation on dead ashes. But he who offers this Agnihotra with a full knowledge of its true purport, he offers it. That is, he eats food in all worlds, in all beings, in all selves. As the soft fibers of the Ishika reed, when thrown into the fire, are burnt, thus all his sins are burnt, whoever offers this Agnihotra with a full knowledge of its true purport. Even if he gives what is left of his food to a Chandala, it would be offered in his, the Chandala's, Vaisvanara self. And so it is said in this sloka, as hungry children here on earth sit expectantly round their mother, so do all beings sit round the Agnihotra, round the Agnihotra. End of Prapataka 5. Sixth Prapataka, First Kanda. Hari Om. There lived once Swetaketu Aruneya, the grandson of Aruna. To him his father Uddalaka, the son of Aruna, said, Swetaketu, go to school, for there is none belonging to our race, darling, who, not having studied the Veda, is, as it were, a Brahmana by birth only. Having begun his apprenticeship with a teacher when he was 12 years of age, Swetaketu returned to his father when he was 24, having then studied all the Vedas, conceited, considering himself well-read and stern. His father said to him, Swetaketu, as you are so conceited, considering yourself so well-read and so stern, my dear, have you ever asked for that instruction by which we hear what cannot be heard, by which we perceive what cannot be perceived, by which we know what cannot be known? What is that instruction, sir? He asked. The father replied, My dear, as by one clod of clay all that is made of clay is known, the difference being only a name arising from speech, but the truth being that all is clay. And as, my dear, by one nugget of gold all that is made of gold is known, the difference being only a name arising from speech, but the truth being that all is gold. And, my dear, by one pair of nail scissors all that is made of iron, Karshanayasam, is known, the difference being only a name arising from speech, but the truth being that all is iron. Thus, my dear, is that instruction. The son said, Surely those venerable men, my teachers, did not know that. For if they had known it, why should they not have told it me? Do you, sir, therefore, tell me that? Be it so, said the father. Second Kanda. In the beginning, my dear, there was that only which is, Sat, one only, without a second. Others say, in the beginning, there was that only which is not, Asat, one only, without a second. And from that which is not, that which is was born. But how could it be thus, my dear? The father continued. How could that which is be born of that which is not? No, my dear, only that which is was in the beginning, one only, without a second. It thought, May I be many, may I grow forth. It sent forth fire. That fire thought, May I be many, may I grow forth. It sent forth water. And therefore, whenever anybody anywhere is hot and perspires, water is produced on him from fire alone. Water thought, may I be many, may I grow forth. It sent forth earth, food. Therefore, whenever it rains anywhere, most food is then produced. From water alone is eatable food produced. Third Kanda. Of all living things, there are indeed three origins only. That which springs from an egg, oviparous; that which springs from a living being, viviparous; and that which springs from a germ. That being, that is, that which had produced fire, water, and earth, thought, let me now center those three beings, fire, water, earth, with this living self, Jiva, Atma, and let me then reveal, develop names and forms. Then that being having said, let me make each of these three tripartite, so that fire, water, and earth should each have itself for its principal ingredient, besides an admixture of the other two, entered into those three beings, Devata, with this living self only, and revealed names and forms. He made each of these tripartite. And how these three beings became each of them tripartite, that learn from me now, my friend. Fourth Kanda. The red color of burning fire, Agni, is the color of fire. The white color of fire is the color of water. The black color of fire, the color of earth. Thus vanishes what we call fire as a mere variety, being a name arising from speech. What is true, Satya, are the three colors or forms. The red color of the sun, Aditya, is the color of fire. The white of water, the black of earth. Thus vanishes what we call the sun as a mere variety, being a name arising from speech. What is true are the three colors. The red color of the moon is the color of fire, the white of water, and black of earth. Thus vanishes what we call the moon as a mere variety, being a name arising from speech. What is true are the three colors. The red color of the lightning is the color of fire, the white of water, the black of earth. Thus vanishes what we call the lightning as a mere variety, being a name arising from speech. What is true are the three colors. Great householders and great theologians of olden times who knew this have declared the same, saying, no one can henceforth mention to us anything which we have not heard, perceived, or known. Out of these three colors or forms, they knew all. Whatever they thought looked red, they knew was the color of fire. Whatever they thought looked white, they knew was the color of water. Whatever they thought looked black, they knew was the color of earth. Whatever they thought was altogether unknown, they knew was some combination of those three beings, Devata. Now learn from me, my friend, how those three beings, when they reach man, become each of them tripartite. Fifth Kanda. The earth food, when eaten, becomes threefold. Its grossest portion becomes feces, its middle portion flesh, its subtlest portion mind. Water, when drunk, becomes threefold. Its grossest portion becomes water, its middle portion blood, its subtlest portion breath. Fire, that is in oil, butter, etc., when eaten becomes threefold. Its grossest portion becomes bone, its middle portion marrow, its subtlest portion speech. For truly, my child, mind comes of earth, breath of water, speech of fire. Please, sir, inform me still more, said the son. Be it so, my child, the father replied. Sixth Kanda. That which is the subtle portion of curds, when churned, rises upwards and becomes butter. In the same manner, my child, the subtle portion of earth, food, when eaten, rises upwards and becomes mind. That which is the middle portion of water, when drunk, rises upwards and becomes breath. That which is the subtle portion of fire, when consumed, rises upwards and becomes speech. For mind, my child, comes of earth, breath of water, speech of fire. Please, sir, inform me still more, said the son. Be it so, my child, the father replied. 7th Kanda. Man, Purusha, my son, consists of 16 parts. Abstain from food for 15 days, but drink as much water as you like, for breath comes from water, and will not be cut off if you drink water. Swetaketu abstained from food for 15 days. Then he came back to his father and said, "What shall I say?" The father said, "Repeat the Rik, Yajus and Saman verses." He replied, "They do not occur to me, sir." The father said to him, "As of a great lighted fire, one coal only of the size of a firefly may be left, which would not burn much more than this. That is very little. Thus, my dear son, one part only of the 16 parts of you is left, and therefore with that one part you do not remember the Vedas. Go and eat, then wilt thou understand me." Then Swetaketu ate, and afterwards approached his father, and whatever his father asked him, he knew it all by heart. Then his father said to him, "As of a great lighted fire, one coal of the size of a firefly, if left, may be made to blaze up again by putting grass upon it, and will thus burn more than this. Thus, my dear son, there was one part of the 16 parts left to you, and that lighted up with food, burnt up, and by it you remember now the Vedas." And after that he understood what his father meant when he said, "Mind, my son, comes from food, breath from water, speech from fire." He understood what he said. Yeah, he understood it. 8th Kanda. Uddalaka Aruni said to his son Swetaketu, "Learn from me the true nature of sleep, Swapna. When a man sleeps here, then, my dear son, he becomes united with the True. He is gone to his own self. Therefore they say, Swapiti. He sleeps because he is gone, Apita, to his own Swa. As a bird, when tied by a string, flies first in every direction, and finding no rest anywhere, settles down at last on the very place where it is fastened, exactly in the same manner, my son, that mind, the Jiva, or living self in the mind, after flying in every direction, and finding no rest anywhere, settles down on breath. For indeed, my son, mind is fastened to breath. Learn from me, my son, what are hunger and thirst. When a man is thus said to be hungry, water is carrying away, digests what has been eaten by him. Therefore, as they speak of a cow leader, Gonaya, a horse leader, Asvanaya, a man leader, Purushanaya, so they call water, which digests food and causes hunger, food leader, Asanaya. Thus, by food digested, etc., my son, know this offshoot, the body, to be brought forth, for this body could not be without a root cause. And where could its root be except in food, earth? And in the same manner, my son, as food, earth, too, is an offshoot, seek after its root, namely water. And as water, too, is an offshoot, seek after its root, namely fire. And as fire too is an offshoot, seek after its root, namely the true. Yes, all these creatures, my son, have their root in the true. They dwell in the true. They rest in the true. When a man is thus said to be thirsty, fire carries away what has been drunk by him. Therefore, as they speak of a cow leader, Gonaya, of a horse leader, Asvanaya, of a man leader, Purushanaya, so they call fire Udnaya, thirst, that is, water leader. Thus, by water digested, etc., my son, know this offshoot, the body, to be brought forth. This body could not be without a root, cause. And where could its root be except in water? As water is an offshoot, seek after its root, namely fire. As fire is an offshoot, seek after its root, namely the true. Yes, all these creatures, O son, have their root in the true. They dwell in the true. They rest in the true. And how these three beings, Devata, fire, water, earth, O son, when they reach man, become each of them tripartite, has been said before. When a man departs from hence, his speech is merged in his mind in his breath in heat, fire. Heat is the highest being. Now that which is that subtle essence, the root of all, in it all that exists has its self. It is the true. It is the self, and thou, O Svetaketu, art it. Please, sir, inform me still more, said the son. Be it so, my child, the father replied. Ninth Kanda. As the bees, my son, make honey by collecting the juices of distant trees, and reduce the juice into one form, and as these juices have no discrimination, so that they might say, I am the juice of this tree or that, in the same manner, my son, all these creatures, when they have become merged in the true, either in deep sleep or in death, know not that they are merged in the true. Whatever these creatures are here, whether a lion, or a wolf, or a boar, or a worm, or a midge, or a gnat, or a mosquito, that they become again and again. Now that which is the subtle essence, in it all that exists has its self. It is the true. It is the self. And thou, O Svetaketu, art it. Please, sir, inform me still more, said the son. Be it so, my child, the father replied. 10th Kanda. These rivers, my son, run. The eastern like the Ganga toward the east, the western like the Sindhu toward the west. They go from sea to sea. That is, the clouds lift up the water from the sea to the sky, and send it back as rain to the sea. They become indeed sea. And as those rivers, when they are in the sea, do not know I am this or that river, in the same manner, my son, all these creatures, when they have come back from the true, know not that they have come back from the true. Whatever these creatures are here, whether a lion or a wolf or a boar or a worm or a midge or a gnat or a mosquito, that they become again and again. That which is that subtle essence, in it all that exists has its self. It is the true. It is the self, and thou, O Svetaketu, art it. Please, sir, inform me still more, said the son. Be it so, my child, the father replied. 11th Kanda. If someone were to strike at the root of this large tree here, it would bleed, but live. If he were to strike at its stem, it would bleed, but live. If he were to strike at its top, it would bleed, but live. Pervaded by the living self, that tree stands firm, drinking in its nourishment and rejoicing. But if the life, the living self, leaves one of its branches, that branch withers. If it leaves a second, that branch withers. If it leaves a third, that branch withers. If it leaves the whole tree withers. In exactly the same manner, my son, know this. Thus he spoke. This body, indeed, it is the true. It is the self, and thou, Swetaketu, art it. Please, sir, inform me still more, said the son. Be it so, my child, the father replied. 12th Kanda. Fetch me from thence a fruit of the Nayagrodha tree. Here is one, sir. Break it. It is broken, sir. What do you see there? These seeds, almost infinitesimal. Break one of them. It is broken, sir. What do you see there? Not anything, sir. The father said, My son, that subtle essence which you do not perceive there, of that very essence this great Nayagrodha tree exists. Believe it, my son, that which is the subtle essence, in it all that exists has itself. It is the true, it is the self, and thou, O Swetaketu, art it. Please, sir, inform me still more, said the son. Be it so, my child, the father replied. 13th Kanda. Place this salt in water, and then wait on me in the morning. The son did as he was commanded. The father said to him, Bring me the salt which you placed in the water last night. The son, having looked for it, found it not, for, of course, it was melted. The father said, Taste it from the surface of the water. How is it? The son replied, It is salt. Taste it from the middle. How is it? The son replied, It is salt. Taste it from the bottom. How is it? The son replied, It is salt. The father said, Throw it away, and then wait on me. He did so, but salt exists forever. Then the father said, Here also in this body, forsooth you do not perceive the true Sat, my son, but there indeed it is, that which is the subtle essence. In it all that exists has its self. It is the true, it is the self, and thou, O Swetaketu, art it. Please, sir, inform me still more, said the son. Be it so, my child, the father replied. 14th Kanda. As one might lead a person with his eyes covered away from the Gandharas, and leave him then in a place where there are no human beings, and as that person would turn towards the east, or the north, or the west, and shout, I have been brought here with my eyes covered, I have been left here with my eyes covered, and as thereupon someone might loose his bandage and say to him, Go in that direction, it is Gandhara, go in that direction. And as thereupon, having been informed and being able to judge for himself, he would, by asking his way from village to village, arrive at last at Gandhara. In exactly the same manner does a man who meets with a teacher to inform him obtain the true knowledge. For him there is only delay, so long as he is not delivered from the body, then he will be perfect. That which is the subtle essence, in it all that exists has itself. It is the true. It is the self. And thou, O Swetaketu, art it. Please, sir, inform me still more, said the son. Be it so, my child, the father replied. 15th Kanda. If a man is ill, his relatives assemble round him and ask, Dost thou know me? Dost thou know me? Now, as long as his speech is not merged in his mind in breath, breath in heat, fire, heat in the highest being, Devata, he knows them. But when his speech is merged in his mind in breath, breath in heat, fire, heat in the highest being, then he knows them not. That which is the subtle essence, in it, all that exists has its self. It is the true. It is the self. And thou, O Swetaketu, art it. Please, sir, inform me still more, said the son. Be it so, my child, the father replied. 16th Kanda. My child, they bring a man hither whom they have taken by the hand, and they say, he has taken something. He has committed a theft. When he denies, they say, heat the hatchet for him. If he committed the theft, then he makes himself to be what he is not. Then the false-minded, having covered his true self by a falsehood, grasps the heated hatchet, he is burnt, and he is killed. But if he did not commit the theft, then he makes himself to be what he is. Then the true-minded, having covered his true self by truth, grasps the heated hatchet, he is not burnt, and he is delivered. As that truthful man is not burnt, thus has all that exists itself in that. It is the true, it is the self, and thou, O Swetaketu, art it. He understood what he said. Yeah, he understood it. End of Prapataka 6. 7th Prapataka, 1st Kanda. Narada approached Sanat Kumara and said, Teach me, sir. Sanat Kumara said to him, Please to tell me what you know. Afterward, I shall tell you what is beyond. Narada said, I know the Rig Veda, sir, the Yajurveda, the Samaveda, as the fourth, the Atharvana, as the fifth, the Itihasa Purana, the Bharata, the Veda of the Vedas, grammar, the Pitra, the rules for the sacrifices for the ancestors, the Rasi, the science of numbers, the Daiva, the science of portents, the Nidhi, the science of time, the Vakya, logic, the Ekayana, ethics, the Deva Vidya, etymology, the Brahma Vidya, pronunciation, Siksha, ceremonial, Kalpa, prosody, Khandas, the Bhutha Vidya, the science of demons, the Kshatriya Vidya, the science of weapons, the Nakshatra Vidya, astronomy, the Sarpa, the Devajnana Vidya, the science of serpents or poisons, and the sciences of the genie, such as making of perfumes, dancing, singing, playing, and other fine arts. All this I know, sir. But, sir, with all this, I know the mantras only, the sacred books. I do not know the self. I have heard from men like you that he who knows the self overcomes grief. I am in grief. Do, sir, help me over this grief of mine." Sanat Kumara said to him, "Whatever you have read is only a name. A name is the Rig Veda, Yajurveda, Samaveda, and as the fourth the Atharvana, as the fifth the Itihasa Purana, the Veda of Vedas, the Pitriya, the Rasi, the Daiva, the Nidhi, the Vakovakya, the Ekayana, the Deva Vidya, the Brahmana Vidya, the Bhuta Vidya, the Shatra Vidya, the Nakshatra Vidya, the Sarpa, and Devajnana Vidya. All these are a name only. Meditate on the name. He who meditates on the name as Brahman is, as it were, Lord and Master, as far as the name reaches. He who meditates on the name as Brahman. Sir, is there something better than a name? Yes, there is something better than a name. Sir, tell it me. Second Kanda. Speech is better than a name. Speech makes us understand the Rig Veda, Yajurveda, Samaveda, and as the fourth the Atharvana, as the fifth the Itihasa Purana, the Veda of Vedas, the Pitra, the Rasi, the Daiva, the Nidhi, the Vakavakya, the Ekayana, the Deva Vidya, the Brahma Vidya, the Shatra Vidya, the Nakshatra Vidya, the Sarpa, and the Devajnana Vidya, heaven, earth, air, ether, water, fire, gods, men, cattle, birds, herbs, trees, all beasts down to worms, midget and ants, what is right and what is wrong, what is true and what is false, what is good and what is bad, what is pleasing and what is not pleasing. For if there were no speech, neither right nor wrong would be known, neither the true nor the false, neither the good nor the bad, neither the pleasant nor the unpleasant. Speech makes us understand all this. Meditate on speech. He who meditates on speech as Brahman is, as it were, Lord and Master as far as speech reaches. He who meditates on speech as Brahman. Sir, is there something better than speech? Yes, there is something better than speech. Sir, tell it me. Third Kanda. Mind, Manas, is better than speech. For as the closed fist holds two Amalaka or two Kola or two Aksha fruits, thus does mind hold speech and name. For if a man is minded in his mind to read the sacred hymns, he reads them. If he is minded in his mind to perform any actions, he performs them. If he is minded to wish for sons and cattle, he wishes for them. If he is minded to wish for this world and the other, he wishes for them. For mind is indeed the self, mind is the world, mind is Brahman. Meditate on the mind. He who meditates on the mind as Brahman is, as it were, Lord and Master as far as the mind reaches. He who meditates on the mind as Brahman. Sir, is there something better than mind? Yes, there is something better than mind. Sir, tell it me. Fourth Kanda. Will, Sankalpa, is better than mind. For when a man wills, then he thinks in his mind, then he sends forth speech, and he sends it forth in a name. In a name the sacred hymns are contained. In the sacred hymns all sacrifices. All these, therefore, beginning with mind and ending in sacrifice, center in will, consist of will, abide in will. Heaven and earth willed, air and ether willed, water and fire willed. Through the will of heaven and earth, etc., rain wills. Through the will of rain, food wills. Through the will of food, the vital airs will. Through the will of the vital airs, the sacred hymns will. Through the will of the sacred hymns, the sacrifices will. Through the will of the sacrifices, the world as their reward wills. Through the will of the world, everything wills. This is will. Meditate on will. He who meditates on will as Brahman, he, being himself safe, firm, and undistressed, obtains the safe, firm, and undistressed worlds which he has willed. He is, as it were, Lord and Master, as far as will reaches. He who meditates on will as Brahman. Sir, is there something better than will? Yes, there is something better than will. Sir, tell it me. Fifth Kanda. Consideration, Chitta, is better than will. For when a man considers, then he wills. Then he thinks in his mind. Then he sends forth speech. And he sends it forth in a name. In a name the sacred hymns are contained. In the sacred hymns all sacrifices. All these, beginning with mind and ending in sacrifice, center in consideration, consist of consideration, abide in consideration. Therefore, if a man is inconsiderate, even if he possesses much learning, people say of him, he is nothing, whatever he may know, for if he were learned, he would not be so inconsiderate. But if a man is considerate, even though he knows but little, to him indeed do people listen gladly. Consideration is the center. Consideration is the self. Consideration is the support of all these. Meditate on consideration. He who meditates on consideration as Brahman, he, being himself safe, firm, and undistressed, obtains the safe, firm, and undistressed worlds which he has considered. He is, as it were, Lord and Master, as far as consideration reaches. He who meditates on consideration as Brahman. Sir, is there something better than consideration? Yes, there is something better than consideration. Sir, tell it me. Sixth Kanda. Reflection, dhyana, is better than consideration. The earth reflects, as it were, and thus does the sky, the heaven, the water, the mountains, gods, and men. Therefore, those who among men obtain greatness here on earth seem to have obtained a part of the object of reflection, because they show a certain repose of manner. Thus, while small and vulgar people are always quarreling, abusive, and slandering, great men seem to have obtained a part of the reward of reflection. Meditate on reflection. He who meditates on reflection as Brahman is Lord and Master, as it were, as far as reflection reaches. He who meditates on reflection as Brahman. Sir, is there something better than reflection? Yes, there is something better than reflection. Sir, tell it me. Seventh Kanda. Understanding, Vijnana, is better than reflection. Through understanding, we understand the Rig Veda, the Yajurveda, the Sama Veda, and as the fourth, the Atharvana, as the fifth, the Itihasa Purana, the Veda of Vedas, the Pitra, the Rasi, the Daiva, the Nidhi, the Vakovakya, the Ekayana, the Deva Vidya, the Brahma Vidya, the Bhuta Vidya, the Kshatriya Vidya, the Nakshatra Vidya, the Sarpa, the Devajnana Vidya, heaven, earth, air, ether, water, fire, gods, men, cattle, birds, herbs, trees, all beasts down to worms, midges, and ants, what is right and what is wrong, what is true and what is false, what is good and what is bad, what is pleasing and what is not pleasing, food and seva, this world and that, all this we understand through understanding. Meditate on understanding. He who meditates on understanding as Brahman reaches the worlds where there is understanding and knowledge. He is, as it were, Lord and Master as far as understanding reaches. He who meditates on understanding as Brahman. Sir, is there something better than understanding? Yes, there is something better than understanding. Sir, tell it me. Eighth Kanda. Power, Bhala, is better than understanding. One powerful man shakes 100 men of understanding. If a man is powerful, he becomes a rising man. If he rises, he becomes a man who visits wise people. If he visits, he becomes a follower of wise people. If he follows them, he becomes a seeing, a hearing, a perceiving, a knowing, a doing, an understanding man. By power the earth stands firm, and the sky and the heaven and the mountains, gods and men, cattle, birds, herbs, trees, all beasts down to worms, midges and ants. By power the world stands firm. Meditate on power. He who meditates on power as Brahman is, as it were, Lord and Master as far as power reaches. He who meditates on power as Brahman. Sir, is there something better than power? Yes, there is something better than power. Sir, tell it me. Ninth Kanda. Food, Anna, is better than power. Therefore, if a man abstain from food for 10 days, though he live, he would be unable to see, hear, perceive, think, act, and understand. But when he obtains food, he is able to see, hear, perceive, think, act, and understand. Meditate on food. He who meditates on food as Brahman obtains the worlds rich in food and drink. He is, as it were, Lord and Master as far as food reaches. He who meditates on food as Brahman. Sir, is there something better than food? Yes, there is something better than food. Sir, tell it me. 10th Kanda. Water, up, is better than food. Therefore, if there is not sufficient rain, the vital spirits fail from fear that there will be less food. But if there is sufficient rain, the vital spirits rejoice because there will be much food. This water, on assuming different forms, becomes this earth, this sky, this heaven, the mountains, gods and men, cattle, birds, herbs and trees, all beasts down to worms, midges and ants. Water indeed assumes all these forms. Meditate on water. He who meditates on water as Brahman obtains all wishes. He becomes satisfied. He is, as it were, Lord and Master as far as water reaches. He who meditates on water as Brahman. Sir, is there something better than water? Yes, there is something better than water. Sir, tell it me. 11th Kanda. Fire, Tejas, is better than water. For fire, united with air, warms the ether. Then people say, it is hot, it burns, it will rain. Thus does fire, after showing the sign itself first, create water. And thus again thunderclaps come with lightnings, flashing upwards and across the sky. Then people say, there is lightning and thunder, it will rain. Then also does fire, after showing this sign first, create water. Meditate on fire. He who meditates on fire as Brahman obtains resplendent himself, resplendent worlds, full of light and free of darkness. He is, as it were, Lord and Master as far as fire reaches. He who meditates on fire as Brahman. Sir, is there something better than fire? Yes, there is something better than fire. Sir, tell it me. 12th Kanda. Ether, or space, is better than fire. For in ether exist both sun and moon, the lightning, stars, and fire, Agni. Through the ether we call, through the ether we hear, through the ether we answer. In the ether or space we rejoice when we are together, and rejoice not when we are separated. In the ether everything is born, and towards the ether everything tends when it is born. Meditate on ether. He who meditates on ether as Brahman obtains the worlds of ether and of light, which are free from pleasure and pain, wide and spacious. He is, as it were, Lord and Master as far as ether reaches. He who meditates on ether as Brahman. Sir, is there something better than ether? Yes, there is something better than ether. Sir, tell it me. 13th Kanda. Memory, Smara, is better than ether. Therefore, where many are assembled together, if they have no memory, they would hear no one, they would not perceive, they would not understand. Through memory, we know our sons. Through memory, our cattle. Meditate on memory. He who meditates on memory as Brahman is, as it were, Lord and Master as far as memory reaches. He who meditates on memory as Brahman. Sir, is there something better than memory? Yes, there is something better than memory. Sir, tell it me. 14th Kanda. Hope, Asha, is better than memory. Fired by hope, does memory read the sacred hymns, perform sacrifices, desire sons and cattle, desire this world and the other. meditate on hope. He who meditates on hope as Brahman, all his desires are fulfilled by hope. His prayers are not in vain. He is, as it were, Lord and Master as far as hope reaches. He who meditates on hope as Brahman. Sir, is there something better than hope? Yes, there is something better than hope. Sir, tell it me. 15th Kanda. Spirit, prana, is better than hope. As the spokes of a wheel hold to the nave, so does all this, beginning with names and ending in hope, hold to spirit. That spirit moves by the spirit. It gives spirit to the spirit. Father means spirit. Mother is spirit. Brother is spirit. Sister is spirit. Tutor is spirit. Brahmana is spirit. For if one says anything unbecoming to a father, mother, brother, sister, tutor, or Brahmana, then people say, "Shame on thee! Thou hast offended thy father, mother, brother, sister, tutor, or a Brahmana." But if after the spirit has departed from them, one shoves them together with a poker and burns them to pieces, no one would say, "Thou offendest thy father, mother, brother, sister, tutor, or a Brahmana." Spirit then is all this. He who sees this, perceives this, and understands this, becomes an Ativadin. If people say to such a man, "Thou art an Ativadin," he may say, "I am an Ativadin." He need not deny it. 16th Kanda. But in reality, he is an Ativadin who declares the highest being to be the true, Satya. Sir, may I become an Ativadin by the true? But we must desire to know the true. Sir, I desire to know the true. 17th Kanda. When one understands the true, then one declares the true. One who does not understand it does not declare the true. Only he who understands it declares the true. This understanding, however, we must desire to understand. Sir, I desire to understand it. 18th Kanda. When one perceives, then one understands. One who does not perceive does not understand. Only he who perceives understands. This perception, however, we must desire to understand. Sir, I desire to understand it. 19th Kanda. When one believes, then one perceives. One who does not believe does not perceive. Only he who believes perceives. This belief, however, we must desire to understand. Sir, I desire to understand it. 20th Kanda. When one attends on a tutor, spiritual guide, then one believes. One who does not attend on a tutor does not believe. Only he who attends believes. This attention on a tutor, however, we must desire to understand. Sir, I desire to understand it. 21st Kanda. When one performs all sacred duties, then one attends really on a tutor. One who does not perform his duties does not really attend on a tutor. Only he who performs his duties attends on his tutor. This performance of duties, however, we must desire to understand. Sir, I desire to understand it. 22nd Kanda. When one obtains bliss in oneself, then one performs duties. One who does not obtain bliss does not perform duties. Only he who obtains bliss performs duties. This bliss, however, we must desire to understand. Sir, I desire to understand it. 23rd Kanda. The infinite, Bhuman, is bliss. There is no bliss in anything finite. Infinity only is bliss. This infinity, however, we must desire to understand. Sir, I desire to understand it. 24th Kanda. Where one sees nothing else, hears nothing else, understands nothing else, that is the infinite. Where one sees something else, hears something else, understands something else, that is the finite. The infinite is immortal, the finite is mortal. Sir, in what does the infinite rest? In its own greatness, or not even in greatness. In the world they call cows and horses, elephants and gold, slaves, wives, fields and houses greatness. I do not mean this, thus he spoke, for in that case one being the possessor rests in something else. But the infinite cannot rest in something different from itself. 25th Kanda. The infinite indeed is below, above, behind, before, right and left. It is indeed all this. Now follows the explanation of the infinite as the I. I am below. I am above. I am behind, before, right and left. I am all this. Next follows the explanation of the infinite as the Self. Self is below, above, behind, before, right and left. Self is all this. He who sees, perceives and understands this loves the Self, delights in the Self, revels in the Self, rejoices in the Self. He becomes a Swarag, an autocrat or self-ruler. He is Lord and Master in all the worlds. But those who think differently from this live in perishable worlds and have other beings for their rulers. 26th Kanda. To him who sees, perceives and understands this, the spirit, prana, springs from the Self. Hope springs from the Self. Memory springs from the Self. So do ether, fire, water, appearance and disappearance, food, power, understanding, reflection, consideration, will, mind, speech, names, sacred hymns and sacrifices. All this springs from the Self. There is this verse, he who sees this does not see death, nor illness, nor pain. He who sees this sees everything and obtains everything everywhere. He is one before creation. He becomes 3, fire, water, earth. He becomes 5. He becomes 7. He becomes 9. Then again he is called the 11th, and 110, and 1020. When the intellectual ailment has been purified, the whole nature becomes purified. When the whole nature has been purified, the memory becomes firm. And when the memory of the highest self remains firm, then all the ties which bind us to a belief in anything but the self are loosened. The Venerable Sanant Kumara showed to Narada, after his faults had been rubbed out, the other side of darkness. They call Sananta Kumara Skanda. Yeah, Skanda they call him. End of Prapataka 7. Hari Om. There is the city of Brahman, the body, and in it the palace, the small lotus of the heart, and in it that small ether. Now what exists within that small ether, that is to be sought for, that is to be understood. And if they should say to him, now with regard to that city of Brahman, and the palace in it, that is, the small lotus of the heart, and the small ether within the heart, what is there within it that deserves to be sought for, or that is to be understood? Then he should say, as large as this ether all space is, so large is that ether within the heart. Both heaven and earth are contained within it, both fire and air, both sun and moon, both lightning and stars, and whatever there is of him, the self, here in the world, and whatever is not, that is, whatever has been or will be, all that is contained within it. And if they should say to him, if everything that exists is contained in that city of Brahman, all beings and all desires, whatever can be imagined or desired, then what is left of it when old age reaches it and scatters it, or when it falls to pieces? Then he should say, by the old age of the body, that the ether or Brahman within it does not age, by the death of the body, that the ether or Brahman within it is not killed, that the Brahman is the true Brahma city, not the body. In it all desires are contained. It is the self, free from sin, free from old age, from death and grief, from hunger and thirst, which desires nothing but what it ought to desire, and imagines nothing but what it ought to imagine. Now, as here on earth people follow as they are commanded, and depend on the object which they are attached to, be it a country or a piece of land, and as here on earth whatever has been acquired by exertion perishes, so perishes whatever is acquired for the next world by sacrifices and other good actions performed on earth. Those who depart from hence without having discovered the self and those true desires, for them there is no freedom in all the worlds. But those who depart from hence
after having discovered the Self and those true desires, for them there is freedom in all the worlds. Second Kanda. Thus, he who desires the world of the fathers, by his mere will the fathers come to receive him, and having obtained the world of the fathers, he is happy. And he who desires the world of the mothers, by his mere will the mothers come to receive him, and having obtained the world of the mothers, he is happy. And he who desires the world of the brothers, by his mere will the brothers come to receive him, and having obtained the world of the brothers, he is happy. And he who desires the world of the sisters, by his mere will the sisters come to receive him, and having obtained the world of the sisters, he is happy. And he who desires the world of the friends, by his mere will the friends come to receive him, and having obtained the world of the friends, he is happy. And he who desires the world of perfumes and garlands, Gandhamalaya, by his mere will perfumes and garlands come to him, and having obtained the world of the perfumes and garlands, he is happy. And he who desires the world of food and drink, by his mere will food and drink come to him, and having obtained the world of food and drink, he is happy. And he who desires the world of song and music, by his mere will song and music will come to him, and having obtained the world of song and music, he is happy. And he who desires the world of women, by his mere will women come to receive him, and having obtained the world of women, he is happy. Whatever object he is attached to, whatever object he desires, by his mere will it comes to him, and having obtained it, he is happy. Third Kanda. These true desires, however, are hidden by what is false. Though the desires be true, they have a covering which is false. Thus, whosoever belonging to us has departed this life, him we cannot gain back, so that we should see him with our eyes. Those who belong to us, whether living, are departed, and whatever else there is which we wish for and do not obtain, all that we find there, if we descend into our heart, where Brahman dwells, in the ether of the heart. There are all our true desires, but hidden by what is false. As people who do not know the country walk again and again over a gold treasure that has been hidden somewhere in the earth, but do not discover it, thus do all these creatures, day after day, go into the Brahma world. They are merged in Brahman while asleep, and yet do not discover it, because they are carried away by untruth. They do not come to themselves, that is, they do not discover the true self in Brahman dwelling in the heart. That self abides in the heart, and this is the etymological explanation.
The heart is called Hridayam instead of Hridayayam, that is, he who is in the heart. He who knows this, that he is in the heart, goes day by day, when in Sushupti, deep sleep, into heaven, Swarga, that is, into the Brahman of the heart. Now, that serene being, which, after having risen from out of this earthly body, and having reached the highest light, self-knowledge, appears in its true form, that is the Self. Thus he spoke when asked by his pupils. This is the immortal, the fearless, this is Brahman, and of that Brahman the name is the true, Satyam. This name Satyam consists of 3 syllables, Sat, Ti, Yam. Sat signifies the immortal, Ti the immortal, and with Yam he binds both. Because he binds both, the immortal and the mortal, therefore it is Yam. He who knows this goes day by day into heaven, Swarga. 4th Kanda. That Self is a bank, a boundary, so that these worlds may not be confounded. Day and night do not pass that bank, nor old age, death, and grief, neither good nor evil deeds. All evildoers turn back from it, for the world of Brahman is free from all evil. Therefore, he who has crossed that bank, if blind, ceases to be blind; if wounded, ceases to be wounded; if afflicted, ceases to be afflicted. Therefore, when that bank has been crossed, night becomes day indeed, for the world of Brahman is lighted up once for all. And that world of Brahman belongs to those only who find it by abstinence. For them there is freedom in all the worlds. 5th Kanda. What people call sacrifice, yajna, that is really abstinence, brahmacharya. For he who knows obtains that world of Brahman which others obtain by sacrifice, by means of abstinence. What people call sacrifice, ishta, that is really abstinence. For by abstinence, having reached ishtva, he obtains the Self. What people call sacrifice, satrayana, that is really abstinence. For by abstinence he obtains from the Sat, the true, the safety, trana of the Self. What people call the vow of silence, mauna, that is really abstinence. For he who by abstinence has found out the Self, meditates, maunate. What people call fasting, anaskayana, that is really abstinence. For that Self does not perish, nanasyati, which we find out by abstinence. What people call a hermit's life, aranyayana, that is really abstinence. Ara, anya, or 2 lakes in the world of Brahman, in the 3rd heaven from hence. And there is the lake Airamadiya and the Aswatha tree, showering down Soma, and the city of Brahman, Hiranyagarbha, Aparajita, and the golden Prabhu Vimita, the hall built by Prabhu Brahman. Now that world of Brahman belongs to those who find the lakes of Ara Anya in the world of Brahman by means of abstinence. For them there is freedom in all the worlds. Sixth Kanda. Now those arteries of the heart consist of a brown substance, of a white, blue, and red substance. And so is the sun, brown, white, blue, yellow, and red. As a very long highway goes to two places, to one at the beginning and to another at the end, so do the rays of the sun go to both worlds, to this one and to the other. They start from the sun and enter into those arteries. They start from those arteries and enter into the sun. And when a man is asleep, reposing, and at perfect rest, so that he sees no dream, then he has entered into those arteries. Then no evil touches him, for he has obtained the light of the sun. And when a man falls ill, then those who sit round him say, "Do you know me? Do you know me?" As long as he has not departed from this body, he knows them. But when he departs from this body, then he departs upwards by those very rays towards the worlds which he has gained by merit, not by knowledge. Or he goes out while meditating on Om, and thus securing an entrance into the Brahmaloka. And while his mind is failing, he is going to the sun. For the sun is the door of the world of Brahman. Those who know walk in, those who do not know are shut out. There is this verse: there are 101 arteries of the heart. One of them penetrates the crown of the head. Moving upwards by it, a man reaches the immortal. The others serve for departing in different directions. Yeah, in different directions. Seventh Kanda. Prajapati said, the self which is free from sin, free from old age, free from death and grief, from hunger and thirst, which desires nothing but what it ought to desire, and imagines nothing but what it ought to imagine, that it is which we must search out, that it is which we must try to understand. He who has searched out that self and understands it obtains all the worlds and all desires. The Devas, gods, and Asuras, demons, both heard these words and said, well, let us search for that self by which, if one has searched it out, all worlds and all desires are obtained. Thus saying, Indira went from the Devas, Virochana from the Asuras, and both, without having communicated with each other, approached Prajapati, holding fuel in their hands, as is the custom for pupils approaching their master. They dwelt there as pupils for 32 years. Then Prajapati asked them, for what purpose have you both dwelt here? They replied, a saying of yours is being repeated, namely, the self which is free from sin, free from old age, from death and grief, from hunger and thirst, which desires nothing but what it ought to desire, and imagines nothing but what it ought to imagine, that it is which we must search out, that it is which we must try to understand. He who has searched out that self and understands it obtains all worlds and all desires.
Now we both have dwelt here because we wish for that self." Prajapati said to them, "The person that is seen in the eye, that is the self. That is what I have said. This is the immortal, the fearless. That is Brahman." They asked, "Sir, he who is perceived in the water, and he who is perceived in a mirror, who is he?" He replied, "He himself, indeed, is seen in all these." Eighth Kanda. Look at yourself in a pan of water, and whatever you do not understand of yourself, come and tell me. They looked in the water pan. Then Prajapati said to them, "What do you see?" They said, "We both see the self thus altogether, a picture, even to the very hairs and nails." Prajapati said to them, "After you have adorned yourself, have put on your best clothes and cleaned yourself, look again into the water pan." They, after having adorned themselves, having put on their best clothes and cleaned themselves, looked into the water pan. Prajapati said, "What do you see?" They said, "Just as we are, well adorned, with our best clothes and clean, thus we are both there, Sir, well adorned, with our best clothes and clean." Prajapati said, "That is the self. This is the immortal, the fearless. This is Brahman." Then both went away, satisfied in their hearts. And Prajapati, looking after them, said, "They both go away without having perceived and without having known the self, and whoever of these two, whether Devas or Asuras, will follow this doctrine, Upanishad, will perish." Now Virochana, satisfied in his heart, went to the Asuras and preached that doctrine to them, that the self, the body alone, is to be worshipped, that the self, the body alone, is to be served, and that he who worships the self and serves the self gains both worlds, this and the next. Therefore they call even now a man who does not give alms here, who has no faith and offers no sacrifices, an Asura, for this is the doctrine, Upanishad, of the Asuras. They deck out the body of the dead with perfumes, flowers, and fine raiment by way of ornament, and think they will thus conquer that world. Ninth Kanda. But Indra, before he had returned to the Devas, saw this difficulty. As this self, the shadow in the water, is well adorned when the body is well adorned, well dressed when the body is well dressed, well cleaned if the body is well cleaned, that self will also be blind if the body is blind, lame if the body is lame, crippled if the body is crippled, and will perish, in fact, as soon as the body perishes. Therefore, I see no good in this doctrine." Taking fuel in his hand, he came again as a pupil to Prajapati. Prajapati said to him, "Mahavat Indra, as you went away with Virochana satisfied in your heart, for what purpose did you come back?" He said, "Sir, as this self, the shadow, is well adorned when the body is well adorned, well dressed when the body is well dressed, well cleaned if the body is well cleaned, that self will also be blind if the body is blind, lame if the body is lame, crippled if the body is crippled, and will perish, in fact, as soon as the body perishes. Therefore, I see no good in this doctrine." "So it is indeed, Mahavat," replied Prajapati, "but I shall explain him, the true self, further to you. Live with me another 32 years. He lived with him another 32 years. And then Prajapati said, 10th Kanda. He who moves about happy in dreams, he is the self. This is the immortal, the fearless. This is Brahman. Then Indra went away satisfied in his heart. But before he had returned to the Devas, he saw this difficulty. Although it is true that self is not blind, even if the body is blind, nor lame if the body is lame, though it is true that self is not rendered faulty by the faults of it, the body, nor struck when the body is struck, nor lamed when it is lamed, yet it is as if they struck him, the self, in dreams, as if they chased him. He becomes even conscious, as it were, of pain and sheds tears. Therefore, I see no good in this." Taking fuel in his hands, he went again as a pupil to Prajapati. Prajapati said to him, "Mahavat, as you went away satisfied in your heart, for what purpose did you come back?" He said, "Sir, although it is true that self is not blind even if the body is blind, nor lame if the body is lame, though it is true that self is not rendered faulty by the faults of it, the body, nor struck when the body is struck, nor lamed when it is lamed, yet it is as if they struck him, the self, in dreams, as if they chased him. He becomes even conscious, as it were, of pain, and sheds tears. Therefore, I see no good in this." "So it is indeed, Mahavat," replied Prajapati, "but I shall explain him, the true self, further to you. Live with me another 32 years. He lived with him another 32 years. Then Prajapati said, 11th Kanda. When a man being asleep, reposing, and at perfect rest, sees no dreams, that is the self. This is the immortal, the fearless. This is Brahman. Then Indra went away satisfied in his heart. But before he had returned to the Devas, he saw this difficulty. In truth, he thus does not know himself, his self, that he is I, nor does he know anything that exists. He is gone to utter annihilation. I see no good in this. Taking fuel in his hand, he went again as a pupil to Prajapati. Prajapati said to him, Mahavat, as you went away satisfied in your heart, for what purpose did you come back? He said, Sir, in that way he does not know himself, his self, that he is I, nor does he know anything that exists. He is gone to utter annihilation. I see no good in this. So it is indeed, Mahavat, replied Prajapati. But I shall explain him, the true self, further to you, and nothing more than this. Live here other 5 years. he lived there other 5 years. This made in all 101 years, and therefore it is said that Indra Mahavat lived 101 years as a pupil with Prajapati. Prajapati said to him, 12th Kanda, Mahavat, this body is mortal and always held by death. It is the abode of that self which is immortal and without body. When in the body, by thinking this body is I and I am this body, the self is held by pleasure and pain. So long as he is in the body, he cannot get free from pleasure and pain. But when he is free of the body, when he knows himself different from the body, then neither pleasure nor pain touches him. The wind is without body. The cloud, lightning and thunder are without body, without hands, feet, etc. Now as these, arising from this heavenly ether, space, appear in their own form as soon as they have approached the highest light, thus does that serene being, arising from this body, appear in its own form as soon as it has approached the highest light, the knowledge of self. He, in that state, is the highest person, Uttama Purusha. He moves about there, laughing or eating, playing and rejoicing in his mind, be it with women, carriages, or relatives, never minding that body into which he was born. Like as a horse attached to a cart, so is the spirit, prana, prajnatman, attached to this body. Now, where the sight has entered into the void, the open space, the black pupil of the eye, there is the person of the eye. The eye itself is the instrument of seeing. He who knows, let me smell this, he is the self. The nose is the instrument of smelling. He who knows, let me say this, he is the self. The tongue is the instrument of saying. He who knows, let me hear this, he is the self. The ear is the instrument of hearing. He who knows, let me think this, he is the self. The mind is his divine eye. He, the self, seeing these pleasures, which to others are hidden like a buried treasure of gold, through his divine eye, that is, the mind, rejoices. The Devas who are in the world of Brahman meditate on that self, as taught by Prajapati to Indra and by Indra to the Devas. Therefore, all worlds belong to them and all desires. He who knows that self and understands it obtains all worlds and all desires. Thus said Prajapati. Thus said Prajapati. 13th Kanda. From the dark, the Brahman of the heart, I come to the nebulous, the world of Brahman. From the nebulous to the dark, shaking off all evil, as a horse shakes his hairs, and as the moon frees herself from the mouth of Rahu, having shaken off the body, I obtain, self-made and satisfied, the uncreated world of Brahman. I obtain it. 14th Kanda. He who is called Ether, Akasa, is the revealer of all forms and names. That within which these forms and names are contained is the Brahman, the immortal, the Self. I come to the hall of Prajapati, to the house. I am
the glorious among Brahmins, glorious among princes, glorious among men. I obtained that glory. I am glorious among the glorious. May I never go to the white, toothless, yet devouring white abode. May I never go to it. 15th Kanda. Brahma, Hiranyagarbha or Parameshwara, told this to Prajapati, Kasyapa, Prajapati to Manu, his son, Manu to mankind. He who has learnt the Veda from a family of teachers, according to the sacred rule, in the leisure time left from the duties to be performed for the Guru, who, after receiving his discharge, has settled in his own house, keeping up the memory of what he has learnt by repeating it regularly in some sacred spot, who has begotten virtuous sons and concentrated all his senses on the self, never giving pain to any creature, except at the tirthas, sacrifices, etc. He who behaves thus all his life reaches the world of Brahman and does not return. Yeah, he does not return. End of Prapataka 8. Recording by Jyoti Taravanat. End of Chandogya Upanishad.